If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description.
Chapter 21 Adventures in the North 18. Author here, did I make any mistakes in the past chapters? Yesterday, I translated 9 chapters, so it's possible. I finished exhausted yesterday. Chapter size, 3972 words. Chapter that summarizes events taking place in Winterfell. It will be another summary of Jon telling everything that happened in his letter, with some additional information about the illicit actions of Lord Carlin Frotnead. Eddard Stark. Northern Kingdom, Winterfell, heart of the realm, 289 AC, within days of Jon arriving at his camp. Ned still remembers as if it were yesterday when he sent soldiers after Jon weeks ago, and no news or results about Jon's whereabouts were heard. Maester Luwin was already starting to report the various letters with the crests of the noble houses of the realm. Ned opened the letters, read various questions about the adventures of Little Jon or if he is really his missing bastard son for weeks, as his unusual actions were linked to the name of his bastard son. News of him in the territories of Tallheart soon caught the attention of the entire north after confirming that there was much truth in the song's story. It was easy for the lords and ladies to connect his missing son, Jon Snow, to the mysterious boy they called Little Jon. In addition to the questions in the letters, there were people drawing their own conclusions and congratulating him on his famous son, bastard or not. Ned could only smile at this, as all this merit came exclusively from Jon, even though he was sad not to have been more involved in his upbringing and to feel powerless while Jon was in danger. His search with 200 men may have been in vain, but there were reports from lesser nobles, even in his own territory. Their reports claimed that some farms near Wolfwoods magically began to flourish rapidly, and they realized that their lands had changed. This even prompted some ravens from nobles who begged to send Jon to their lands after finding out that he might be their son. Ned could only shake his head at this. Ned was now another day in his solar, solving his northern issues, when thoughts about Jon once again managed to distract the Lord of Winterfell. However, these thoughts were interrupted when a noise made him look at the open window. A strange grey raven landed on the window and made a noise announcing its arrival. Glow glow glue, Lord Stark looked strangely at this bird, which looked into the room, and when it saw him, it seemed to have found something it was looking for and let out a happy cry. The Lord of the North stared at this bizarre situation for many seconds until his guard, Jory, entered the solar directly after hearing the ravens shouting. The raven didn't even care about Jory's presence and continued making bird sounds toward Ned, who was still perplexed. This bird seemed to be celebrating for having done something. Ned Stark had no idea, but the bird had never left the north, and Jon had given it a very difficult task of finding a man like him, only much older and in a large castle that his new master described as Winterfell. Jon just pointed on the map and gave some instructions and mental images. So the raven was both happy for having found both Winterfell and the man Jon asked to deliver the message. How would this not be a reason for the raven to celebrate? Of course, it was. Ned saw that the bird fell silent for a while after. The raven, without taking its eyes off him, raised its leg and displayed a rolled up and tied scroll on it. Jory, seeing this, moved to grab the scroll, but the bird simply fled from him out the window and flew directly to Ned's table, where there were all his scattered documents. Clue, 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 the cry was made as a protest by the grey raven, which raised the underbrush again, saying that only he could get this message. Ned understood that only he could pick up the note and couldn't help but think, I've never seen a raven so loyal and intelligent for its task. Whoever created and trained this strange bird ended up revolutionizing the market of courier ravens, which had its monopoly only in the citadel. Calmly raising his hand and gently taking the rolled-up scroll from its thin leg, the raven drew his attention with cries and movements, pecking at some of his documents on the table. I understand the message, Ned said. Jory, get some corn from the rookery with Maester Luwin, please. All right, be right back, my lord, he said as he left the solar. Now, with only him and the strange raven staring at him, Ned shifted his focus to the parchment in front of him, something that made him freeze as he read the first addressed messages. There were 2 scrolls, one for him and another for Arya and Bran. But he grew nervous when he saw who sent them, as he wouldn't be. Finally a message from Jon was in his hands. Jon is also behind this strange behavior, isn't he? He never ceases to amaze me. Ned couldn't help but comment. Now, opening the letter with a certain eagerness addressed to him, Ned would finally read something from Jon himself. He just hoped that Jon was safe and healthy, wherever he was. He opened the letter and began reading. To the Protector of the North, Lord Stark and a loving father. Father, I bet you've heard reports from the south, reports in which I am involved. I am currently in Frostroar, in the territory of the Glovers, and while strolling through the city, I found a bard in a square giving a performance. Can you imagine how surprised I was when he started playing and singing a song about me? I was shocked to say the least with the ballad of my time in Icehill in the southwest of the realm, as I had no knowledge of it. I handed a golden dragon to the bard as thanks. I came to the city to buy some things for the abandoned forge I found in the middle of Wolfswood, and you know what else I found there? Giants. Yes, 4-meter-tall men, they really exist. I was afraid at first, but I needed the forge in the place they were using to populate. I know it's strange for an 8-name-day-old child to want something with a broken forge, but certain things happened to me, and I have knowledge in this craft now. I want to forge and do alchemy, another area I also have knowledge in now. I will be in isolation for the next 4 moons or more, as besides wanting to work for a while here, one of the giant she-wolves is pregnant, and she would blame me for the rest of her life if something happened to the pups during the trip north. So, I made a deal with the giants, and they are a much more peaceful people than I imagined, who prefer to eat fruits than meat, as long as you don't provoke them, they are quite friendly. We soon turned our differences into friendship. They left the other side of the wall to seek shelter in the woods but seem to want to follow me north again, so I am taking care of them now since I still intend to go to the wall, so I must prepare them too. I came to the city of Frostroar and bought some of the materials needed for the isolation of the coming months. I went to the first blacksmith, but he soon judged me as a poor boy and didn't pay attention to me, as I was poorly dressed and a child. Of course, I left after that. I felt like punching that face. Father, I don't know why, but lately, my blood easily explodes, and I seem like an uncontrolled wolf. I feel my body burning with a cold and boiling sensation at the same time. Strange, isn't it? I can't explain. When I left, I found that bard right after. I continued my way through the city and found a novice blacksmith with a sad story. His name is William, who had to flee from the Valeran to seek shelter in the north because his family fought with a larger house, vassals of Jon Arryn, and were killed in the confrontation. I offered him 4 moons to stay with me for gold coins, and he accepted. It was even too much for me, an 8-name-day-old child, to build armor for 5 giants, so I offered him a job as an extra hand. Leaving the blacksmith to prepare for the journey and say goodbye to the rest of his family in the city, I went to a leather shop and bought more material that I needed. You must be wondering how I got money for all this. I can understand that an 8-name-day-old child with gold coins in his pocket is a bit suspicious, but I didn't steal, I swear. I swear by all the old gods. I have some special skills and can command animals like the wargs of legends and see their memories. Not only that, but I can also detect metals in the ground, whether beneath it or on the surface of a considerable area. So, it was easy to find lost coins in the wolfwoods left by some hunters or patrols over the years. I also found a box with 1,000 gold coins at the location where I found the forge, but they are coins without the current seals because they are very old, thousands of years old, can you believe? Since I won't use these coins to go to the wall later, I plan to reforge them with the current seals and distribute them to the city orphanages. I saw the children in that place and saw how hard life is in the realm. Maybe I can help them. At least, in their hands, it will be more useful than in mine, as I'm sure it will go unused when I reach the wall. However, my passage through the city did not go without turbulence. I came to the last shop where I am now writing this letter, but when I entered, everything turned into confusion. I encountered a 12-name-day teenager demanding a refund for a dying bird lying at the bottom of the cage. It was one of the most beautiful birds I've seen. I accessed its memories to see what was wrong, and I saw that the same teenager demanding a refund was the one responsible for the bird's condition. He tortured it for fun, resembling the gruesome stories of the Boltons, and did the same with many animals. Father, this drove me crazy. I really wanted to kill that boy after the experience. I saw how he tortured the animals and how he reveled in their screams of despair. My blood once again took over me, and I didn't even notice that the others perceived my intention, and the boy himself, who, in turn, demanded that his guards cut off my hand just because I looked at him with murderous intent. As they were coming toward me, I was already planning to kill them with a dagger I have hidden. The surprise element of the setup would give me that chance, and nothing would stop me from killing the snobbish sadist. I know it's not honorable, and I look like a monster, but my hand was at stake at that moment, along with my burning blood. But the commander of the guards saw my intentions through the window and entered a little before I executed my plan. He looked at me in astonishment, and I believe he recognized me as soon as he set his eyes on my face. He seems to be a man very familiar with you, father. Since the man was very respectful afterward, and apparently, this respect is directed toward the man you are. I don't know his story with him, but I intend to ask later. In the end, we argued, and I handed over a gold coin to buy the dying bird and spent another 7 coins to buy all the other 50 birds in the shop. One of these birds is the little raven that was sent with the letter, and if you are reading this message, it's because he really found you. Know that what he just did was an almost impossible task. I asked him to find an older man than me, but the appearance was similar, and I only showed Winterfell on the map of the north. And it's a raven that has never flown in the north, so please treat him well. Returning to talk about the events, even though I gave a golden dragon to the boy, he accused me of stealing that money, and I ended up interpreting some Nordic laws about baseless accusations. His accusation was slander that should be judged by the predominant house or Lord Stark himself, as the boy has kinship with the local power. However, I am not writing for that. I have already scared him so much, and as much as I wanted to make him pay for everything he did, I still can't do anything to him. Father, the real reason I am sending this letter is that in the memories of the bird I caught, I saw men talking about human trafficking in the city, and Lord Carlin Frotnead and his house are involved. He himself opens the entrance for kidnappers or his own patrol to pick up children on the street and in orphanages, even offers work to common people outside the city walls to capture them through third parties to not show suspicions to him. I heard about a base in the north of the city, near the Twin Mountains, and on the side of them a small lake, 600 meters east of the northern part of the lake, there is a fortification between a forest. They use it as a filter for where the slaves will be sent, and I'm afraid to say that Sir Yoram Mormont is involved in this. I saw your letters from Bear Island, and I saw him personally in the city talking to Lord Frotnead. I could send this accusation letter to the Glovers, but I doubt they would believe the words of a boy, and I bet you also doubt, father, but it doesn't hurt to ask Lord Glover to send someone to investigate. Now, with this confusion, I'll have to leave the city. I plan to recruit this commander they call Duckin. He is a decent man and has nothing to do with the confusion. I fear he might be unjustly accused if he stays. He would be the kind of man you would like to have in the castle, but I'll steal him from you, sorry hee. And even if I can't solve this human trafficking scheme, I'll handle it myself, father. I'm not strong enough now, but I can be stronger in time, when I return from my seclusion. I don't know how to tell you this, but I almost died 4 or 5 times in the farm battle, and it's one of the main reasons for my isolation. I want not to depend so much on luck and external help, like my animals. So, even if the lords can't do anything, I will end these vile acts myself, I promise. I'll be away for a few months and won't go out into the world, and I can only say I miss you, father, my little wolf Arya, and the kind Bran, but don't ask me to come back, father. It's all I'll ask of you. I have things to do in the north, and I have to do them alone. The giants gave me a clue about what I need to do. They are here because they were attacked recently, and their tribe was decimated beyond the wall. They don't give many details, but I see fear in their eyes. Giants afraid of a dark thing beyond the wall, father. They call it cold darkness. What attacked them represents death itself in its blue eyes. They told me that these things are killing all living beings on the other side of the wall, so I know I have to go to the wall, and there I will know my next step. When the snowstorm attacked me, I ended up in another place magically, and with a voice guiding me, I found a sanctuary of the gods. There, the gods gave me motivation, and now I have my own battles. So, I wish you all the best with you and our family. I want the north to prosper with you and leave the realm for Robb to be a good ruler, until the day we meet again. I asked the raven to stay with you until I could take a little time to write a letter to your bastard son. Goodbye, father, and I love you very much. A silence settled as Ned finished reading the letter. Ned felt tears streaming down his cheeks. He could only cry. The most powerful man in the north was now letting his conflicting feelings out. There was pride, love, tenderness, sadness, anger, and hatred for all those who wanted to harm his boy, and the main feeling, concern. His son is doing things an 8-named child should never do. Just 1 moon ago, he and the boy were in this solar talking about Jon's behavior with the theft of a servant, and now Jon was venturing alone through the lands of this kingdom with extraordinary things, giant wolves that are the symbol of our house in flesh and bone, with giant men, which he described, and I see no reason to doubt his words. Getting into many troubles on an unprecedented journey. Now, he wrote about having knowledge of alchemy and forging armor, something he was never sure Jon was ignorant about. Ned stood up and walked to the window, looking down at the courtyard. He saw Robb and Theon running with their antics, Arya in a bad mood walking on the other side of the castle. His Jon should be like the children in front of him, but he had thrown himself into the world and was showing at the same time that no matter what challenges the world is throwing at him, he will overcome them and bring glory to himself, all when he is just a bastard by status. Ned let his tears flow throughout. His son/nephew was now going through all the hardships, and even though circumstances put him on the ground, he shows that he can still rise and keep moving forward, something Ned can't help but be proud of. The boy has acquired magic that Ned has never seen in his stories, and there are many witnesses to these facts. The Lord of Winterfell knew that with the blood of both kings in the north and dragon kings, he has the most powerful blood in the world. The boy who should be living in a court or even as the heir to the Iron Throne in a different scenario was now proving his worth as he ran through various dangers. Jory entered the solar at that moment and was shocked at the sight of Lord Stark crying at the window. He had never seen such a vision before. Ned looked at him and said as he wiped away some tears, "Summon Maester Luwin and bring him here if he's not busy, we have much to talk about." Ned said calmly, and Jory quickly left the room, leaving only some grains for the raven, not wanting to provoke the anger of his lord, seeing him in such an emotional state. Ned looked at the raven that had been staring at him all the time and fed the bird with the grains Jory brought. When Jory returned with Luwin, Ned handed the letter to Luwin and asked Jory to stay. Jory was curious about the letter, and his curiosity grew even more when Luwin had a perplexed look as he read more of the letter. Luwin returned to his lord with conflicting eyes. "My lord, I really don't know what to think of young Jon. Everything he's going through is things a child shouldn't be involved in. He has the wolf in his blood like his siblings, no doubt. I just didn't understand the part about feeling ice and fire at the same time," he said calmly, trying to make sense of the last part of the speech. But the Lord of Winterfell gave a sad smile and said nothing, thinking again that his nephew really has the blood awakened from both lineages in his veins, or at least now, in terms of blood, Jon has the most powerful blood in the world and he is the only one. His lineage will be grand for the future, so, all these stories of Jon with magical powers may be real. Ned couldn't continue to be so skeptical after all the reports and more reports coming. Jory read the letter too and found himself equally with conflicting feelings. Ned didn't know, but in Jory's mind, Jory was thinking about how he treated Jon less than 2 moons ago, looking at the child with disgust and disappointment for stealing, and now the boy was handing out gold coins, when he was caught stealing copper. With these descriptions, he couldn't help but wonder if there was more to the theft than was reported. "Send a letter to Lord Glover to conduct an investigation, Maester Luwin and Jory. Send some Stark men to join the investigation and prepare for battle in the coming moons," Ned Stark declared and looked at the raven that was relieving its hunger on the table, and added, "Any visitor or merchant who knows about young Jon from Frost Roar, in the territory of the Glovers, appearing in Wintertown, I want them sent to me immediately," he ordered. "Yes, Lord Stark." "Yes, my lord." "Now, Jory, have the guards summon Arya and Bran to my solar," he asked, and Jory left immediately, and Luwin followed. A few moments later, Bran entered with a guard and soon left, leaving only Bran and his father. "Father! Did you call me?" Bran exclaimed and asked cautiously. "Yes, my son. There is something I want to show you and your sister. Let's wait for her to arrive." "All right, father," said Bran childishly, and noticed the raven enjoying its food on the table and looked curiously. "Father, why does this strange raven look so funny on your table?" Bran laughed at the comment. But the raven didn't like it and looked at Bran, who was a little startled by a clue from the raven. It was as if the raven had been offended by the comment. Then it seemed to grumble a bit while returning to pecking at the grains on the table. Bran was speechless about this strange raven. "Well, this raven belongs to your brother Jon," Ned said calmly, and the raven even let out a cry confirming. Bran was happy with the mention of his brother Jon and even more enchanted with this raven. As a child, the boy was fascinated by the bird. But soon, his thoughts were interrupted by Arya entering the solar, and Ned was sure his children would be delighted with the second scroll that Jon sent with the raven, addressed directly to his boys. Chapter 22, Adventures in the North 19. Arya Stark POV. Kingdom of the North, Winterfell, Heart of the Realm, 289 AC, shortly before. She wandered through Winterfell disheartened, observing the courtyard. She saw Robb and Theon running, probably escaping from some prank they played to annoy a guard or trick someone. Arya always noticed that their pranks were becoming bolder, which made her suspicious of the stories she had heard about Jon. She refused to believe that her brother would steal money from a servant, something that made no sense. She went to Hodder herself to verify the truth of the rumor, and he confirmed that Jon was innocent. However, who would listen to Hodder? Her anger was directed at her mother. Arya even loved her before, but she knew her cruelty towards Jon. The young girl knew that this theft was orchestrated by her mother, fueling her hatred and disgust in recent days. She refused to speak to her mother, ignoring her all the time. Her sister scolded her for being so petty, especially for treating her own mother this way because of a bastard brother. This equally irritated her, leading to a fight with her sister the day before. Hair-pulling resulted in a brawl that only ceased thanks to the intervention of the Septa. This fight earned her a severe punishment for the next day, but Arya was determined to avoid it. She had fled from the Septa and hid in the courtyard as she wandered. However, this situation reminded her of the times when she skipped sewing lessons to watch her lost brother training alone with a straw dummy in a corner of the courtyard. She always kept him company. Remembering Jon squeezed her heart. Without him, her home was not complete. She cried frequently for the absence of her favorite brother, essential to make Winterfell whole. Now, without him, she had no patience to deal with her mother, sister, and Septa Morgan. Tears began to flow involuntarily down her face. "Brother, why don't you come back home?" she selfishly wondered. This question haunted her since she found out about Jon and his adventures. She hoped he would return to Winterfell, to his family, to her. But she found out that Jon was heading north, in search of whatever it was, and she wished for something else. She wanted him to come back, to appear at the gate with giant wolves by his side. But deep down, she knew that, thanks to her mother, Jon was not happy there. Even if he disguised his sadness in her presence, there was always a hint of melancholy behind his smile, genuine only for Arya. Arya selfishly wished to have Jon back, to spend days laughing and training hidden from her mother. However, she couldn't fill the void left by him. She could only wait in the castle for news and dream of the day when Jon would show up at the gate. I swear I'll look for you one day, Jon. Even if I have to go to the Seven Hells." She thought to herself, in case her brother didn't return to Winterfell when she was older. "Lady Arya." Arya snapped out of her thoughts when she was approached by the captain of the guard, Jory. She cursed herself because he was one of the few guards who could catch her. Now, he would escort her to the presence of her mother or Septa, something Arya did not want to face amidst her sorrow. "Yes, Jory. Your father, Lord Stark, demands your presence in his solar. Please, follow me," he said, turning. Arya sighed and followed him. There wasn't much to be done, at least it wasn't her mother or that cursed Septa. Her father was more understanding to deal with, although equally strict when boundaries were crossed. She would probably receive severe punishment for escaping the last time. Minutes later, Jory and she stood before the solar, and he made way for her to enter. "I'm here, father," she said upon entering, but she found her other brother, an unexpected surprise. "Bran? What is this raven?" Arya couldn't help but exclaim upon seeing the bird pecking at some grains on the table, being observed by her father and brother. "Arya, this is a raven from your brother, Jon," her father said, and she immediately became excited. "Really? It's a raven from Jon. Tell me he has a letter." Arya started shouting, happier than she remembered in the last 2 months. "Yes, Arya," her father simply said. "Let me see." I shouted. Bran, who seemed to understand, was also excited like me. "Clue clue clue clue." Suddenly, we heard the raven making sounds with our comments, which made me stop talking and look at Jon's raven for a moment. I didn't know a raven could respond to us in this way. The raven seemed to be laughing at us, leaving me, Bran, and my father stunned. I, however, was thrilled and amazed by a bird that seemed to understand our behavior, showing that it was not just an ordinary raven but an intelligent being capable of understanding us, even without speaking the human language. But Arya turned her attention back to her father. Despite being happy that this was not a punishment for escaping the last punishment, she wanted to see Jon's letter more than anything. "Father, the letter. Please. Please." Arya wasted no more time. "That's it, father, we want to see the letter." Bran, next to her, joined in the request. Her father, seeing his children, sighed and took the second paper that was tied to the feet of the strange raven, starting to unroll it. "Sit down, I'll read it to you," he said. "Arya, accompanied by an equally excited Bran, settled in. Her father, with the letter open after breaking the small seal, began to read aloud. Soon Arya understood that she was being thanked and was glad that her father had helped her escape from the septa. However, she soon realized that maybe her father had called her for this. She looked at her father and the raven staring at her. The raven commented on some things about Arya, but no one understood, and it lay on its back on the floor, exclaiming as if laughing. Arya looked perplexed at the raven, as did the rest of the room. It stopped laughing, returned to the normal position, and grumbled a few more things. Ned and his children swore that the bird's grumbles were as if it lacked humor. The raven left the table and went to Lord Stark's shoulder, who also did not expect that. Arya came with 1,000 questions about where he got this trained raven. He explained that it was from his brother and said that he had sent a letter to both Arya and Bran. He wanted everyone to be together to read the letter. He broke the seal and read aloud. To my siblings, my little she-wolf Arya and my little wolf, Bran. I find myself thinking of you all the time in my days since I left Winterfell. I imagine you must have 1,000 questions about why I left your lives without saying goodbye. It wasn't because I didn't want to. It was clear that I wanted to hug you one last time, so strong that it would be rooted and marked in our bones. But don't blame Father. I admit I wasn't in the most emotional state to deal with anything at the time. When I woke up, I was already on the way to the wall, and on the same night, we were caught by a mysterious snowstorm. And do you know what happened next? I woke up in the middle of a forest hundreds of kilometers away, something that should be impossible, but there I was. I wandered through the forest wondering where I was. But then things happened that I cannot reveal yet, and now my goal is to go to the wall once again before thinking about returning to Winterfell. I'm on this path, and I must admit that, in my journey so far, I've learned so many things, my siblings. I've met people, places, ideas, and lived experiences that make me grow every day. I am growing to try to be a better person, modeling myself after our father. I've learned things that made me rethink everything I learned in Winterfell. That we should judge people by their actions and not by their titles or birth. I met farmers who showed me things that no lord of title did. I met nobles with titles that weren't worth half of a commoner. So, if you want a life lesson from your older brother, with 8 name days, never judge a book by its cover, for the content inside the book may not be what is expected, be it a good thing or a bad thing. I said this to a blacksmith when I went to buy his tools. He looked at me, wearing old and worn-out clothes, but willing to spend some gold dragons with him. I said this to him because he not only dismissed me just for my appearance but also laughed at me. I didn't fail to make that comment to him before leaving. You should have seen his face when he wondered what a book had to do with our situation, hee. I know I'm dealing with much more dangerous situations than when I lived in the castle. Working washing clothes, harvesting and cutting wood, or cleaning the stables is much safer than facing bandits or dealing with adults while spending gold dragons. But I must admit that I am happy with my life out here as I wander through the harsh kingdom. I feel it's cruel to say this, but I have to be honest, as I love you very much. Even though it might sound a bit crazy to think this way, between being in a castle fed and a bed to endure the cold nights, I felt trapped and unhappy. So, I prefer to sleep among my wolves on the cold ground, feeling free and happy. In Winterfell, I would have to clean the stables with hotter. But here, I have to run away from Serena. And you must be wondering why I have to run away from this girl? Serena is a quite peculiar young lady, my siblings. Despite thinking that she might become like a noble lady one day, she has a lot to learn, as her size is difficult to deal with. She says she will marry me and become my wife. The only problem with that is that she is 7.2 feet tall. Despite being only 14 name days old, yes, siblings, if you're thinking about it, she is really a giant. Can you believe it? They exist beyond legends, and I stumbled upon one in Wolfwoods. I am with a group of men from 4M now. I found some populating the forest farther north, and no one seemed to have noticed them. Despite forming a friendship and having ease dealing with all of them, Serena has the strange habit of grabbing me like a straw doll and hugging. Once I thought I was going to die. The girl is over 6 feet, and I'm only 3. You think that would work out? I got mad at her at that moment and showed her my displeasure. To my surprise, she started crying, apologizing. In the end, I had to console a young giant that day. But now, I have to run away from her, as hugging me has become an addiction. I fear and already get scared when the ground starts shaking, as I know it's her running towards me from some direction. I not only have Serena to share my joys of my life now. I have 4 giant adult wolves. To begin, I have Shadow, a powerful black wolf. There's his mate, who is pregnant, Black Carrow, a greyish wolf with dark tones. As for the other wolf couple, there's Grass and the wolf son, a male with a greenish tint, hence I named him Grass. His partner is made of burnt yellow fur with dirty tones. But all my new companions, the size of a horse, are more beautiful than any animal in the 7 kingdoms. Having my wolves makes me believe in all those stories of House Stark, where the ancient Starks rode large wolves into battle. They are real, and the most incredible thing is that one of the she-wolves is about to give birth to a new litter, and I am looking forward to this new addition to our group. I wonder every day when they will finally be born. I catch myself imagining myself surrounded by little wolves. In addition to the wolves, I have my first companion, Caraxes, an eagle that I found shortly after that snowstorm. When I found him, he was just a small chick, left to die after his parents and siblings were killed by another predator. But I saw myself in those eyes of the little animal and saved him. We've been together since then, and I have no stronger bond with any other, as I do with him. He has white and blue spotted feathers. You would say he is the most beautiful bird you've ever seen if you laid your eyes on him, I'm sure. There's Panis, a horse I bonded with on Ice Hill Farm and the famous horse from the Song of Little John. He really saved my life and helped me in the most vital moments. I owe a lot to him and am taking care of him. He's not a black steed as I always imagined going into battles, but I chose him as my official mount. I have some skills, and maybe I'll change his coat in the future, perhaps. My animals are fantastic. I am surrounded by them and very happy for their company. There are giants besides Serena. There's Wallach, Woyul, their 2 children, Karui and Tuyuxi. Just like the other giant couple, Kypyl and Huiz. Great friends, I must admit, once you get to know them, despite their intimidating size and primitive, unkempt appearance. But despite having so many companions, I still feel uneasy about not being with other little wolves, which are you 2, my little Arya and little Bran. I am experiencing incredible things, I admit, but my beautiful siblings, the thing I would most like right now is to be reunited with you. But some things are necessary before this reunion, and I must delay it. I cannot express in a letter how much I miss you and wonder how you are every night. But I am focused on my task, the sooner I finish it, the faster I can see you again. So, be a little patient, we will be reunited soon. What I have to say is that this world is so vast, and I hope to tell all my adventures that I have lived and will live soon in the Winterfell hearths. So, behave and learn everything you can and be prepared for the world, my siblings. From your beloved brother, Jon Snow. As soon as her father finished the letter, Arya was crying as she processed everything she heard. Her beloved brother seemed so happy and doing amazing things. She was happy for her brother, but she felt a bit envious. She wanted to be adventuring with him. The prospect of living what Jon was going through was everything she dreamed of. She was never meant to be a lady, she wanted this life. She also noticed her brother crying beside her and her father with conflicted eyes. Jon wrote that he preferred to be outside of Winterfell than in the castle, something she imagined her father had defeated thoughts about. Letting mother take over the castle and handle things has always been a mistake, father. Now Jon prefers to be away from us. Arya said internally with some bitterness, but she didn't know if her father could agree. Unbeknownst to Arya, her father was thinking exactly that, but there was no reset button for his mistakes, and he would have to live with them, unfortunately. Arya really wanted to meet all those companions of Jon. If she were certain to find Jon, she would already be preparing to run away tonight, but she knew it would be a mistake to search for her brother in the north alone. I just hoped, one day, to have the opportunity to meet the magical eagle, the wolves, horses, play with Serena, and talk to the other giants. The raven will stay until you write a letter to your brother. You can do that now if you want, her father spoke again, immediately catching the attention of the 2 siblings. Yes. Arya and Bran said simultaneously. What's your name? Arya asked the raven. Glue, it emitted a disheartened sound. I believe Jon hasn't named him yet, her father said, and she and her brother nodded. Her father handed her a parchment and a quill with ink, and she settled at the table next to the raven to start writing, while her brother had her father's help to write the letter. Arya found herself laughing and playing with her brother about things they claimed to write to Jon. The raven seemed to enjoy it while listening to the siblings. Her father seemed pleased with the time spent with them, and Arya appreciated that. Once they finished the letters, they tied them to the raven's leg, who graciously left. "Tell Jon to come back as fast as he can," Bran shouted. Clue the raven responded. "Tell him we miss him and to take me along next time." Arya spoke this time without caring about her father's sharp look at that moment. "Clue." Arya smiled at the response, then watched the raven fly out of the window, heading straight to Jon's location. She couldn't help but shed a few more tears thinking about her favorite brother. 2 days had passed since the raven departed, but even with the void Jon left in the castle, Arya was still relieved. Her mother didn't know about the letter, and her siblings didn't either, as she and Bran kept it between them, and her father remained silent as it wasn't something her mother would appreciate from them. It seemed nothing happy after Bran accidentally let it slip, but this gave Arya and Bran the freedom to talk in front of their other siblings about what Jon wrote about his companions and adventures. They were in the feast hall at this moment. Her mother was tending to her belly, Sansa was eating calmly trying to be a proper lady, Robb was gossiping with Theon about something while she and Bran exchanged some glances and smiles, her father was pensive, but that was for a moment before looking at all of them. "Children," he called our attention, and we all looked at him. "I have a question. Tell me, how do you see yourselves in 10 years? Her father asked, taking us by surprise. But not waiting for long, Robb led us. "I'll be the greatest warrior in the north and your complete heir," Robb said, earning a proud look from his mother. "I'll be the lord of the Iron Islands," said an arrogant Theon. Arya wasn't surprised that he responded to her father's question when he used the word son. Her father considered him one of them, although Arya had her doubts about Greyjoy. "I'll be a perfect lady or even a queen, marrying a prince," Sansa said dreamily, earning another proud look from her mother while Arya rolled her eyes. As she was about to answer, Bran seemed to step forward. "I want to have the same adventures as Jon and face all the dangers like a true knight," Bran said excitedly, gaining strange looks from those around him. His father just sighed. "A bunch of fantasy lies," Robb said disdainfully. Arya knew he started to get jealous that Jon was becoming famous. "Bran Stark, I don't want to hear that again, ever." Her mother was startled, widening her eyes upon hearing this. But she promptly scolded him vehemently, refraining from insulting Jon now. Her father had made it clear that she shouldn't do that anymore. "Jon must have paid those bards to make up his song," Theon said without calling Jon a bastard because his father wouldn't be pleased to hear that in his presence, but he had the same arrogance in his voice as when he used to insult Jon some time ago. "It's all true. I too, brother, will be with Jon on his adventures across the realm." Arya immediately agreed with Bran. There was no need to be surprised at everyone's bewilderment after hearing those words from the girl regarding the bastard. It wasn't only her family who heard, even the lower tables looked at the girl, especially Madame Morgan, who had a horrified expression. Arya didn't say she would be with any of her legitimate siblings, but rather with the bastard. This left Catelyn so angry that she tried to make her children never speak those words again, but the younger ones started getting into a discussion between a 3-name-day boy and a 5-name-day girl. "I'll be 13 name days, so I'll be playing with Jon and Sereno's children too," Bran exclaimed, as no one in the room knew who Sereno was, and wasn't Jon an 8-name-day child? How could he be a father? "Jon said he wouldn't marry her, you fool," Arya explained as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. "But she wants to marry him, doesn't she?" Bran asked innocently and looked at his father for answers. Ned just smiled at the interaction, and family members, soldiers and servants were all paying quite a bit of attention to the unprecedented discussion. "She wants to, as she always tries to hug him, but our brother runs away whenever she tries to do that. Jon is only 8 name days old, and she'll be 4 meters tall when she grows up. She wouldn't even fit in this hall," Arya exclaimed to her brother. "But Jon comforted her, so he likes her," Bran argued. "Yes, but she almost killed him. If you remember what Jon wrote, he said he feels scared when he feels the ground start shaking. He said that's the sign that Serena is running towards him from some direction." Everyone was trying to understand what they were discussing and about Jon's supposed wife who would be 4 meters tall and almost killed him already. "Arya, what are you talking about?" Robb demanded. "It's about Jon, who wrote a letter to Arya and me. In the letter, Jon said he found giants populating a part of Wolfswood in the north and made friends with 4-meter-tall men." Bran exclaimed in his childlike innocence in place of his sister. The hall was stunned by his youngest son's statement. "Ned, what are they talking about? Did your son send letters to Winterfell without anyone knowing?" Catelyn demanded, angry that the younger ones were talking about Jon as a symbol or idol to be followed. Yes, Catelyn, we received letters from Jon 2 days ago, one of them was for the younger ones. Arya's father admitted, and the rest of the family who didn't know were surprised. Arya knew her mother would argue with her father later for not having contact, but he didn't seem to care. Jon was proving to be a brave brother and more like her father than anyone here, even at such a young age. The discussion continued with Arya and Bran under the watchful eyes of their other siblings and the venomous look their mother was giving them, but Arya didn't mind. The next day, Arya was having breakfast. Her mother looked very angry with her father, seeming like she had eaten a spoiled lemon, but her father didn't seem to care much. It was in the midst of this meal that everyone was in their own thoughts when they were suddenly interrupted. A guard announced that a Frostroar merchant had arrived in Wintertown and was requested to appear at the castle, and he accepted and was here. Arya's father wasted no time and ordered him to be brought to the hall. This mysterious man soon entered and bowed humbly in a greeting to the main table. "Lord Stark, it's an honor to be in Winterfell and in the presence of your family. I heard that you are interested in the rumors from the city Frostroar. I was there when young Jon visited the city," he said proudly, and everyone was shocked because no one knew why Ned sought someone from that city, but it seems Jon made another stir in the north and went to that city. Arya and all her siblings became interested at this moment, her mother was even more uncomfortable, and the servants and soldiers were interested too. "Yes, it's true that I would like to hear about the events in the city," Ned said, and the merchant seemed very happy and proud, so he began to tell. It was a normal day in the city, but strange events began to occur. "I was in my shop with my family when I started hearing rumors that young Jon appeared in the square and handed a golden dragon to the bard who sang his song," he said, leaving everyone open-mouthed because Jon handed a large sum of money to a street performer. He said and continued. No one believed the bard at first, but he showed the gold coin, saying he would never spend it. This made people less skeptical, and the children were, at that moment, running through the city looking for their hero. Then, some time later, another rumor spread like wildfire that a boy, no more than 10 days old, was confronting the vile son of Lord Frotnead. He said, and Arya couldn't help but sigh, wanting to know more. "So I went to check for myself. When I saw the commotion forming in front of one of the city's wealthiest shops, I saw a hooded boy leaving the place with Lorenzo Frotnead right behind. Quickly, I found out that the young noble challenged that child to a duel, even though he was apparently 4 years older, and we knew the teenager wanted to harm the child." Everyone was horrified. He exclaimed. Arya noticed everyone becoming horrified, even her father was pale. It seemed he didn't know about these events, and Arya was nervous about what could happen to her lost brother. She just hoped that Jon came out unscathed because anyone who tried to hurt Jon would pay. She herself vowed to go with her father's soldiers to Frostroar, invade the Glovers' territory, and execute all those involved in her brother's misfortune. Unlike Arya, her father, at the adjacent table, remained calm, thinking that since the merchant was idolizing his nephew Jon, he might assume that things ended well in the end. However, he was very angry now that the other party demanded a duel with a child, but he waited for the merchant to continue. "My lord, it was a scene I will remember for the rest of my life." Even with a hood and no one able to see his appearance clearly, young Jon proved to be extraordinary with the sword, and in 2 moves, my lord, 2 moves with the sword, and the mayor's son lost his hand, showing to be so skilled with the sword that the guards were frightened. The merchant declared, and this left people in shock. Arya and Bran were happy and proud of Jon after hearing this. Robb seemed skeptical of Jon's abilities, and Theon believed none of it, thinking Jon somehow paid this man. Sansa was shocked by the story of Jon cutting off someone else's hand. Catelyn seemed to be afraid now, but Ned was relieved, although he didn't like how the man described the fight, where Jon mutilated the other party in front of his children. He had to keep their innocence, even knowing that this world is cruel. Arya's father was already contemplating writing a letter to the Glover vassal demanding an explanation of what happened and making it clear that Jon is his lost son. Also, that he will visit their city as soon as he can. "Ned, your son is wicked. He first robs our house, and now he's cutting children with you, letting the vile boy influence our younger children." Catelyn didn't waste any more time being horrified. Her fears and biases against Jon were at a higher level now. Even Theon, after this statement, had a fear in his eyes. As skeptical as he was, he wouldn't want to deal with this ruthless Jon if the boy sought revenge against him. The merchant suddenly scowled at this declaration and gave a disdainful look to the Lady of Winterfell. Everyone was surprised at the hostility towards their lady, but before anyone could speak, he was quicker. "Forgive me, my lady, but young Jon was threatened before, and Lord Frotnead's son demanded that the guards cut off his hand in an argument they were having. That brat was already ordering his guards to beat people just because they are of low birth," he said and continued. "He's a spoiled brat, who demanded everyone worship him and comforted anyone who didn't look at him with respect. Young Jon showed courage when he faced the vile boy who thought he was the king in our city. Young Jon is not seen as an evil child but as a hero. He was acclaimed by the entire city when he left. Everyone went to see him off. I consider him a hero, as do all the commoners of Frostroar," he growled proudly to the Lady of Winterfell. Arya didn't need to look at her mother to know that she was pale at how a merchant had the audacity to confront her in her own home. But Arya was so happy for her brother, he became a hero as she always knew he was. Her father, Lord Stark, seeing this, didn't want to harm the merchant. His wife had touched a sore spot. The common folk will always defend their heroes against any ruler, and it is foolish for the nobles to try to erase any hero or religion from the people. This always ends in open rebellion. Thank you for all your statements. Now, Jory, escort the merchant to the town with some coins. Ned, without wasting time, asked the merchant to leave to prevent things from getting worse. Catelyn could only look at her husband in disbelief, but before leaving, the merchant looked at Ned and said, "So, it's really true? They said that young Jon, before the duel, sent a letter to Winterfell, and now there are rumors that he is your own bastard son? Not to mention that your wife called him your son?" he asked curiously, and Ned couldn't help but smile. "Yes, Jon is indeed my son," Ned declared solemnly, ignoring the bastard part and the even larger scowl on his face. The merchant nodded proudly and, as he left, Catelyn turned to Ned. "You let him speak to me like that?" She snarled at him, and he just sighed as if she were a fool, while Arya paid attention to this argument. "Catelyn, start harming the small folk when they're defending their heroes and beliefs, and you'll reap open rebellion. Do you want Robb to have that kind of trouble in his rule?" he declared, leaving her pale, but she said without thinking. "They should follow Robb. He's your true son. They have no right to defend that." She was spewing her venom again, and Arya was getting angry at her mother, but her father didn't let her continue and said, "Catelyn, understand that the North is not like the South. The North will not follow any ruler they don't find suitable, or just because of their birth. The Starks have always shown to be the house that rules the North through respect, and I won't have commoners harmed just for looking at you with anger." He didn't say anything outrageous. Even in the South, this could cause some chaos if something like this happened in their lands. Look at the Targaryens, they had no right to rule. Can you tell me why they're not ruling now? And as far as I know, there are still some who survived the rebellion, but they are being hunted, despite not agreeing with that," he declared, leaving everyone speechless. Catelyn couldn't even respond to that logic. Ned just wondered how she could act like a fool, hostage to her fears and afflictions. Ned withdrew after that. He had to investigate Jon's allegations. Arya looked at her foolish mother and wondered when she would see her brother again. Chapter 23, Adventures in the North 20. Jon Snow. North Kingdom, Wolfwoods, Glover Territory, 289 AC, 3 moons later. "Come on, Jon. You can do better than that," Duncan said, lifting and pointing his sword at Jon. "I'm trying here," Jon lamented, attempting to catch his breath, which was uneven at the moment, while trying to keep his sword raised. "Let's keep going," Jon said after regaining some breath. He stood a few meters from Duncan, who waited for the child in front of him to take the lead in attacking. It happened as expected. Jon launched his attack with style and firmness in his cut, even though it was made by a child at the end of his 8 named days. The sword collided with Duncan's other sword, easily stopping the child's attack. Jon didn't wait another second to withdraw his weapon and launch a side attack, which was equally stopped by Duncan. But Jon persisted. Vertical and horizontal cuts with good footwork were made in the next few minutes. However, the boy never managed to break through the defenses of the adult man in front of him, who seemed to be playing with the boy. "I think that's enough for today, Jon," he said to the boy, who sighed. He could barely catch his breath while being quite sweaty from the 2-hour training. "I know you want to get stronger, Jon. And damn, your movements and footwork already humble me if you compare them to my skills. But you're still a child, your potential is limitless, but you have to grow first. So, don't rush. Duncan said as he looked at the boy. He had been training him for many moons, but no matter how much the boy improved and displayed a blade skill he had never seen before, he still needed to grow, absorb real combat experience, and create his own muscle memories, which could only develop over the years. I guess I can understand. Jon sighed as he sheathed his custom-made sword with William's help. I'll deal with the giants then, Duncan said, leaving the area with a slight nod to Jon. The training location was a bit away from the old structures. With the help of the giants, they managed to create a space after removing some stones and cutting down some trees. While Jon watched Duncan attend to the spectators who had just arrived, he prepared to return to the main area. While Duncan would be using that same space to train the giants, Jon convinced them to train as human warriors. Giants usually didn't reach their full potential, as they lacked interest in and the development of an art for fighting, much like most of the free folk. They were more inclined to showcase their strength and ability as they fought in their lives, without any training since a very young age. Seeing this hidden potential, because better than a giant who could swing a log, was a heavily armed giant who could fight with a giant sword and a colossal shield more effectively. While 15 men could deal with a traditional giant, I doubt a group of 30 armed men could effectively handle the same using this set of weapons. After teaching Duncan keywords in the ancient language for giant training, he began training them with 4-meter wooden swords, which would be exchanged for steel once Jon and William finished their projects. Since the training began 2 moons ago, Duncan has been educating them rigorously every day. As the giants learned to follow the training, the man Jon asked to be their weapons master has lost some of the fear of angering a giant with this training. Just as Duncan learned a bit of the ancient language, Jon is teaching the giants in the common tongue, but the most dedicated are the small twins and Serena, who always accompany him after the boy Snow's physical training. Arriving at the center of the location, he saw some wolves roaming freely. The she-wolf, Black Carrow, was next to her mate, Shadow, as she lay with her huge pregnant belly exposed, with a tongue sticking out between her massive fangs. She seemed to be enjoying the forest breeze alongside her mate as a cool wind blew over them. I can't wait to see these pups, Black Carrow. Shadow. Jon said as he approached her, gently stroking the giant she-wolf and her partner. Meanwhile, both wolves, who were several times larger than their masters, let out a joyful whine at his touch. He only saw this couple here, as the other wolves had gone hunting in the forest at this time. Leaving the wolves aside, Jon walked over to 3 giants seated on a massive bench, waiting for him. Serena could be training with the other giants right now, but she preferred to take her time learning Jon's language. And the girl was difficult to convince otherwise when she decided on something, so the boy sighed. Let's go over some words again, as we reviewed yesterday. Jon announced to his younger students. Jon, I am learning. The young giant spoke with a bit of difficulty. I can see, Serena, congratulations. He said with a small smile. I will marry Jon. She exclaimed after that. He. He. While Jon shook his head at Serena's antics, the giant children, Karui and Tuyuxi, laughed along. The lesson continued until Luffy was quite satisfied with them and concluded the session after teaching some ways to communicate in words. The young Stark-blooded boy went to a large forge. Compared to the old place, it was a much better location now. Jon, in addition to fixing the place in the broken parts with William's help, redesigned many things to build larger equipment for the giants. Jon. You're finally here. William said as he saw Jon entering the forge. William, how are things? The child asked. I'm doing well. Why don't you help me level this 3-meter sword? William couldn't help but complain, it was quite laborious for him, at a size of 1.6 meters, to deal with a weapon that came out of the forge almost twice his size. Jon approached William, grabbing a hammer. Coming beside William, they looked at the powerful sword without its edge, with the metal glowing red from the high heat. Are we going to make it this time? Jon asked casually. I hope so, Jon, this is our 3rd attempt. William grumbled. Okay, let's start. I'll handle the bottom, you level the top. Jon said as he went to the base and began hammering the lower metal. William also struck the tip of the sword. This lasted until the next hour. Crack. In the area where William was hammering, a crack was heard and seen growing. Not again. William grumbled. All right, it's not like we're going to learn to do this quickly. Jon said so that the young man didn't feel too bad. But we've been at this for a week. He protested. And it'll take another 10 weeks if necessary, William, patience. The boy said. Sometimes it doesn't feel like I'm talking to a child. William muttered, but Jon ignored it with a smile. Anyway, I'm heading to my lab, you reshape the sword again, and we'll try again tomorrow, okay? Jon said. Yes, leave it to me. Once he received his answer, Jon left the forge and went to one of the abandoned houses. The giants didn't use this side for housing, so Jon created his own lab there. Entering the place, he saw various vials of different colors on shelves and many empty vials as well, as they would be used for new formulas. Next to it, there was a garden with various types of plants, many of which he created with the seeds he had in his bag. There were some that he genetically modified to create specific effects in his potions. Jon managed to create a healing potion, something that never existed in this world, thanks to his knowledge and power. He could change the entire alchemical knowledge of the world. I'm making progress, but it's still not enough. He muttered as he looked at his filled vials. Jon had been working on something for a long time that could temporarily increase his strength because he was still a weak child, dying in any fight in a frontal combat, regardless of how skillful he might appear holding a sword. In the end, he was still quite physically weak. The rest of the day, Jon worked on his potions, trying to develop his research. It was late in the afternoon when he felt something from his winged scouts. A bird that had gone to Frost Roar returned, catching his attention. He quickly accessed his memories remotely. Jon had been getting more skilled with his powers in the last few moons as he trained. I see, so it has begun. Jon murmured. He had been monitoring the city for a long time because after his reports directly to his father, he wanted to keep an eye on the moves of Lord Carlin Frotnead. A lot had happened since then. Firstly, the Lord was infuriated by the annihilation of all his soldiers when he pursued Jon and the others. This made most of his men feel hesitant to follow orders to track Jon and his camp in Wolfwoods. But not only were his revenge plans going awry, but they also triggered an investigation led by Lord Glover himself into his vassal after the Lord of Winterfell requested it. 2 moons later, evidence was discovered regarding human trafficking. With no way to escape, Carlin Frotnead and his son were sentenced to imprisonment until the public trial in the last moon. The next day, their trial would be conducted by Deepmoth's lord himself, but Jon wasn't interested in that now. Not that he wouldn't be afraid to return to the city. He had returned to the place a few times in these moons to pick up some books. Unfortunately, most common people were illiterate, so the book trade was very limited, with only a small store in the city. But the boy managed to get some interesting books to read during this time. In addition to going to get the books, Jon had to interfere with an order from Carlin Frotnead to try to extract information from William's aunt's family, which resulted in his fury. It didn't take long for a swarm of birds to attack all the men who were going to use William's aunt to try to harm him. It resulted in a bunch of men shouting that it was the witchcraft of Little Jon, truly making them fear the boy, as his reputation among Lord Frotnead's men was extremely intimidating. There were reports of his men being devoured by Jon's giant wolves, and seeing a flock of birds attack them, leaving permanent scars on their faces, didn't help much. Even Carlin Frotnead couldn't escape his wrath. The birds attacked the man in his office as well, leaving a huge scar, proof to him that he should no longer interfere in Jon's affairs, as the boy showed him that he could die at any moment. This truly scared him, no longer meddling with William's aunt's family. Jon could have killed him, it would have been easy, but even breaking many beliefs since leaving Winterfell, Jon still believed that it wasn't honorable to kill a man like that, and it would only paint him as a murderer without giving the Lord a trial. However, even though Jon no longer interfered with House Frotnead and focused on his goals, soon the investigation began to bear fruit, and many human trafficking schemes were being uncovered. Jon knew that besides the execution of Lord Frotnead, his son was sentenced to the wall. The boy looked like a scared child, but no one had pity after all he had done. Many guards were also sentenced, and some had trials to accompany their master in the beheading. Jon also learned that his father was leading men to end not only one place where slaves were kept but several throughout the north. He was going to Bear Island to judge Lord Mormont, Yoram Mormont, who was also part of the scheme. From what he heard, his father summoned many lords to attack the slavers' bases as soon as he returned from the island. So the north was in turmoil at this moment. But Jon didn't care much about that. Things were happening because of his intervention, but he couldn't do much, choosing to focus only on his duties, which were training with Duncan, teaching Serena and the others, working with William in the forge, conducting alchemical experiments, and helping the giants in the iron mine. He had planned to stay a few moons in the location, but ended up having to plan more time here. He also kept some contact with his siblings in Winterfell but had to stop once Lady Stark tried to kill the Raven, which left him infuriated, almost causing him to return the favor with some scars on her face. But he refrained because he didn't find that right, even if the woman was a dog. Chapter 24, Adventures in the North 21. Jon POV. Wolf's Wood near Frostroar, 290 DC, 3 moons later. He woke up groggy. It's been 2 weeks since he turned 9 name days, which made him think he was growing. However, his body still refused to grow rapidly, and Jon had a bit more fatigue than a normal child would. Jon spent some time trying to muster some strength to face the new day. In the last 6 moons, he had been working and training every day, almost collapsing from exhaustion when he went to bed. Finally, he got up and went to the entrance of his dwelling once he had his clothes on. After being blinded for a while by the first lights of dawn, his eyes adapted to the early daylight, and Jon looked around, pleased with the transformation of the place. Until 6 moons ago, it was full of abandoned houses, but now there were 5 new structures. First, they renovated the forge to make it a bit more modern, with the limited resources at their disposal. Second, a custom laboratory was created for the alchemical studies of the 9-name-day boy, his favorite place where he spent most of his time during the day. There was also a kennel for the wolves, whose number had increased during this time. Lastly, they built 2 new houses, refurbishing the others to accommodate the giants and the miners taken from the mines by the giants themselves. The sun hadn't fully risen yet, but Jon, who had already recovered from the previous fatigue, began to run through the camp, under the watchful eyes of his wolves. They saw their lazy master as always when he started his morning exercise routine. Jon, initially, struggled. After all, he was still an 8-name-day-old boy until recently, but he felt a very pleasant development in his opinion. Even though he still felt far from his ideal, he couldn't demand too much, as he noticed the change in the last 6 moons. Jon became faster, and his sparring sessions with Duckin began to bring surprises to the soldier. The boy was still far from being able to defeat him, but he was starting to pose some difficulty for the man. Duckin also knew that in the coming years, this outcome would be very different if Jon continued at this pace. Jon had an unlimited future as a warrior, and he knew it. He had been training and creating a new diet recently discovered using his alchemical knowledge, peculiar plants and herbs, and some genetic power to develop his body to a level never seen before in this world. As he developed this diet recently, something he named the growth potion, the results were not yet very visible, but he knew that would change in the coming weeks. But the growth potion wasn't the only thing he developed during his thousands of hours in the laboratory. He made a kind of drug that gave him a temporary physical boost. Of course, there were some side effects, but Jon minimized them in his development and made sure that nothing would be permanent if he knew how to control the dose, using it only in emergencies. This didn't stop him from testing it with Duckin one day for him to see the results. This made Jon go from an 8-name-day-old child with considerable talent in fencing to a little monster in strength and speed. The Northerner, a war veteran who left the continent in search of glory, lost in that place to an 8-name-day-old child after taking that potion. Of course, the man was shocked to the core by this, refusing to believe what happened. This garnered more attention from the giants and William, yielding the same result after another sparring session, something that earned many laughs from the spectators. But Jon did not abuse that glory, as he used the potion only for a test. Jon explained that his strength and speed increased threefold, thanks to these experiments he has been conducting in the last few moons. The only side effect is the pain that comes right after conditions return to normal, but other than that, it does not harm the body. Of course, this effect is only when he still controls the dose he can take, otherwise, his body could be even more harmed than the pain. The boy also informed that they could use the potions if needed at any time while under Jon's wing, as he would take care of his people, declaring this on the occasion. In addition to Jon's progress in the military area, Duckin knew how to instruct the giants quite well, who had improved significantly, moving from just making moves to crush their enemies to becoming swordsmen in formation. Even though they were still far from being skilled with blades, they were unbeatable with their size, which was already monstrous in the eyes of all men, even without knowing how to wield a sword. Wallach, Wuyul, Kypyl, and Huis trained in the sword and shield area, which has been yielding good results since they were becoming a joint and organized unit under Duckin's command. Even though he was human, they all recognized that this man knew how to lead. Serena didn't seem enthusiastic about being part of this unit, so she trained to stand by Jon as some protective guard. She was also the only giant who preferred the hammer over the sword but showed greater talent than her counterparts. William was also trained with the blade. The blacksmith, who never had training to fight, still harbored resentment about how they killed his family and now hoped to be able to take revenge, which he learned a lot in these last few moons training. In addition to the potions that Jon has been developing and the training, he and William made great progress in the forge in the last 3 moons, starting to have great success with the equipment that came out of the forge. Jon developed and helped William with techniques as a blacksmith with his knowledge and also learned from his own mistakes since he only had knowledge, not practical experience. It can be said that both have reached a level of expertise in the craft, something they shouldn't have achieved in the next decade, in Jon's case. Now that Jon and William have created equipment for the giants, combined with the training given by Duncan, if before a giant could be worth 10 men, now these towering men in the camp could be worth as much as 120 men, as they now had complete swords, shields, and armor. Jon still wondered if they really would only need 120 men to take down one of the giants and sacrifice another 119 men. The giants were also natural workers, and with the help of some knowledge from the boy, they further developed the mines. In the end, the deposit of the place had steel in such quantity that they didn't need to use even a bit of the large amount, enough to make more than 2,000 armors and 5,000 swords for ordinary men. Jon knew there had been a lot of progress in these moons, but of all of them, his greatest discovery was with the blacksmith's craft, something he developed even without William being around. He created something he considered even greater than his alchemical potions. Only he could create something like this. With his limited knowledge of the magical language the gods gave him, he created, after 4 months of testing on weapons and armor with a metal tempered with ancient runes, the language used by the children of the forest in ancient times. Thus, a new metal emerged in front of Jon. It was different from the common. Despite using ordinary iron, when it was placed in a container covered with runes while the metal was molten, and Jon activated the runes of the container through his magic, a greenish metal emerged at the end of the equipment creation. William seemed to love it when he saw the result for the first time. With the young blacksmith helping in the mold after that, the first sword with this metal emerged. It was greenish, with a quality much superior to the common, in addition to its distinctive shine from any other weapon. Unfortunately, he couldn't make it better than Valyrian blades, according to Duncan, after inspecting it with some admiration. He had witnessed some weapons with the legendary dragon metal in his life, so he could give his honest opinion. But even though the greenish metal was inferior to the best in the world, it had something even better than Valyrian blades, and much superior to common metal. It was found that they were extremely light, even lighter than dragon metal. If an armor with normal steel weighs 50 kilograms, those with this metal in the same shape are reduced to 10 kilograms, 5 times lighter, something that surpassed Valyrian, which weighed 2 times lighter than the common. Jon knew that with these equipment, he could produce the most feared and fast soldiers in the world, if he could create an army with these armors and weapons, because everyone would be agile and never tire more than the opponent. He knew that such an army would have an advantage even against numerical disadvantages. From there, Jon set aside all the equipment he and William had been producing and stayed with William to develop his own equipment and for everyone present. He created his official weapons and began wielding dual blades, something that, at first, had some difficulty, but in the last 2 moons, he managed to get used to it in his training. Now he had fewer disadvantages for being a child, as his swords were long. Even though it seemed heavy for them, the greenish blades were quite easy to handle after getting used to the magical metal. Another thing was his animals, which developed and grew a lot over these moons. Caraxes and his companion, whom Jon named Judas, are the size of half a horse now. This made Duncan, William and even the giants wonder if their eyes were playing tricks on them as they saw the accelerated growth of the birds. Both formed a pair of birds, but they were still too young to lay their first eggs, which Jon wanted to wait for because he wanted to get 2 chicks. Unlike their parents, the boy wanted to keep them at the normal size of a normal eagle, as it would be more useful to have animals of that size as his eyes in the sky. With genes from Caraxes and his companion, he was sure they would be powerful, even with their sizes much smaller than their parents. Jon also made a connection with all the birds after all this time, but he couldn't make them grow like Caraxes and Judas because that requires a lot of magic, something Jon can't do in his current strength. However, thanks to these bonds, Jon had eyes constantly watching over his camp and the surroundings. Even the situation in the city of Frostroar was constantly updated. In these 6 moons, there were some hunters nearby, but after teaching a few phrases to some parrots and crows, he managed to scare away any curious ones, claiming that the place was cursed. The rumor made everyone stay away from the place. Imagine not being able to sleep because a bird kept saying throughout the night, "Go away! Go away!" Outside your tent. If they tried to attack the parrot, a shower of birds attacked them, making them flee immediately. The horses were becoming powerful too. 6 moons turned most of the pack horses into powerful steeds. But Jon couldn't keep them all or take them north, so he selected 8 of them to accompany him on his journey. They looked like war horses, in addition to being resistant to the cold, extremely strong and quite fast and agile to walk through the snow and summer ground. Pentos was by far the most powerful horse, very different from what it was when Jon got him from the Ice Hill farm. Finishing the analysis of his animals, the last and not least important were his giant wolves. What surprised Jon the most was their growth. The 4 wolves that initially had 2 meters grew half a meter in this time, upgrading them to the size of 2.5 meters, making them monsters in the eyes of any northerner. And their changes weren't just in height. Pleasantly, they became stronger, more agile and beautiful, their colors more vibrant. Jon knew this when they returned to the camp with a bear carcass, and watching their memories, they usually fought alone while the others watched as a kind of competition among them. Everyone in the camp also had the opportunity to see the newcomers, as the she-wolf, Black Carrow, gave birth 2 moons ago, and more than 10 cubs were born. They had been growing a lot in these last moons, and Jon believes he won't need to wait more than 1 year for them to reach 2 meters. Their colors varied, some black like the father, grey wolves like the mother, or some colors that set them apart, like a red wolf, and what caught Jon's attention the most, a white wolf with red eyes. Strangely, he formed a bond with the latter like no other. Even his father didn't seem to have this connection with the boy or even other animals. Perhaps it rivaled Caraxes, but then Jon paid special attention to this little one and named him Ghost. Another piece of news during this time was that the other female was also pregnant in the last moons, but he couldn't wait for this birth anymore, now that he was better prepared. He knew he could take care of the mother up to the walls without many problems. Finally, the changes in the animals were not only among them. Jon, in his travels on some hunts in the Wolf's Wood to train, ended up bonding with some powerful animals he found in the woods. Among them, the boy added to the camp's 2 shadow cats, both with 1.5 meters, and 4 bears with 1.5 to 2 meters. From there, he began to create a force of giant and powerful animals, in case he added them together with his wolves. As soon as Jon finished his morning run, he returned to the center of the camp, where everyone was already awake. Today would be a special day, as it would be his last stay in this place, and the others would depart with him. Jon had been preparing for the journey for a week. William and Duncan could have left moons ago, as the contract only provided for 4 moons of work. However, they were so amazed by everything that happened between them and Jon that they decided to accompany him. They treated Jon like a blessed child because, after witnessing everything they saw, they knew this child would bring great changes to the world. And what man wouldn't want to be part of these events and leave his name in the history books? So, Jon wasn't surprised when they asked to follow the boy, even to the ends of the earth. Now that they were preparing to leave, the boy couldn't help but think about what had been happening in the north outside the camp. Some changes seemed to shake the northerners after the mayor was executed, and his son was sent to the wall. His father, Lord Stark, along with several other lords, initiated a company to eradicate human trafficking in the kingdom. This shook the people of the kingdom a lot, as there was such a rotten market right under their noses. Jon personally suspected that there was someone powerful helping them behind the scenes, probably some lord from the east coast like Karstarks, Lightfoot, Overton, Flints, Woolfield, Wells, Locks, Boltons, or even the Mandellans. Since these traffickers managed to plant themselves in the north of that coast like a disease and spread without anyone noticing. But as a child with his ideas, he couldn't prove or help. He could only leave these things to his father, who was in charge. Now, at this moment, his father and his banners hunted down and destroyed other human traffickers' bases scattered throughout the kingdom. Seeing that they were being hunted, many traffickers began to flee, while others remained stuck in garrisons built in strategic and obvious locations. Within those who tried to escape, some managed to return to Essos, but most mercenary slavers were caught. Even some being executed, there was a great addition to the Night's Watch with some new hundreds of men who chose to fight for order rather than lose their heads. After months of fighting, Jon learned that his father was currently in the east with 3,000 northern soldiers under his command. They were in the last resistance, which was a fairly protected garrison. When the attacks on these bases began, strangely, birds would deliver their locations in the north. And as Lord Stark trusted the White Raven, named Wills, the same one who delivered Jon's first letter after moons without news, Lord Stark placed them under siege, sending soldiers to the command of someone trustworthy for all the slavers' camps, making them stuck with almost no chance of escape. As Jon had many little birds, it was easy for him to find out all the places while sending his eyes from the sky throughout the north. These birds not only looked from afar, but they were good at infiltrating, listening, and even showing images of documents that Jon could read. So it was easy to discover the whole scheme, but still, he never found out who the real sponsor behind the scenes was, whom they only called the Blood Lord. Now, with all the places destroyed, his father was fighting in the last garrison with his 3,000 men against 400 remaining slavers. As they knew their fates, they refused to surrender and stayed that way for many moons, with no success from the northern forces to infiltrate the stronghold. But the intention was only to delay them from escaping, as there was a camp of 500 northerners outside the place preventing them from escaping, but now Jon's father finally appeared with more than 2,500 men at his back. It was now a matter of time for them to surrender. His father was running back and forth, fighting Essos mercenaries in various sieges. Even Jero Mormont had to flee off the continent and escape his father's wrath, who condemned him to death, but in the end, he managed to escape. Jon also learned that Bear Island was even poorer, thanks to the incompetence of that lord. With the information gathering, Winterfell did not escape his ears and the eyes in the sky. Jon had to cut off contact with his younger siblings, especially after Catelyn Stark/Tully attempted to kill Wills with some guards. While the Maester was not in the rookery, the White Raven became extremely frightened, cursing the madwoman as he fled from the tower. This left Jon angry, and he ended up cutting contact since then. He knew things weren't going well for them in the last few moons. When they discovered that Lord Stark was his father, Ned Stark was acclaimed as the father of Little Jon, boosting the Stark name in the north once again. The actions he took against the slavers followed the theory that Little Jon was behind it all, further enhancing his reputation in the north. This would have been great for the Starks in another time, but with rumors about Catelyn Stark, a wicked southern stepmother who expelled the boy from Winterfell after attempting to kill him, and his half-brother who hated him, people were openly speaking ill of them. They questioned whether she should be the Lady of Winterfell or the heir to the north, something that didn't sit well. There was a rumor that Little Jon fled because the woman was jealous of the son of a woman Lord Stark met during the war, as none of her children compared to the bastard child. They even created the ballad The Fish Who Wants to Be a Wolf. Jon didn't know what to think about it. He genuinely disliked Catelyn and wanted her as far away from him as possible, especially after she tried to get rid of Wills. But personally, he didn't like people saying that Jon was better than his brothers. Even after Robb did that to him, he didn't want to disrupt Robb's life. He began to realize that being still in the north would only hinder Robb Stark's rule. He just hoped his brother wouldn't take these things personally. He wanted to help Robb more than harm him, even after everything. However, reality was as cruel as he imagined. Robb openly hated him now. Jealousy and the voices in his ears from Catelyn and Theon consumed him. It saddened Jon to hear his brother openly speaking ill of him, with only the younger siblings defending him. Jon even stopped sending birds to check on his younger siblings because it hurt to see and hear Robb. But he had to put that aside and continue on his way to the north. With that, he began preparing to finally set out for the end of his journey. Chapter 25, Adventures in the North 22. Jon POV. Wolf's Wood near Frost Roar, 290 DC, that same morning. So shall we depart? Duncan asked as they had their first meal. Yes, I've received troubling news from the north. Jon said. The boy had received some information from his Sky Scouts yesterday, so he urged everyone to hasten and advance the journey that was supposed to happen only in a week. News, what would it be? William asked, and all the giants looked to see what the boy would answer. They had learned a lot from him in all these moons together, to the point of understanding most of the human dialogues on this side of the wall, even with a little difficulty in pronouncing the words. A group of wildlings beyond the wall crossed the sea and descended north, passing through all places unnoticed, and attacked the Glovers' territory. The more serious problem was that they attacked an escort with the daughter of the Great Lord while the Lord himself is with my father fighting against the last resistance of the slavers to the east. A large search party was launched, but they haven't been successful yet. I intend to interfere in this. Jon said, no longer seeming like a nine-named boy. He was accustomed, after all these moons, to organizing this camp. He had become used to commanding the place, and no one protested against it. I understand, then let's rescue that girl. Duncan said, smiling at the child in front of him. Start organizing yourselves, we'll depart as soon as everyone is ready. He announced, and everyone returned to their meal shortly afterward. Everyone ate and began to prepare to leave in the next few hours. It was noon when many wagons and horses were ready to leave the camp with a group of giants fully armored with a new greenish metal. "Let's go, we're 2 days behind since the attack happened, but we can catch them before they leave the northern coast." Jon led the group, and they set off after clearing a path in the dense forest. While traveling to exit the forest, Jon sent his aerial guards to all corners in search of possible encounters and the traces left by the wildlings themselves. Jon looked at the camp where he had lived for the last 6 moons and thought about how this place had become his home and refuge, but he had to move on. In this place, they left many wagons with some horses to roam freely. The camp's warehouse still had many iron ingots and unpolished material with weapons and items he had created with William. He couldn't take everything, even leaving a part of the forge, thinking that one day he would return to the location. So until then, this place would remain untouched with some luck, since it was known as a cursed place by all regions due to the efforts of its talking parrots and ravens, leaving some to take care of the place. They continued the walk to the end of the forest with Jon, Duncan, William in the wagons, 6 giants and various animals and their offspring following them on the ground, while giant and small birds were flying over the group. Their wagons were loaded with the main supplies and tools from the camp. Jon had prepared many weapons and armors for the journey, not just for them but as reserves, since he intended to see his father in a few days. After a few hours, the sky darkened, and the group had to camp as soon as they found a suitable place. It took a few more days for them to finally leave Wolfwoods and begin to see hills beyond trees in all directions. Thus, a group composed of wagons accompanied by giant wolves, bears, shadow cats with giants and humans, all in armor, left that forest wanting to show the entire northern kingdom what would be known as the most terrifying to set foot on their lands in the last centuries. "I'm still quite impressed with these armors," William commented while looking at the giants flanking them with discipline as they tried to reach the north, avoiding the main roads. "It was luck, I was trying to combine an effect with magical runes and ended up creating this unintentionally." Jon tried to remind William of the answer the boy always repeated when he asked the same question. "Still, you know how to draw and create magnificent armor. Are you sure I can't become your apprentice?" he said and asked with some hope. "I'm as surprised as you are about this talent for creating armor and weapons like this, and no, William, I've already said I'm only 9 name days old." Jon protested and rolled his eyes. "Maybe when you grow up, you can teach me how to make this design. I'm sure even the king would like to have a weapon made with these designs, Elden metal or not," he said, and Jon didn't respond to that, continuing the journey north. The next days were quite comical in Jon's opinion. They continued the journey north, only sighting wild animals, but eventually, they saw people hunting or passing through the pastures in their path. There was no need to talk about the fear they instilled when people noticed their group, just the sight of giants in armor made everyone run as if their lives depended on it. The boy knew it wouldn't take long for rumors to spread in the coming days among the nearby villages and cities. Jon was hoping this wouldn't cause him too many problems in the days to come, with a bunch of curious people trying to approach them. Despite this, he knew these rumors were a reason to deter 90% of the people with the idea of seeing a giant in the north. For some travelers, the sight of Jon and his group was nothing but despair in their hearts. They were traveling peacefully, leaving their farms or hunting, when they felt the ground tremble a moment before noticing the group coming from the south. Many ran in desperation at the sight of the 4-meter-tall men, but others still had a chance to see them surrounded by giant animals besides the giants. This scared them even more than the first group. Even though the group of monsters didn't seem interested in them, they ran with the greatest fear of moving away from that place. One day, Jon spoke to Duncan. "We'll have company soon, a large group with more than 4 dozen is coming in our direction." Jon informed him, and the man quickly prepared the giants, while the boy commanded the animals. A few hours later, Jon could hear the sound of horses coming towards them. He squinted at the sound coming his way. 50 horses are coming," he murmured. "Prepare for battle." Duncan was the first to give orders since he was the official military commander among them and had trained the formation the giants were currently doing. Serena ended up going to Jon's side with her hammer, ready to protect him from any enemy. The horses stopped at a distance of 100 meters from the group. There were 50 soldiers with the Glover's crest. Jon used Caraxes' eyes in the air and could even feel their tension. "They're scared, but that's not a surprise," Jon thought as he looked at their hesitant eyes in our group. On the other side, the soldiers were trembling. A minor lord from the region along with official soldiers from Deep Mott came here to check the rumors while looking for the group of wildlings that kidnapped their lord's daughter. They heard the nonsense of a group of giants and huge beasts walking in the lands next to Wolfwood, heading north. Now, seeing that the rumors were true, giants in armor with giant animals, all so fantastical that they began to question their sanity and their eyes. Even though they didn't want to believe it, they were facing this terrible group, wondering if they had a chance to survive those things in combat, even though their numbers were higher at times. State your names and why you are wandering in the north. Are you wildlings from beyond the wall? The captain of this expedition shouted, gaining some courage, hoping that wasn't the case and that they could communicate. There were 2 men in the wagons and a child on top of a giant wolf. Jon urged Shadow, the one he was mounted on, to take a few steps ahead of the group and shouted with his childish but audible voice to the men 100 meters away. Do we look like wildlings to you? Jon shouted mockingly. It was a silly question, as wildlings are known to be primitive, and they were in much better armor than the kingdom-made ones the soldiers were wearing with leather. Do you really think we're the wildlings who attacked you? Jon mocked internally right after. He sighed and addressed the captain who asked the last question on the other side since he remained silent after such a response, bewildered. My name is Jon Snow, son of Eddard Stark, Lord of the North. I am on a mission to rescue people from the wildling attack as well. I'm leading my group to hunt them down before they can escape from the north with the hostages. He shouted again, declaring his identity. The boy was bluffing about the mission, but he didn't want to waste more time and wasn't too excited about massacring northern soldiers in a possible confrontation if the other party tried to stop them. Silence once again filled the place. But they seemed much calmer, greatly easing the initial tension when they encountered the group. The captain then approached alone with caution. When he was 10 meters away, he looked at the boy carefully and was a little relieved. Despite the military formation of the giants, which surprised this captain, questioning how they could pierce and stop this monstrous wall and how many hundreds of soldiers were needed for that, the group showed no hostile behavior, and he saw a lot of resemblance between Lord Stark and the boy on the wolf, as he had already met the Lord of Winterfell when he accompanied his lord's noble family to the heart of the north during the harvest festival. I see you speak the truth, Jon Snow. He finally said. He could have called the boy a child, but it was somewhat disrespectful, seeing that he was the leader of this terrible group with him on top of the fiercest creature he had ever seen, and there was a giant in beautiful feminine armor at his side, ready to kill any threat to the boy, even though, in his opinion, the brat had barely left a wet nurse's teat. I'm on the trail of the wildlings. I believe there is no problem with our passage since we haven't attacked anyone and have avoided the main roads along with the villages and cities to prevent panic. Duncan spoke beside Jon. Before that, let me introduce myself. I'm Eric, captain of the Deep Moat Guard. And about your question, no, I won't interfere with your passage, but we can accompany you. I believe the boy, after all I've heard, I'm starting to believe the rumors. The captain declared. You can accompany us, but I don't know if you'll keep up. I intend to head north even during the night since our time is limited, and they may reach their rafts on the kingdom's coast as a passage beyond the wall. Jon informed now. Even so, I insist, said Eric, and Jon nodded. Without much more time to lose, the group continued, and the 50 soldiers stayed behind them as they headed north. The giants were slow but made up for the time, continuing the journey during the night with some energy potions so they wouldn't need to sleep, which Jon distributed to everyone. Incredibly, the group of Glover soldiers managed to keep up with the boys' group, even though they fell behind to camp at night but could catch up with the group the next day after running the trail left by the group. Jon already found the group with his vision monitoring the sky further north. He saw the women taken as hostages and even the 5-year-old noble being held captive. The group passed by a sight that angered them. They saw the devastation of 3 villages in the next few days, something that made the boy extremely furious during this journey to the coast, wanting to seek justice for these people. Unfortunately, they didn't even have time to deal with the men, old people, and children massacred by wildlings and continued the path with Eric saying that it would be done later. Finally, they found the group during a night journey, having to leave the Glover soldiers behind, and he had to act as a surprise element while looking at the wild camp from afar, barely illuminated. Chapter 26, Adventures in the North 23. Jon POV. Northern Kingdom, north of the Glovers' territory, 290 DC, in the same pre-dawn. Looking at the camp, Jon and the others quickly gathered. So, what can we do? What's the plan? William asked. They were in a strategic position without alerting the wild camp. We could launch a direct attack, but that would compromise the hostages, which are our objectives here. Duncan reasoned. I just want to get this over with, I haven't slept in days. The young blacksmith couldn't help but complain. Let's settle this tonight, tomorrow, we'll rest as long as needed. Jon said, and the men nodded with the giants around him. I'm thinking we can infiltrate without alerting them, am I wrong, Duncan? Jon turned to the experienced man, and he responded. We can do that, we have to eliminate all the scouts. What are their numbers? He asked, wanting to know the exact information before acting, and he knew Jon was a warg who could fully analyze the wild camp, even at night, with his owls. They have 183 members, losing at least 24 since they arrived, at least 12 lookouts. They have a warg, and it's sleeping, not noticing me all this way since I avoided it, and I'm stronger than him. Jon reasoned. Stronger than him? Jon doesn't know that beyond the wall, no warg can even do a tenth of what you do. Serina's strangely feminine and loud voice spoke for the first time, and Jon shrugged. She communicated with him frequently in the common language after learning it, despite a bit of difficulty with pronunciations. She was by far the fastest to learn to speak with Jon and understand what he said to other humans with him. Anyway, what do you think, Duncan? Do you have something in mind? Jon ignored Serina and turned his attention back to Duncan. We can infiltrate and silently take down all the lookouts on their shifts, grab the hostages, and initiate a full-force attack on the camp. Infiltration will have to be done by us alone, without the giants, but I'd like you to stay, you're just a child, Jon, I believe William and I can handle this and get the hostages out. He said, and Jon nodded. I may be 9 name days old, but I've killed before and seen a lot of cruelty. I can handle these wildlings. Jon said sincerely. He wouldn't refrain from participating, even if Duncan had some weight in his words. Sigh. Okay, but be careful and keep in mind for your animals to act at any sign of danger, Wallach, be ready to act at any moment if Jon is in danger, along with the other giants. I'm sure the animals will alert about it, and Serina, no, you can't go with Jon into the camp to protect him. Duncan spoke, cutting off any protest from the giant who would follow as soon as Jon went to the enemy camp alone. Serina was extremely dissatisfied, but Jon silenced her with a glance. At the end of the meeting, Jon, Duncan, and a nervous William prepared to infiltrate the place as the rescue team. The rest, giants and animals, would be the attack team, trampling the camp and mercilessly massacring everyone in it. After carefully looking at the dark sky, Jon led them to the blindest spot in the area, entering from the west, where the lookout seemed to be asleep and a little distant. Once the 3 men drank a potion prepared by Jon earlier, which would increase their speed with some side effects, like intense pain the next day, but necessary for such a dangerous task. Jon and Duncan approached the guard sitting in front of a campfire. When the duo was at a point in their good sight, Duncan raised his hand as a signal to William a little distance away. The young blacksmith raised a bow made of a special wood that Jon created and put an arrow on the string. After aiming in a moment of silence, the arrow flew directly at the almost sleeping lookout, embedding an arrow in his skull without screaming or realizing how he died. William had become very good with the bow in the last few fights. He wasn't one of the best in the 7 kingdoms, but he had good accuracy at short and medium distances. With a small noise upon impact, muffled by the flames of the campfires, he fell to the ground dead. Jon and Duncan quickly emerged from their hiding spots and approached the body, while William approached. Grabbing the body at each end, the duo moved it away, leaving only drops of blood in its place. Once they hid out of sight of the others, William joined them. The first lookout is dead, and our entry into the place is secured. Duncan said, and they nodded to proceed. Tirban. Tirban, where are you? I need to change shifts. The trio froze at this new voice. Another wildling came out of one of the nearby tents. The man approached, calling for his friend but stopped when he saw blood on the ground in front of the campfire. Blood! He muttered. Jon thought his plans were lost the moment this wildling started announcing that there were intruders in the camp, waking everyone up and forcing Jon to opt for a direct attack, even with the hostages. However, the boy felt the air cut with a small, silent whistle, and an arrow was shot from behind him. Jon opened his stunned eyes when he saw the arrow pierce the man in his throat. Hum. He groaned as he clutched his neck with intense sudden pain and died without being able to speak. Jon and Duncan turned their faces backward and saw William with the bow in hand, making the duo sigh in relief and silently thank the young blacksmith for acting so quickly. It seems this man didn't attract much attention. Jon said, seeing that the camp hadn't changed much in its movements with his eyes in the sky, even though this man was shouting a moment ago. Now with the camp's opening, Jon handed a paper with a drawing of the place and the positions of the lookouts to the two adult men. Then, each of them started going in a specific direction afterward, trying to eliminate all the men. During this time, Jon chose solitary individuals, approached from behind, and cut their throats without them being able to react. This made him get 3 more of them and hide their bodies with some difficulty, as he was still a boy. With the path clear while more and more lookouts fell into the hands of Duncan and William, Jon entered the largest tent located in the middle of the camp, hoping to be with the hostages. But what he found was a bed with a wild woman sleeping with 2 other men. Finding it strange, he quickly left to search for the captives elsewhere. He silently searched 2 more large tents, seeing that only wildlings were boasting these tents. But it was in the 3rd tent that he found the hostages. There were 2 guards in place. Looking closer, he could see the child with clothes better than a commoner should wear in one corner and women chained in another place, many of them lying with signs of abuse. Jon couldn't help but feel his blood heat and cool with this. All the animals felt his anger at this moment, outside the camp and in the sky, with most of them preparing to launch their attack and relieve their master's rage. But Jon held his connections but remained calm, feeling their emotions. He didn't want to ruin everything in a moment of anger. He breathed and thought about how he could get past these guards. Jon silently approached them. The women were asleep, and the guards were quite drowsy, wanting to sleep. They didn't expect a surprise attack coming from inside the camp, so they weren't very vigilant, just making sure no hostage escaped. As the boy approached, it was easy to put the sword to the throat of the first, who only groaned in surprise. Jon quickly threw a dagger, hitting the eye of the second. He missed the blow to the skull, making the man have a muffled scream, but it was enough to throw him backward. He wondered what was happening before Jon jumped on his neck to finish him. The hostages woke up with the sudden commotion, and Jon turned to them with pleading eyes. Without making noise, he asked for silence with his hand. These women were stunned, seeing a child killing 2 adult wildlings, but they couldn't help but express gratitude. As the boy went to them, starting to untie them, Duncan entered the tent at this moment with a fair amount of blood on his armor. He had killed the sleeping warg with his eagle in the tent that Jon instructed, along with 5 guards before coming here in a bit of a hurry. With a glance, Jon knew he was eager to speed things up, as they would soon notice the abnormality in the place, and the scream of the last man Jon killed didn't help. Some nearby must be waking up at this moment. Jon freed the last hostage, with Duncan in front of the tent as his lookout. Some women lying on the ground were dead, and he looked sad about it. He saw the girl in a corner still very scared by the sudden events and reached out. Despite trembling, Jon stroked her head, offering his hand to comfort her. "It's okay, and it will get even better. I'll take you to your family. Can you be brave and follow me out of here?" he said solemnly. The girl looked at him and nodded, a bit shy but still frightened and shaky. He took her hand and signaled for Duncan to proceed. When the man exited the tent, he saw a wildling falling dead with an arrow the next moment. Someone woke up with the noise of the guard's scream that Jon killed and was killed by William as soon as he saw the alert wildling. Following the path quickly, the much larger group then initially went straight west, where they had entered as a more vulnerable area. But in the middle of the way, as they passed by some tents, a wildling came out of one, hitting a village woman, who screamed in fright in the middle of the night camp. The man was startled too, but when he saw the group heading towards the exit, he quickly understood. "Intruders, they're taking the hostages." The man shouted quickly and grabbed the woman tightly. Ma'am. He didn't hold her for long as William, coming from behind, stabbed him with a short sword quickly. "Go ahead, run to this side, we'll catch up with them later," Jon said in his childlike voice to the hostages and prepared for the attack, with Duncan at his side and William stepping back for long-range support with his bow. "Jon, get out of here," Duncan said quickly. "I'm not going anywhere. We just need to hold them until our other attack comes," Jon protested. "You, Southerners. You took our prisoners and killed our men. I'll skin all of you." A wildling appeared with his group coming out of various tents in the camp. "Could, take a group and go after the hostages. Let's have some fun with these 3 Southerners," he said with a sadistic smile as the trio was confronted with various wild men and women. Jon quickly grabbed a red potion from his small bag and drank it in front of these enemies. Seeing this, the wildlings couldn't help but laugh, finding it funny that the child pointed his short sword at them without fear after drinking that strange drink. But their mockery seemed to have stopped the moment they had a bad feeling. At their feet, small rocks seemed to vibrate, making all those men look down. "The ground is shaking." One of them murmured. "What is this?" A wolf's howl made them quickly look into the darkness outside the camp. More howls of wolves, which sounded like monsters, echoed through the area, leaving everyone nervous. "What is this? The ground is starting to tremble." They shouted, feeling heavy footsteps on the ground much more intensely than seeing little stones vibrating. "Look! Giants!" One of them shouted, alerting all the others. "I didn't know there were giants on this side of the wall." On one side of the camp, 5 adult giants emerged from the darkness, crushing everything in their path and wielding the largest swords they had ever seen. They were like monsters ready to kill them here. Jon seized the moment of shock and launched himself against that man. Before he could react, he struck the man. Before the companions could react, he had already fallen dead. Thus, they quickly tried to kill Jon to deal with the giants coming and killing everyone on that edge of the camp, who seemed to be cutting through their men like butter with their weapons as they swung them. Duncan quickly rushed to help Jon, but the boy had already parried the wild blades, and with the strength gained from the potion, he managed to match and surpass an adult in the next moment. Jon's perspective changed. He felt the world as he did while sharing his mind with his wolves, making him wilder, faster, and stronger like his own giant wolves. The boy seemed unfazed by the 30 men in front of him and launched himself, pulling another short blade with his other hand, attacking them with Elden Metal's dual blades. The effects of that potion seemed even more intensified, and he growled as he headed towards the next opponent. "Someone kill this child quickly, we need to get the women and deal with the giants," one of them said angrily and desperate. Jon just smiled at them and prepared to enter the real state of the potion he consumed. Its effect would last only 20 minutes, but it would be more than enough to deal with them. They might think they would be at an advantage with almost 200 people in the camp, but the boy knew they would be disappointed in the next few minutes. Jon advanced towards the enemy group, with the camp now turning into chaos. All the wildlings were being crushed without retaliating in the other corner. Meanwhile, giant wolves, bears, and shadow cats attacked from all sides, leaving them even more shocked. Jon entered a more deeply animalistic state, his world view slowed down. The full effects of the potion began to emerge at this moment, and Jon craved blood. All instincts were screaming throughout his body, and few of the men who remained in front of Jon were now motionless, watching unbelievably as their comrades were torn apart by the teeth of giant animals that emerged from the darkness or cut in half like paper by 3-meter swords with giants in their armor. They didn't even see the boy coming at an inhuman speed, and the next moment, he was already slicing through enemies like paper. His strength, speed, and instincts multiplied several times because of that liquid. With the slight transformation into a kind of wolf in human skin, Jon used his short swords like his own claws, like a bloodthirsty animal. Jon had already killed 5 without them being able to retaliate and was running for his 6th, 7th, and 8th victims. The men who witnessed this and tried to retaliate couldn't believe that a child was running at them like a madman, killing and slaughtering their people without them being able to react to his strength and speed. "The child is a monster!" they shouted, very scared at this moment, saying the boy was a demon. The wildlings panicked, and their morale collapsed. Seeing the chaotic scene on all sides, they knew there was no place for them to escape. On one side, they were being massacred by giant animals, and on the other, giants who never stopped swinging their swords as they advanced without a single being brought down, as those armors protected them from any weapon of the free folk. They could say the 2 individuals plus the distant archer were the best option to escape, but not an easy one, as the boy looked more like a Death Reaper than a 10-named child. In the next 10 minutes, Jon and Duncan attacked the group, while William shot at them from a distance with proficiency in the bow. The giants attacked from the south, and the animals were in the east and north of the camp. After that time, the camp only had blood and bodies scattered on the ground with no losses for Jon, besides some cuts on the animals. 30 of the enemies were alive here but subdued, 20 wildlings managed to escape. Jon saw through the eyes of the owls where they were fleeing in many scattered directions and ordered an attack with his animals in better conditions to hunt them down since the animals couldn't bring them back, and they would only cause trouble to the northern villages and the free folk. Jon looked around the camp, the massacre of the wildlings on all sides. It wasn't a sight a child should see. He wasn't bothered by it thanks to the potion's effect. When he was organizing the injured animals and Duck and taking care of the prisoners and hostages, Jon's effects wore off, and he fell to the ground, vomiting like never before. Everything he had eaten from the last 4 meals, with unbearable pain from taking the potions, as expected for having taken something before and during the attack. The last thing he remembers is falling unconscious with Duncan, William and Serena going to him before passing out. Chapter 27, Adventures in the North 24. Jon POV. Northern Kingdom, north of the Glovers' territory, 290 DC, 2 days later. Jon woke up in his personal tent with a strong headache, wondering about the first thing on his mind: what happened? I see you've woken up. He turned to the source of the voice and saw Duncan standing by his side. How long have I been unconscious? Jon asked before anything else. 2 days, I'm quite surprised. You woke up before William. Given that you took 2 of those damned potions, your body should be quite stressed out by now. Duncan said, raising an eyebrow. My body is special. Jon shrugged. Damn you, brat, along with your blessings from our gods. Duncan teased, but he still had a smile on his face. By the way, there's a young lady who refused to go home before talking to you, even though your men seemed eager to take her away as soon as possible, but the girl is quite stubborn. Duncan spoke again in a playful tone, making Jon raise an eyebrow. Jon got up from bed. Duncan didn't protest, knowing how stubborn this child was, and followed him out of the tent. Jon still had a strong headache, and the daylight didn't help much. Waiting for his eyes to adjust to the daylight, Jon saw the camp surrounded by Glover's men, a bit away from his animals and giants. The first thing they noticed was the animals near Jon's tent, which had been still, going out to hunt only a few times, suddenly standing up with the group of cubs, making people a bit uneasy because even other animals like bears and shadow cats did the same. They soon noticed the boy with his loyal guard, and they realized that the animals reacted to him. Still, they were stunned by the female giant, now without armor, running towards the boy too. I still wonder if I'm dreaming. One of them said, looking at the bizarre scene. Yeah, I still can't believe my eyes. Others said, seeing the boy petting his animals. He really is as the rumors point out, but there was nothing about giants, can you believe that? Giants in the north, fully armed with powerful armor, did you see what happened to the savages? Another said. Jon seemed dissatisfied in front of them, while the giant hugged him tightly. I don't want to be against them, ever. They wiped out a force of almost 200 savages without a single loss. Another said. Are those other giants laughing? Another noticed. How bizarre, they clearly aren't human, who would laugh like that? Meanwhile, a girl and some guards approached Jon and his group, quite cautiously, as he was surrounded by powerful animals and a giant, while the other giants seemed to enjoy the scene. Are you Jon Snow, the little Jon? After making Serena stop hugging him, he looked towards the source of the voice. It was a girl with much better clothes than him, whom he found in the savage camp. This was Esther Glover, OC, the youngest daughter of the Lord of Deepwood Motte. She approached with noble grace and looked at Jon with a sparkle in her eyes, unafraid of the animals by his side or the giant, who seemed to dislike how the girl looked at Jon. Jon noticed her brown hair and green eyes, a girl who would become very beautiful when she grew up. Lady Esther, be careful, he warned, not wanting to provoke any of those animals, even though he had spent several days with them without any accidents. It's okay, he's the little Jon. She argued with her childlike voice. I wouldn't say I'm that fanciful little Jon, but I am Jon Snow. Jon spoke with his equally childlike voice. Yes. I've heard about you in many moons, but I never expected you to be as brave as in the stories. She seemed quite fascinated and smitten, something common at her age. Even here in the north, young girls always hope to marry someone they dream of. Even at 8 name days, Esther Glover admired Jon and dreamed of marrying someone like him after hearing all about the little hero of the north. I'm flattered, my lady, but tales are always more exaggerated than the deeds themselves. Jon said politely. No. I don't believe you, Jon Snow. You are my hero, and not just me, all the women owe you, the hero of the north. She protested, and the guards smiled at that. Jon sighed and looked at the group of women in one corner, assisted by the Glover men. They looked at him with a grateful gleam but didn't approach because they were afraid of the animals after what they witnessed. She speaks the truth, Jon. You saved them all, and it wasn't easy to gather all the captives after you fainted. Some saw the wolves killing the savages in the woods, and we had some work convincing them that everything was safe now. I see. It was the only thing Jon managed to say. Thus, Jon stayed with his group for one more day in the camp to recover his strength before leaving. During this time, he was quite pursued by the other girl. The girl was practically courting him, not the other way around, but Jon knew he didn't intend to get too involved with this noble, as he was still a bastard, but he was polite with her as he prepared his group for the journey. A day later, they bid farewell to the Glover soldiers group, who didn't fail to thank Jon and the others for their service to their house. Esther Glover seemed reluctant to see her first childhood crush leave, but Jon said that maybe one day he would accept the invitation to visit her home. Leaving the 20 wild prisoners they captured in the attack with the northern soldiers, the two groups separated after saying their goodbyes, one to the south, and Jon, instead of continuing north, went east with something else in mind. Jon had no idea how his actions would not only be discussed in the kingdom as a new topic of Little Jon but would also be a subject to be discussed in the King's Court in King's Landing in the coming weeks. Varys POV. King's Landing, 290 DC, some days later, before these events were heard by the king. I returned from Essos after 6 moons. The king sent me to the other continent to investigate the Targaryen children and their whereabouts. I returned a week ago, and I am still gathering my little bird's whispers. However, I have no more time. The king and his queen demand a meeting to know everything that is happening in the 7 kingdoms currently and what has happened in the last 6 months without their master spy on the council, opting to find out through other means, but nothing compared to the effectiveness and details of his skills. I left my room and went straight to the meeting room. The meeting would start in 10 minutes. As I passed by some guards, none golden, as the king was not yet present, I opened the door and saw some people in the room. There was Prince Stannis with his usual scowl, Prince Renly with a gentle smile, and Jon Arryn with his serious and tired face. "Oh Varys! Now that you've arrived, tell us how the journey to the Yellowlands on the other side of the sea went," Renly asked, referring to Essos and its sands as desert lands. "They could be more enjoyable, my lord, if it weren't for the heat," Varys replied calmly. "Did the famous perfume of the king's master spy not have any effect on your travels?" "Ha ha ha ha." Renly laughed at his joke, making Varys force a small smile but no response to it. "I'm sure the master spy took care not to stink up his travels, Renly." Stannis mocked with the same scowl. "Stannis, have more sense of humor, you'll never make friends like that." Renly teased his brother, who looked at the younger one with a sharp gaze. "Please, Prince Stannis, Prince Renly, let's get back to the focus here. I expect some good news about the remaining dragons in Essos." The hand of the king, Jon Arryn, tried to appease the impending fight the brothers were about to have and looked at Varys changing the subject. The four talked for the next few minutes without a major topic or significant details, waiting for the other council members and the king himself to arrive for official matters. It didn't take long for the king to enter with his commander of the King's Guard, Sir Barristan Selmy, behind, along with the rest of the council. Robert, accompanied by a King's Guard who was part of the council, and Queen Cersei, who also had the right to bring someone from the Gold Cloaks for her security, brought her own brother, Jaime Lannister. The Grand Maester of the Citadel and the one in charge of royal affairs in the Red Keep, Pycelle, and the Master of Coin, Baelish, followed closely behind as the last members of the council. "Eunuch! We're finally here to see you. Now spill everything you've found out about my realms and any news I need to know." Robert, who never attended council meetings, didn't waste any time and thundered these words, heading to the table to start drinking wine. He poured himself wine since there wasn't a royal cup-bearer, and he didn't allow that Lannister, who was his careless squire, to participate in these royal matters. Robert never changes, even being away for 6 moons, Varys thought and finally addressed the entire council. "Regarding the Targaryen children, they were in Lys, my king, where I followed their tracks. Viserys was known as the Beggar King after his protector, the former King's Guard of the Targaryen family, Sir Willem, died in Braavos. They sold Rhaella Targaryen's crown in the same city to escape," he said, and the king began to laugh at the dragon's misfortunes. "I should have gone to Braavos and Lys to see that. Ha 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 ha," he thundered. Varys sighed and continued. "But, unfortunately, my king, everyone keeping an eye on the Targaryens lost their tracks after Lys." The king quickly shifted to a scowl in his mood. "Damn it, eunuch! You've been away for 6 moons and still lost their tracks under your nose? I'll drink now because I'm in a bad mood. Now I want to know about my kingdom, and tell me what I still don't know." The king was angry now and began taking large gulps of wine. Everyone in the room thought this behavior was normal. They also wanted to know my news, so they let the king and his wine be, looking at me. Without changing my neutral expression, I continued. Prince Oberyn is traveling in Essos with his daughters and Princess Arya and Martell, and Dorne still remains isolated from the rest of the realms. He said. Tell me when those sand snake bitches aren't isolated. Cersei scoffed. And Varys continued, ignoring her comment. In the Reach, there are some internal conflicts, but the Tyrells are resolving them. The family also hired a famous knight from the east to examine their crippled son, but the result was not as they expected. When Varys finished, the king didn't miss the opportunity to mock the families that fought with dragons. The roses keep failing at everything they try. Well done. He said after finishing the gulp. In the west, everything continues as normal, as does the Stormlands. In the Vale, there are some movements from the mountain clans, but I believe the Hand already knows about it. Cersei looked proud when her father's kingdom was mentioned, and Jon Snow nodded about what was happening in his lands. Varys then continued. In the Riverlands, Edmure Tully has been a bit restless in recent days with his sister's situation in the north and showing discontent with Ned Stark. Varys now drew everyone's attention. Hey! What is that fish doing to act like that with Ned? Robert growled quickly, not liking the news that someone is furious with his best friend. He may be the king of the Seven Kingdoms, but he will always favor his friend. And what's in the north for an heir of a lord paramount to show such behavior, Master of Whispers? Stannis asked, and the king, already wanting to know about his best friend, stopped drinking at this moment. I must say it's the most tumultuous realm in the past few moons, my king. A lot is happening in the north, and most of it has to do with Lord Stark's bastard child, who is turning the entire north upside down. He said and saw how people looked at him with eyes asking for an enlightening explanation. Besides his usual enigmas, they didn't know much about what was happening in the north lately, as it was the most isolated realm, and it was challenging to place spies. This didn't stop them from hearing about Jon Snow and his adventures in the last moons through bards, merchants, and travelers. I know that Catelyn hates that child, and if he's in the northern news, it makes sense her brother in the Riverlands is getting agitated with Kat's husband, Baelish commented with a smile. Spill it already, what did Ned's son do? Robert couldn't take it anymore. To start, 8 moons ago, he was caught stealing in the castle and was sent to the Wall for 1 year, as some already know. This caught some of them by surprise since they weren't aware of the news. What surprised them was that Ned sent his child to the Wall after he was caught stealing. Cersei sneered with a smile, she loves any bad things about the wolves in the north. Damn bastards! Jon Snow grumbled, even though he already knew about these events, the man follows the teachings of the Seven strictly. Varys sighed and continued. But on the way to the Wall, a summer snowstorm caught the group, and the child vanished in the midst of all the adults. Now he could see the looks of disbelief. Lord Stark sent messages throughout the north asking for information and offering a large sum of money for any true information about his lost son, I reported. Of course, Ned would do that, the king proclaimed unsurprisingly. But the Lord of Winterfell himself got no news in the next 3 or 4 weeks, but then bards started singing a new ballad from the southeast of the kingdom. The ballad is called Little John and the 12 Outlaws, where an 8-year-old child fights alongside 5 more farmers to protect the farm from being raided by 12 horse-riding outlaws. They win without a single farmer dying, and on the outlaw side, it resulted in 11 dead, 6 of them made by the child himself. Varys said calmly. This caused silence in the room the next moment, no one knew what to say about this. It was a minor event to just mention a dozen outlaws, but to say that the 8-year-old child killed half of them? What kind of joke is this? Those North savages have no sense of absurdity, and now they sing fantasies. Cersei growled with attention that a bastard from the north was gaining. She heard the song like everyone here, but no one paid much attention to it. Once the queen spoke, no one knew what else to comment on, they just wanted to hear the rest. The weirdest part is yet to come. The song says the boy blessed the farm's harvest in exchange for a map of the kingdom, and the harvest flourished overnight. Little John killed most of the outlaws with a bow at 80 yards, but the other 5 were killed by horses and giant wolves that they say Eddard Stark's bastard can control. In the north, Jon went from a thief in Winterfell to a hero blessed by the old gods after hundreds of years, according to all the rumors I've heard, of course. He finished, now the room was even more shocked. Ha 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 ha. The king began to laugh. Looks like Ned knows how to raise his children well, ha 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 ha. Now I'll drink to celebrate. Eunuch, tell me more about the boy, I bet the story didn't end with this. Robert began to drink with a look of anticipation. Cersei looked scowling at Robert. Jon and Renly just mocked that everything was just fantasy. Stannis, Sir Barry Stan, and Sir Jaime had curious expressions. Baelish had an indifferent look. Besides Lord Stark going to the farm and confirming that Jon Snow indeed helped win the battle against the outlaws, other rumors surfaced in the north, in the city Frostroar further north from that farm. Little John appeared in the city and started handing out gold coins to orphanages and bought 5 carts of supplies, hiring a young blacksmith and the leader of the local guard. Varys finished. Sir Barry Stan, hearing this, commented. That's more realistic. However, still too much for just an 8-year-old child to do it all alone. He shouldn't even be traveling alone to begin with. He declared, and everyone agreed. Ha ha ha, this is getting interesting. Tell me more. Robert seemed like a child listening, and Cersei couldn't take it. You're the king, you should give this attention to Joffrey and not be so interested in an unknown wild bastard from an isolated kingdom. She snapped. Shut up, woman, my son under your wing is too much of a coward to do half of this. If he were a fifth of what I heard from Ned's bastard, I would be a proud father. He thundered, leaving the queen furious, but she stayed quiet. Wait, Robert, do you believe all of this? Stannis said with a harsh voice. Why wouldn't I believe it? It sounds very interesting. Robert declared and looked at Varys with some expectation. Well, continuing the story, before leaving the city, Jon Snow got into a fight with the son of the local minor noble, who accused him of theft. Young Jon brought him to his place, due to northern laws, and wrote a letter to Winterfell in front of more than 40 people. The humiliated teenager challenged him to a duel, thinking he could easily win against a child 4 years younger. From what I heard, the 12-year-old boy is sadistic and likes to torture animals. At the start of the commotion, he wanted to take Jon's hand through his guards. All the knights in the room became angry instantly, a truly cowardly act, but the king got even angrier. Who is the bastard? I'll have him hanged. Pycelle, prepare a letter. The king was moved by the cowardice against his friend's son. Varys sighed and said before Pycelle could respond. My king, I think that won't be necessary. This happened almost 6 moons ago, and when the fight started, the same sadistic sure of his easy victory lost his sword hand with just 2 moves from the bastard. There were many witnesses, and all confirm the boy's swordsmanship, unique for his age. Rumors say he'll be the greatest sword in the north in the future. No one said anything, but you could see the royal guards with a gleam in their eyes. Ha 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 ha, damn it, Ned, what do you feed your children? The king thundered cheerfully, while drinking again. There's more, my king, said Varys. Then speak up, eunuch. Robert replied with joy. Jon Snow left the city shortly after that but was cheered as a hero all the way to the gate. Ned received a merchant from the city in his castle and told him what happened. Lady Stark wasn't very pleased with the news of Lord Stark's bastard son, so she ended up showing her discontent in public. This made rumors spread that Jon Snow fled the castle because of the mistreatment by the stepmother, who claims that none of her children can compare to the bastard, and that Jon is more Stark than any of her other children. Varys said. Now it makes sense. Imagine the lady of the most important house in the kingdom receiving such bad attention that reflects on her children. That would disrupt their rule. Renly said, reflecting. Yes, but that wasn't widely proclaimed initially. Lord Glover went to the city for some investigation, and they discovered a large slave scheme ingrained in the kingdom in the coming moons. Lord Stark called his banners and summoned many great vassals, starting a major campaign in the north. He said, and Robert opened his eyes with this. How come I didn't know about something so big? He thundered, and many lowered their eyes with that, as no one told him about the events in the north without Varys present in the last moons. Jon. Why didn't I know that Ned was in a war in the north? He snarled. Your Grace, I spoke with Ned during that time with letters and knew it was just a minor event that Ned could handle alone. It wouldn't need your attention for that. He said, knowing that Robert would go to the north as soon as he knew of something like that, but the crown wouldn't have the money for a campaign to the north, and it was getting increasingly in debt. You better keep me informed about everything happening in Ned's realm. He thundered, and Jonaran nodded carefully. Continue, Varys. He proclaimed, and Varys continued. Well, then a hunt against the slavers began. The Lord of House Frotnead was executed in Frostroar, and Ned went to Bear Island to execute Yoram Mormont, who was also involved in the human trafficking. But the Lord of Bear Island escaped with his wife, Linus of House Hightower, off the continent. These events started just as Jon Snow left the city, so the people of the north strengthened their belief that the boy is blessed by their gods, and public dissatisfaction against Lady of Winterfell and her heir increased, said Varys. Everyone didn't know what to say about it. Even Robert fell silent. There has been no more news of Jon Snow in the last 6 moons, but the north still talks about him and his brother in Winterfell. The heir doesn't seem very pleased with everyone talking about Jon Snow, he apparently insults him whenever he can. As for Lord Stark, he's quite busy to know about these things and has been uncovering human trafficking schemes throughout the entire north. He's been at the last base in the north for some time, which is having difficulty, as it has a few hundred Essos mercenaries in the garrison as the last resistance. Varys finished. Ned has the north stirred up. We should join in too, Jon. I'll grab my hammer again. The king seemed quite excited, making Jon Arryn see that his greatest fears of how Robert would act were coming true. I don't think Ned needs our help, Robert. He would have summoned us with a letter for help, and the north has much more than hundreds of men to deal with this, Jon declared. Very well, Jon, and Varys, I want to know everything happening in the north from now on. The king said firmly, it was not a request. Yes, your majesty, Varys said, and the meeting continued with matters around the city of King's Landing. The king lost interest and started drinking, pretending to be listening. Chapter 28, Adventures in the North 25. Eddard Stark POV. Northern Kingdom, last resistance of Essos slavers, 290 AC, a few days after the meeting in King's Landing. Ned had a headache. In front of him were nearly all the major lords of the realm. Lord Jon Umber was one of the last nobles to the north, and Lord Rickard Karstark from the east of the north. They had been for many weeks in the siege to invade this small fortress mounted by the mercenaries themselves in an open field, with no one reporting for years. They didn't bother with a direct attack since Ned didn't want to sacrifice northern soldiers, and there were still hostage prisoners inside the place. While reinforcements finally arrived, Ned couldn't wait any longer. However, an unfortunate situation occurred. News arrived that a convoy with Lord Glover's youngest daughter was attacked a few days ago by wildlings passing the wall. As a soldier came bringing the news from the territory a few days ago, as ravens could hardly find a military camp. This shook the plans that the Lord of Winterfell was making for the siege, as it left one of his major supporters nervous about the idea of his daughter being taken north of the wall by damn wildlings. Lord Stark, I'm leaving tomorrow. I need to kill those sons of bitches. Sorry for not being able to participate more in the siege, but I intend to rescue my daughter before they can cross the wall. He said firmly, not willing to negotiate about it, and Lord Stark sighed. And I apologize for not accompanying you in this. I understand you as a father too. I can't imagine losing one of my daughters. Lord Glover, you are free to leave. Ned finally said. Thank you, Ned. He said and turned to leave. Throughout the rest of the day, they were organizing the camp, while the Glover soldiers prepared to leave the next morning. Unfortunately, I'll have to wait until I receive new support since I can't risk the hostages and my men with the current ones. Ned sighed. It was night, and he and many lords who accompanied him were present, even Lord Glover, who attended to have the last meal with his lord. Lord Stark was eating his stew with hunted deer and vegetables when he went to drink his cup and saw his glass with water. Since they were in the middle of a siege, it would be troublesome to drink. He noticed that the water's surface had a slight impact. This caught his attention, putting aside the conversations between his vassals, and focused on the cup and the strange phenomenon. It didn't take long for the cup to have another impact. It was subtle, but something was there. Another, and then another impact on the water's surface. Ned. Lord Karstark called him aside. Sorry, did you say something, my lord? He said a bit lost. What's this nonsense of my lord, Ned? Call me by the name, and you were looking so focused on that cup like a midwife for a child coming out of its mother. He made a joke, making many lords laugh. Sorry, it seems like it's already a tremor or something. I'm starting to think we're about to have an earthquake or something. Ned said, with a bit of concern. Earthquake? I highly doubt. Lord Karstark was interrupted by a sudden entrance with two soldiers. Ned stopped paying attention to the cup and looked at the men nervously, wondering what was happening. "My lords." He bowed quickly and tried to compose himself, but he was still hesitant. "Speak, soldier. You seem to have seen a ghost." Lord Glover shouted, losing his patience. "My lord." The northerner still hesitated. "Giants. There are giants approaching." The other soldier answered for his friend. What kind of fantasy is this, men?" Lord Karstark said, raising an eyebrow. "It's true, they are approaching the camp, the men are in chaos," said the first man, clearly nervous. Lord Stark quickly stood up from the main chair and left the table, thinking it was too coincidental, these men shouting about giants when he knew giants in the north could only be related to a child. "Show me the place they are coming from," he ordered. "Yes, Lord Stark," they said in unison. Ned followed the two soldiers out with all the lords, wanting to know immediately what was happening and what these giants scaring the soldiers were. When they finally came out, they saw the soldiers running back and forth, shouting in fear, feeling the real chaos that they began to feel gradually as they left the main tent. Jory quickly came to Lord Stark and bowed. "Lord Stark, my lords. There is a group coming from the west to the camp, there are 4-meter men among them." He still seemed hesitant about this, but quickly reported to Ned. "What do you mean, lad? Men of 4 meters don't exist." A lord spoke firmly. "My lords, he is not lying, there are monsters coming to the camp, monsters 4 meters tall." Another soldier arrived affirming the same thing Jory said. The lords were finally getting agitated now, how could they not? They might not see these monsters, but the once organized camp was a mess at the moment. Everyone looked at the lords, waiting for their orders. "Let's see this group first, but be prepared to attack any hostile movement." Lord Stark thundered, even knowing it might be his missing son, the only one he knew was with giants by the latest letters, he still had to be prepared, in case these monsters, as his men described them, were hostile. Passing through various soldiers, they headed for the western part of the camp, where there was a crowd of nervous men holding weapons. "Get out of the way! We're passing through!" Lord Glover shouted impatiently, while the crowd made space for the lords to pass. When they reached the front of these nervous men's rows, Ned Stark heard things like, "By the gods! Are you seeing the same thing I am? Hey, do we have to face these things? Why did they come here? Are our gods dissatisfied and going to punish us? I want to leave." "Shut up, we're Northmen, even these monsters can't fight against the entire camp. It's Lord Stark. Lord Stark! Please protect us." While Ned ignored the noise of the soldiers, he hurriedly saw the sight that caused all the chaos in the camp. From a distance, a group was approaching. Ned now understood why everyone was scared. Seeing giant beasts, giants walking among men and some carts was not a common sight in the north. Even at night, he could see the powerful group and its individuals with the torches they carried, especially the one with the armored giant leading the other pairs. In addition to the strange group, among the men, there were some mounted men, mainly someone with his sigil, which was a scout who joined this group, and a Glover soldier was with them, but the others carried a sigil that the Lord of Winterfell was not familiar with. A flag was raised, drawn with a white wolf and red eyes, inside a black circle, not only on the flag carried by the giant but also on the armor of these 4-meter beings and on the small armors of 3 individuals, one of them being a small child in armor that fit his little body and rode a fearsome black wolf as black as the night, 2.5 meters tall. The group stopped 200 meters from the camp and the rows of northern men along with their lords. The boy atop the wolf advanced with his monstrous mount, showing that it was this strange child leading the group. He took a few steps and stopped between the camp and his group, a silence and, at the same time, a tense atmosphere covered the entire place. The boy, sensing the atmosphere, took a deep breath and shouted to the men in front of him. "My name is Jon Snow, son of the Lord of the North, Lord Eddard Stark, and I demand that you take me to him." Jon thundered, even with a childish voice. His sound resonated through all the hundreds of soldiers present with some vocal magic. He didn't have a commanding voice like Duncan, but it was loud enough to convey his intentions here. He wanted to speak with his father, so he walked away from his group, hoping someone would authorize him to enter the camp or that his father, Lord Stark himself, would come out to greet him. Jon knew these men were nervous. His group was composed of giants in armor, and even at this distance, they could see how they had 3-meter swords on their backs, with giant bows and arrows that could be compared to more than half a man, holding spears and shields in each hand as they marched with them in a firm and organized manner. In addition to the 4-meter men, the sight of giant wolves, shadow cats, and bears that seemed quite obedient around them didn't help either. Jon patiently saw that someone quickly mounted a horse as soon as they brought it to that man, and rode in his direction with the whole camp witnessing. More horses were brought as this man approached, and more men mounted and went in his direction. The first man seemed quite eager to meet him, and Jon didn't need to look through his owls to know who he was, breaking into a rather happy smile as he approached the boy. Jon. Ned didn't waste time. As he approached, he looked cautiously at that wolf that made Jon even larger than him mounted on his horse, and he dismounted from his saddle. The boy did the same differently. The wolf simply crouched on the ground for his master to land more gently, and the boy walked out of the wolf to meet his lord father. Initially, he wanted to show respect to his father, as he was in front of so many eyes, and it could be disrespectful, but Lord Stark simply dismounted from his horse. So Jon forgot the initial formality and joined his father on the ground. When he would have an attitude as noble etiquette requires for his lord, he was taken by surprise when Lord Stark stepped forward and embraced him in front of everyone. Even with the sounds of more horses arriving to meet other lords, Ned could wait no longer and jumped onto his proud nephew's son and hugged him right there. Jon, finally, after 8 moons. I am seeing my boy again. Jon felt touched by these words and returned the hug with tears in his eyes. He might have some resentment towards his father in Winterfell, but he could not deny that he loves him and misses him greatly. His father always showed love when he could to him, the boy. Look at you, Jon, already with your 9 name days. By the gods, you're turning into a man, and the North only talks about you these days. He said with his rough voice but proudly. Thank you, father. Jon said timidly as any child would after a compliment in front of all these people watching the interaction attentively. The other lords had already stopped at a distance from the pair but refused to approach due to Shadow's threatening presence. Jon stepped out of his father's embrace and looked at him. The boy needed to show why he was here with his group, as he caused a commotion just upon arrival. He moved away from his father and said in a loud voice. Lord Stark, I am here to assist your siege with my forces. Jon declared. UHHH. 7 armored giants raised their spears and hammers, banging against their shields and shouted. Boom! 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 The repetition of the movement caused a deafening noise that reached the slave traders' stronghold on the other side of the northern military camp. All the soldiers were intimidated and, at the same time, amazed at the postures of the giants, creatures they never expected to see in their lives. What surprised everyone the most was that the boy seemed to command the giants, even though they were trained to follow Duncan's formations. The inhabitants on the other side of the wall did this only because Jon asked it to be so, even though it seemed surreal for a boy to be in command of a force of this level. Still, no one could deny what their eyes saw in front of them. While the lords seemed open-mouthed and even a bit cautious, Ned looked at his boy with a hint of pride and admiration. He knew the boy had been doing unbelievable things, according to all reports and his own letters, so he wasn't so surprised. But he was still immensely proud of how Lya's son became extraordinary with each piece of news. His appearance was growing, and Ned paid close attention to the most notable change in the child, those emerald halos in his eyes, like proof of the gods' blessings. Even though he already knew this, it was incredibly striking to see it in person, giving Jon a magical aspect. His eyes were completely different from 8 moons ago when the boy had a look worthy of leading this group, which, in Ned's opinion, was a force that could compare to hundreds of men, especially with those giants in giant greenish-colored armor like his sons, as beautiful or even more so with that ruby armor worn by Rhaegar Targaryen at the Battle of the Trident, displaying the symbol, which seemed to be Jon's personal sigil. I just don't understand why a white wolf when his mount is a black wolf. Ned debated but quickly forgot that thought. You have a long story to tell me, son, he said with a small smile. Yes, Lord Stark, are you interested in accepting my force to help you in the siege? Jon smiled. He didn't lose his etiquette, even separated from his father for almost a year, he still had to respect him in front of his men. You'll be welcome, he said. Well, but first. Jart, come here, we need to notify Lord Glover about the latest news. Jon said. There was a man among the group of lords on horseback a few meters away displaying the sigil he saw on the soldiers from Deepwood. A soldier next to the giants started moving away from the group, approaching Jon and the northern nobles. He was one of the men with the 50 Glover soldiers, as there was no raven, a messenger had to be sent in its place. Jart was the chosen one and travelled with Jon. Even quite cautious at first, he began to get comfortable over the next few days travelling alongside that entire group that massacred almost 200 wildlings alone. "Lord Glover. My lords," he said and spoke directly to his lord, who still didn't understand why one of his guards from Deepwood was here. "My lord, the captain sent me as a messenger. We found Jon Snow and his group while trying to track the wildlings and ended up following them to the north as soon as we found out that his group was following the wildlings and his daughter was kidnapped," he said, earning a worried look from his lord, and continued. After a few days, Jon and his group, who were advancing at night, found the camp and destroyed all the wildlings, with his daughter being saved in the process, killing more than 150 soldiers. Even though Jon rolled his eyes at the emphasis on the last part, he still found it strange to hear people talking about things he did with a certain tone of being a hero or doing something amazing, even if he couldn't deny the last part. Lord Stark, like all the lords present, raised an eyebrow to this, especially the father of the rescued child himself. "Here, I have a letter from the captain for more details." Jart approached and handed the letter to his still incredulous lord. He opened it silently and began to read, to finally look directly at Jon with a furrowed brow. He was happy with the information, but everything written there didn't seem to be real. This nine-named boy really entered a wildling camp and fought against them, saving his youngest daughter and resolving this wildling invasion before coming here. "Really, boy? Is everything in this letter true, and my men aren't lying?" he said in a tone of disbelief. He would leave for home the next day, hoping it wouldn't be too late for his little Esther, but it seems the gods favored him this time, with Ned's boy solving the problem in his land. Chapter 29, Adventures in the North 26. Third-person POV. Northern Kingdom, last bastion of Essos slave traders, 290 AC, at the same moment. Did this nine-named boy really enter a wildling camp and fight them, saving his youngest daughter and resolving this wildling invasion before coming here? "Really, boy? Is everything in this letter true, and my men aren't lying?" he said in a tone of disbelief. He would leave for home the next day, hoping it wouldn't be too late for his little Esther, but it seems the gods favored him this time, with Ned's boy solving the problem in his land. "Yes, my lord. We followed the traces of the wild group, skipping sleep for a few nights to catch up with them. We found them on one of their night expeditions, finally, in a location quite close to the coast with their rafts for escape." Jon paused before continuing. "Seeing that we couldn't wait for the rest of their guard, we decided to confront them ourselves, and with the help of Duncan, a powerful and experienced warrior with a brave blacksmith skilled in handling a bow, we stealthily entered the camp. As soon as we managed to capture and free the hostages, despite some unexpected things happening, we managed to get them out of the camp, initiating a total attack against the invading group. I can say it was more of a massacre with the group of those giants there," Jon said and earned some low laughs, as they could imagine a wildling cornered by those monsters showing no resistance. But many lords were stunned by this. They could imagine the giants causing a massacre, it was just looking at those giant armored things. However, a boy entering a camp with only 2 men, as they had information that there were almost 200 wildlings there, was quite surreal, even hearing all the fantastical stories from Little Jon. "Anyway, we managed to capture 20 prisoners by the end of the fight, and they were handed over to your men. After 3 days of rest we began marching here for 5 days, and now we are here." Lord Glover's look showed some satisfaction. Even though this boy next to his lord spoke unbelievable things, he still had confirmation in the letter written to him by a captain of a guard unit. "How was my Esther? I hope the wildlings didn't do anything to her? Because I'm thinking of starting a company north of the wall and eradicating any wild village I find," he growled. "The girl is well, my lord. She was not harmed and seemed quite helpful and with a stable mind after all she went through," Jon said. "I'll believe you, lad. House Glover will remember this and will always be in your debt. There will always be a place at my table in front of our fireplace when you want to visit my castle, as a gesture of my friendship and gratitude," he declared sincerely. All the nobles beside the Lord of Deepwood couldn't help but feel a certain pride. This young man had done a great service, defeating those wildlings and saving a daughter of a great lord. He was just a boy and already had more achievements than most men in the north. At this rate, the north would be glorious and respected in the future. Ned was a very happy father at this moment, looked at his Jon, who hadn't seen the moons and was very pleased with his achievements, not forgetting to talk to the boy at this moment. "Jon, I'm very happy and proud, but still, you are just a 9-day-old child to do such things. Enter a camp full of wildlings? You are still just a child. Ned scolded him with a stern tone. Lord Stark, if you allow me to speak, said a voice behind Jon. Ned looked at the man approaching on horseback, wearing the same magnificent armor as his nephew. He quickly noticed that this man was an experienced warrior due to his posture. You must be Duncan, the warrior my son just mentioned. Please, continue, Ned said, still crouched in front of Jon. I am honored, my lord, and indeed, Jon is very reckless. I advised him always to take the safest path and not put himself in danger, risking in so many dangerous situations. But Jon told me that we could never risk the hostages in the middle of a battle. Jon prefers to take risks and be sure not to hurt anyone who doesn't deserve it, even if it leads to a much more challenging path than an easy victory. Duncan declared and continued. I was born in the north, lived here, and became a northern warrior. I tried my life outside the kingdom and worked as a soldier and mercenary off the continent. I fought alongside the Lord in the Greyjoy Rebellion after I returned to the kingdom, an event that I had immense honor and pride in participating in alongside you, even if you don't remember me. Then I went to that corrupt city where Jon found me in a quite concerning event. He said as Ned continued listening next to Jon, along with the other nobles on their horses on the opposite side. Sorry for the word, Lord Stark, but I've seen a lot of shit in this world my whole life, not even our land escapes that kind of thing. I assure you, the North is the smelliest shit in the world. This must be due to your ancestors' management. We are a more honorable, sincere, and noble people than the rest of the realms and continents. There will only be someone here and there who shames the North. But you know, Lord Stark, in recent months, I started to see a good side in this shitty world. I saw your son show that we can be better than all this shit. He may be a bastard, but he showed me that he is nobler than anyone with a title, a true hero, my lord, a hero in the North. He shouted the last part, and somehow, all the soldiers in the front lines at a distance of more than 100 meters seemed to hear and quickly responded and shouted together. Jon Snow! Jon Snow! Jon Snow! Jon Snow! Jon Snow! Jon was stunned and speechless with the turn of events. He never imagined that Duncan would speak like that about him, which embarrassed him a lot, giving the man a quite unpleasant look, but the man smirked mischievously at that childish glare from Jon. They heard the chorus of hundreds of northern soldiers at the same time. The lords were shouting his name with a big smile, and his father was solemnly looking at everyone screaming while massaging his shoulder in front of him. The wolves began to howl, the giants were shouting Jon Snow. In a hoarse tone too. It seemed like his name was making more noise than any name in the last century. Even people in the fort could only look while this name was being proclaimed by humans, giants, and apparently, wolf howls. Even these Essos mercenaries and slavers began to fear this Jon Snow, unaware that it was someone with only 9 name days. Ned turned his attention back to his son after a minute of his name being called. You are very reckless, Jon. For me, you wouldn't leave the room to do all these crazy things I hear in the last moons, but I am proud of you, my son. He said. Thank you. Jon said a little embarrassed. Ned, bring your boy, let's celebrate. Lord Glover said. I think so. Let's go back to the camp. Lord Stark said, getting up from his place and looking at his son's group with thoughts. Ned, let them join the camp. From what we've heard so far, they didn't have any problems, so I believe your son's group deserves the benefit of the doubt, despite being a quite intimidating group. Lord Karstark supported Jon as soon as he saw his lord's look. I think you're right. Jon, your group can stay in the camp too, but will you ensure that they won't cause trouble? It was a reasonable and expected question. There is no record of men and giants living in one place for thousands of years. Yes, as long as no one provokes them, they will be peaceful until the time of the fight, Jon argued. Fair enough, then I accept your group and your help in the siege, Ned said with a smile and turned his attention to one of the lords. Inform the camp leaders about this addition and make it clear that no one should mess with the giants and animals. Lord Stark pronounced these words, and some minor lords from the group quickly rode to talk to the small leaders and organizers in the camp. Thank you, I'll talk to them, Jon said, returning to his wolf, which crouched again for the boy to climb on. Anyway, you can return our scout, he's clearly nervous, Lord Karstark said, looking at the man with his different sigil still close to the carts surrounded by the giants. He seemed extremely nervous to be there. Yes, of course. Jon said immediately. That scout, who found Jon, should run to the camp as soon as he spotted the group, but the moment he saw them, his body froze from a possible imminent death. The man remained paralyzed until Jon caught up with him and asked if he could take him to the camp and that his father was Lord Stark. The man ended up leading Jon without any questioning, which was why Jon's group was noticed for the first time so close to the camp without anyone seeing them. Jon returned to his group, organizing them after releasing the Stark scout. So, they set out to set up their tents in a corner specially created for them quickly in the camp. Jon seemed amused as he started to enter, and everyone in the place looked at him and the group with strangely perplexed eyes. It was one thing to look at the group from 200 meters away, but seeing them up close made them even more frightened. A giant in armor, heavily armed for any kind of combat, was very frightening. As far as they knew, this could only come from a fantasy book. But here, they witnessed not only one but 7 of them. Even though 2 were children, they were larger than men, and the Northerners were quite surprised to find female giants in their armor. Jon passed by all of them and found the designated place, starting to set up the giant tents for the giants and some for him, Duncan, and William. "Your father is truly an open-minded man," William said beside him. "We got lucky. I thought the other lords wouldn't be pleased with our group," Jon argued. "The Northerners wouldn't reject us like that," Duncan asserted. "You know how people can be stupid, Duncan," Jon said. "You're right," admitted Duncan. "Anyway." William was about to say something but was interrupted by the arrival of a Stark soldier, one that Jon recognized, Jory. The man seemed hesitant as he approached, Jon noticed. His eyes looked at him with some bewilderment as the man stared at the boy. "Jory." Jon had to speak first. "Jon. Your father asks for your presence in the main tent. He asked me to fetch you," he said. "Understood. Can you take care of the camp?" Jon asked the 2 men. "Yes, you can go there with your father, we'll take care of the rest," Duncan affirmed. "All right then, I'll go there," Jon said, and before he could walk, he felt a presence approaching, which he quickly turned to. "It's okay, Serena, I'm with my father, I'll be fine and won't need protection. Still, I doubt the tent will fit you inside," Jon said to the giant who heard the conversation and wanted to accompany him. "All right, Jon," she said softly with a strangely feminine yet quite loud tone for everyone to hear. So, Jon set out to face the Lords of the North once again. Chapter 30, Adventures in the North 27. Jon Snow POV. Northern Kingdom, last bastion of Essos slave traders, 290 AC, at the same moment. Jon was accompanied by Jory Castle as they both walked through the military camp. Jon was seen by every pair of eyes in the place, as he made a grand entrance. No one would fail to look at the boy who commanded armored giants and giant beasts, acclaimed in the realm as a small and brave hero. "Jon." Jon heard Jory in front of him. The man showed a hesitant look, trying to say something, but it seemed difficult for him. "Yes." Jon spoke softly. I think I misjudged you that day of the robbery. You are much more than just a thief. So, I ask for your forgiveness for that." The man said reluctantly, but he seemed sincere. "It's okay. What's in the past stays in the past," Jon said calmly. It's not like he didn't have conflicting feelings from that time, especially about something he didn't do. But what would it benefit him to keep brooding anger against those people who judged him as a thief? He couldn't do anything, just scream like an indignant child. So, he accepted not harboring much resentment. That didn't mean he had love for them. For Jon, being distant and without socializing was enough. "I understand," Jory said, already having some idea of what the boy was thinking, and continued in silence. The path with Jon to the giant tent, where the lords would gather for a feast. Soon, they arrived at the location. Jon could see they were celebrating now. The stew from before was replaced by some game they had saved for the next day and decided to use this night. "You can go in. Lord Stark is waiting for you," Jory said, and Jon nodded, entering the large tent. Jon saw how the nobles were scattered around the tent, except for a few servants serving them. The place was mostly occupied by men, due to being a military camp. Jon walked to the main table, wearing his armor. It's unclear if it was because of his equipment or the fact that a child was walking in front of everyone, but it drew attention, and everyone fell silent once they noticed Jon walking to the main table. "You're here, son?" Ned spoke as Jon arrived in front of him. "I'm here, Lord Stark," He spoke respectfully, although his father raised an eyebrow to that. "Come here, sit by my side, Jon," he said, earning a stunned look from the boy. "Are you sure, Lord Stark? This place and even this table are not for me and my status." He spoke sincerely, earning many frowns from the other lords with these words. "It's all right, lad. You're among friends, don't let that fish dictate your life like that." Someone shouted among the nobles. "That fish is my wife. And I won't tolerate such disrespect." Ned growled, making that man shrink with his lord's fury. Ned didn't like it, but let it pass and looked at Jon. "But he's right, you're among friends, and I want you by my side at this feast," Lord Stark said, and Jon ended up accepting with some reluctance. Jon was surprised and happy. When did he ever imagine being where he is now when he was younger? He thought it was a wish he would never fulfill after hearing so many complaints about his status from Lady Catelyn. He was with his father at a high main table, surrounded by nobles and among them, great lords of the realm, with no one complaining about the presence of a bastard among them. That was always the boy's dream since he knew what it meant to be a bastard. He dreamed not of being the Lord of Winterfell, that was his brother's place, but he wanted his father to declare him a legitimate son, someone he could be proud of to the realm. But now, that was exactly what was happening. He tried not to cry with emotion at this thought, and all the lords came to talk to him as they ate in the tent. Many lords questioned his lord about how he educated him in Winterfell to produce a young man with so many stories at such a young age. Jon had no choice but to become quite shy in the face of these questions and act like a child here. However, he managed to have good conversations with these lords, despite his unlimited life experience. He told some jokes that made them laugh and asked many questions about the things they did and how they lived in their lands. In turn, they responded by talking about their children, families, castles, and the lands they managed. He also had to recount his adventures and his time isolated from the rest of the world in Wolfwoods, what he was doing, and how he found the immense animals, the giants. "You were saying that the wolves came to you after the storm? By the gods, I already found that quite unbelievable, but now you're saying you found the giants by chance. Did they isolate themselves after fleeing from north of the wall and hide in Wolfwoods?" Faced with Karstark's question, Jon just nodded. "I still find all this very unbelievable, but there are giants in this camp," he grumbled. "And the armors, I've never seen metal like that," Lord Glover said, looking at the greenish and shiny metal pieces that covered Jon at that moment. "This was made by some accident, while I studied magical runes that the children of the forest, used thousands of years ago," Jon said in his childish tone. "That is really incredible. Besides being beautiful, it seems to be resistant. You designed and created this symbol, but I saw you in a black wolf, not white," he said, looking at the symbol on the detailed armor chest. "Yes, it is a metal superior to the common, and yes, I drew it. About the symbol, it's about the wolf that is a cub of the black one named Shadow. I named him the little wolf with its ghost name. He's only a few months old," Jon said. "You made the armors, are you also a blacksmith, lad?" he said, disbelieving. "Yes, I have help from William, a recent apprentice in the trade, but I can detail the armors. But the huge armors, we had help from the giants, I just instructed them, and one of them was being trained with William," Jon said, earning many raised eyebrows. It was very incredible for a 9-year-old boy to talk about all this. "Damn Ned, your son is blessed by our gods," Karstark proclaimed. "I don't even understand this properly, but everything indicates that." Ned seemed tired saying this. "Anyway, our gods must have their reasons with Jon, let's stop questioning him about these things." Lord Stark spoke again, not wanting Jon to receive this kind of attention. The questions about Jon's mystical abilities were closed, but the conversation continued. Lord Glover, in particular, showed favor to the boy after what Jon's group did to rescue his daughter and began treating him like part of his family. In addition to the vassals of the Glovers, Karstarks, and Starks, there were some nobles from the Umbers region that their lord sent and a group from Bear Island. Daisy Mormont was present as well. The Mormont family sent support, as Yoram Mormont was involved with the slavers and escaped his crimes. So, she was sent while her mother organized the mess her criminal nephew created for the family. She invited Jon to visit Bear Island, as did all the lords present. They didn't miss the opportunity to invite the child, saying that he would be welcome in their castles. Jon never received so much attention from the nobility, very different from the contempt he had already become accustomed to. There was a tone of respect for him, almost as they directed to his father, Lord Stark. They even mentioned possible marriages, despite being a bastard. He was creating a great name and had a lot of potential. Jon blushed a lot at this part, which made everyone laugh. Jon stayed at this feast for the next 3 hours, talking with the lords and his father, who also spoke with him about the adventures. Jon asked about Winterfell, listening to his father talk about the family. Of course, the boy knew that his father had hidden some things. He heard through his birds how the common people spoke of the Starks. The commoners always treated Jon and his father with respect, but it was different regarding his brother and Lady Catelyn. Lady Catelyn must be crazy saying how the common people of the north spoke of her, and his brother must be disrespected and belittling the things Jon did in the north. He could even understand a bit, but he didn't respect his brother talking about him as he heard, since it was never his intention to harm Robb's reputation in the realm. Continuando a traduco. When the topic he and his father touched upon took that direction, it ended up creating a somber atmosphere between the duo, stabilizing over their pleasant father-son conversation. Jon, not wanting to discuss this and not wanting to bring up the incident that happened with his raven that Lady Catelyn tried to get rid of, quickly diverted attention to a subject he wanted to discuss with his father as soon as they arrived at the camp. He preferred to do it in private, but since everyone was here and as an escape from darker topics, Jon mentioned it now. Putting his father aside, he turned to everyone in the feast. I am combining 2 chapters into one. Third-person POV. Kingdom of the North, last stronghold of Essos slavers, 290 AC, at the same moment. Putting his father aside, he turned to everyone in the feast. My northern lords, I would like your attention for a moment. Jon raised his childlike voice with these words, and everyone in the tent looked at the boy consciously. He had enough respect to grab their attention, even his father looked curious, and Jon continued to address everyone. Did you see the medal I brought, right? They all nodded, and Jon glanced at Jory at the tent entrance. Jory, can you ask someone to fetch Duncan and William at my camp and tell them to bring the equipment I've set aside? He spoke, and Jory seemed to obey, calling someone to go to the camp where he and his group had settled. While whoever went there, Jon took this time to draw his weapon from the sheath, a short sword under the gaze of everyone present. Take the sword and note its quality, then pass it to the others. Jon did this with his second short sword and handed the other row of lords, who began to look at the material of the weapon carefully and moved on to the next hand. When one of the swords fell into the hands of Lord Glover, Jon decided to speak again. As you can see, this slightly greenish metallic tone on my sword is superior to common metal. Not like Valyrian steel, but there's something special about it that even Valyrian steel can't do. Now, Lord Glover, can you tell me what you feel when holding the sword? Jon asked the first lord who had one of the swords and was analyzing it carefully, but there was a surprised look on his face, just like everyone who saw the weapon. He thought without answering at first, but the words ended up coming out of his mouth. It's light, he said, and people began to whisper to each other, especially those who hadn't touched the metal yet. Yes, it's light, my lords. Could someone take a sword and cross blades with my sword in Lord Glover's hand? Since lightness can represent fragility in metal. Jon said, and soon a man at the tables unsheathed his sword. The whole hall was interested in the events and where Jon wanted to go with these words. Lord Glover trusted Jon's words and raised the sword for a small lord coming to test the boy's words. It didn't take long for them to go to a larger space, and the swords clashed, starting with a weak blow, as they were still unsure about this light metal that the boy showed. But things changed when the sound of the blades crossing with tremendous force came on the third attempt. The hall fell silent. Lord Glover looked at the sword in his hand in disbelief, and Jon continued. Yes, Lord Glover, I know that expression, and I ask you. You, who have a sword much lighter and even shorter than your opponents, still felt any loss to the impact when crossing blades with the bastard sword? Jon asked calmly, with a smile on his face. Continuando a traduco. He saw, in a corner of the tent, Duncan and William entering the place, and he was waiting for some signal from the boy. No, lad, I felt no loss upon impact, despite having a light and short sword. It seems there's magic, he said with a tone of disbelief, allowing more whispers to happen among the tables. Now, Lord Glover, as a veteran in battles who fought 2 wars, can you give me your opinion on this sword? Jon asked again, even with curiosity to know the opinion about his created metal. That is incredible, young one. I've never seen anything like it. It might not look like Valyrian steel, like Stark House's ice or Mormont House's long claw, but it is precious and invaluable from what I could perceive," he said, intensifying the conversations in the hall even more. "Now, I would like everyone to take the sword and test it, passing it to the next people who haven't touched the metal yet," Jon solemnly requested, and everyone began to do so, each giving an incredible opinion of the metal, and some testing its impact with other swords, as Lord Glover did. Jon didn't know, but his father was watching him the whole time from his seat, seeing how the boy was leading the conversation among the realm's nobles and leaving all these stubborn and closed lords curious. Not to mention, he was doing this as a 9-name-day-old child, something incredible. Ned only thought that Jon would be a fantastic king if things were different. Once everyone satisfied their curiosities and tested the metal, they turned again to Jon. "Duncan, William, bring the things," Jon announced with a signal to his men. "Now that everyone has seen the metal, I have some gifts for all the lords present," he exclaimed, and William, at that moment, entered with a cart full of metal. The lords were all surprised and very excited about the turn of events, to the point that even some felt they should give the little Jon a kiss now. "First, to my father. Since you have ice, and my weapons are of inferior metal, I'll be giving you this armor, which will make you move faster or tire less without losing quality against common metal, lighter and more resistant, I would say. So, I made these pieces to accompany you on the battlefield and protect you from any danger." These words left everyone speechless. The sword is very light, but it didn't even cross their minds what armor with such light metal would be like, despite the boy wearing one at the moment. They looked with envy glints at their lord, who even felt uncomfortable with this kind of attention. But he couldn't help but be eager to see this kind of armor. He just took the sword in his hand and inspected the quality of the weapon but saw how it clashed with other common metal weapons. Seeing the armor that his son was wearing, he could only imagine something incredible, and that would make him very excited, as if he had returned to being a boy dreaming of battles. Duncan entered behind William carrying a second cart. An armor mounted on a dummy in the shape of a man was brought to him and in plain view of everyone. It had the special metal, Elden metal, with symbols and designs of House Stark. The armor had the shape of a wolf also between the shoulders and the helmet, adding to its beauty and charm. Ned personally had never seen any armor that represented House Stark as much as this one in front of him. Author here, Ned's armor will be the Nordic carved armor from Skyrim, with a greenish tone. "This is a gift from me to you, Lord Stark. Next to it, there's a box with gifts for your children, made with the same metal. Maybe they'll use them or keep them as ornaments. In the box, there's a short sword for Robb, a dagger for Sansa, a pointed sword for Arya, and a slightly smaller short sword for Bran." Ned smiled pleased with this. His son still thinks of his siblings, even with the unfair treatment of some of them. Continuando a traduco. Right after that, Jon began to distribute swords, axes, hammers, and shields to the lords at the tables, who were immensely pleased. They came out of respect for their lord during the siege against the slavers, but if they knew they would receive such high-caliber gifts just for being present for their lord, they would have come 10 times if called, and all the northern lords would have fought to find a place to accompany Lord Stark in the siege. It was likely that the entire northern army would be here if it meant getting pieces with this metal. Those who were at the tables for comfort or safety could only look with envy at their lords receiving these weapons. Jon made sure that the lords passed their blades to them as well. Jon saw their looks and spoke again as the lords chose the best weapons that suited them. "Unfortunately, there are not blades for everyone, but I would like the help of all the nobles present. I have 10 bastard swords with 10 shields left. I intend to give them to the 10 soldiers or commanders who stand out in the next battle of the siege, and I need your help to inform the soldiers and select them in an honorable and fair manner. This is valid only for those who have not yet received the blades," Jon declared. This was appreciated by everyone, and they wasted no time in thundering the name Jon Snow again. The soldiers outside the hall wondered what the reason for the commotion was again inside the main tent. With that, everyone enjoyed their new swords, shields, axes, or hammers. Jon stayed a little longer before deciding to return to the camp again. With Duncan and William going earlier to the place, Jon was accompanied by his father and Jory by his side. Jon was given a corner of the camp for his group, and his father was surprised by the giant tents, at least 4 meters high, for the giants to sleep in. Even late at night, this side was still active, not only because the giants and animals were eating some things they brought, but there was a crowd of northerners around their group. As much as they had tried to be discreet, their numbers were quite obvious. Not that Jon blamed them for that, the soldiers never took their curious eyes off them. After all, it's not every day that you see legends from the north in front of you. Does your group always attract attention like this? His father asked, arriving at the site with the boy. You have no idea. Jon smiled at that. Jon, do they sleep in armor? His father asked, looking at some giants entering the tents with their armor. Actually, they do take them off, normally, but since we are in a siege and it's good to be prepared for any night attack. Duncan always taught them about that. Jon said innocently. The boy didn't know, but Ned was smiling ironically at how his 9-name-day-old son gave some obvious lessons in warfare. I'm proud of you, my son. You have not only brought terrible wolves under the wings of a Stark blood but also created armor like no man in the north has ever seen before. His father said proudly. As they arrived at the site, Jon greeted everyone beside his father, and Black Carrow, the she-wolf, took the initiative on her own, stood up, and walked toward them. Your father became cautious, taking a few steps back. Thank you, father. My dream has always been to be recognized and bring pride to House Stark. And tonight at dinner was very significant for me, Jon said, intercepting the she-wolf and petting her head. Here, she seems to recognize you. Her name is Black Carrow, a female and the mother of all those pups there, Jon said again and let the wolf approach his father. His father, cautious, slowly extended his hand over the head of the 2.5-meter wolf, with Jon carefully managing the contact between them. Jory stood behind, but Jon asked him not to make any hostile moves. Father, she seems to like you. I've established a temporary connection between you two. In the next battle, you won't need a horse. Jon said with a smile, and his father was stunned by these words. Jon saw his father looking at the wolf, who, in turn, stared intensely at him. Both felt the connection at that moment. Jon couldn't give the wolf he already has a connection to just anyone, but he could open a temporary contact, which he ended up doing since the wolf recognized the blood of his father, even if the magic was weak in the Lord of Winterfell. Black Carrow, my name is Eddard Stark. You are a beautiful girl. Ned couldn't help but marvel at this. Jon talked a little more with his father about light topics and went to sleep in his tent. Lord Stark went to his part of the camp, accompanied by a wolf and a cautious Jory behind. Everyone was left in awe, seeing their lord with a wolf larger than him following him like a dog. Chapter 31, Adventures in the North 28. Third-person POV. Northern Kingdom, last bastion against Essos slavers, 290 AC, at the same moment. Morning rose over the military encampment, its first light slipping between the tents that housed a mixture of expectation and tension. Canvas tents stretched in orderly rows, whipped by the cold wind cutting through the open landscape. Colorful banners, bearing the emblems of noble houses, swayed slowly above the frozen ground. The Stark House banner, a wolf standing on a grey background, stood out like a beacon of hope amidst the shadow of uncertainty. The military encampment, harboring 2,000 northerners, stretched like a threatening shadow around the fortress, its presence a promise of freedom for those oppressed under the yoke of slavers. As soldiers prepared for the siege, tension hung in the air, mixed with the determination to eradicate the scourge of slavery from the north. Commanders, Lord Glover and Lord Karstark, organized troops into meticulous strategies. Detailed maps of the fortress were consulted, and plans were laid to break the mercenary defenses and free the oppressed. The presence of 400 Essos mercenaries, aligned against the northern cause, added an additional layer of complexity to the impending challenge. The Essos, distinguished by the diversity of their exotic armor and weapons, formed a formidable force alongside the slavers. Their camps within the fortress walls were visible, a constant reminder of the resistance they would face. As the sun ascended, the northern siege line tightened around the fortress. Trenches deepened, stakes were driven, and barricades were reinforced. Sentinels kept vigilant eyes on the walls, watching for any movement from the Essos or slavers. While the northerners prepared for a battle this day, the atmosphere in the camp was a mix of nervousness and resolve. The fires of the braziers shone in the soldiers' eyes, fueling the flame of justice burning in their hearts. The fate of the fortress was about to be decided, and the camp, with its diversity of northern warriors, was the force that would unite the region against oppression. War was at the doorstep, and the camp became the physical manifestation of the North's determination to reject the chains of slavery, come what may. The imminent clash would be a testament to the collective strength of those seeking freedom against mercenaries and slavers who resisted obstinately. As dawn tinted the horizon with shades of pink and orange, murmurs of admiration still echoed through the northern camp. Soldiers, lords, and nobles present in that field of hope fixed their gazes on Jon Snow's tents, and a respectful silence hung over the camp. With the daylight, they could see more details than last night, and their eyes were irresistibly drawn to the main tent, where the Stark house banner with a white wolf fluttered in the wind. Around it, the giants, imposing and majestic in their armor, were a sight that filled the spectators' hearts with awe. Never before had they witnessed such grand creatures, and the expressions on their faces revealed a mix of fascination and disbelief. The giant wolves, in turn, captured everyone's attention. Every graceful movement, every piercing gaze emanated a wild presence that inspired respect. Observers, many of whom had never seen such magnificent creatures, found themselves captivated by the loyalty and strength they exuded. The murmurs of admiration still spread through the camp like waves, creating an atmosphere charged with reverence. The younger soldiers whispered among themselves, sharing odd observations. The lords, usually accustomed to the harshness of the north, couldn't contain the surprise still stamped on their faces since the night before. Every tent, every area designated for animals, was now a focal point for curiosity and admiration. The giants and giant wolves were now more than legends and stories told by the fireside, they were a reality, an integral part of the army gathering to fight for freedom. As expressions of the spectators varied, from children with wide eyes to hardened warriors with discreet smiles, one thing was certain: Jon Snow's camp was not just a military field but a spectacle of natural wonders and magical creatures, a sight that united northern hearts in a common purpose. The northern group, supported by Jon and his magnificent creatures, was ready to challenge fate with the force of nature by their side. Jon stepped out of his tent to have the first meal with his people. Duncan and William had prepared boiling water to make coffee. It didn't take long for a Stark soldier to come to the camp, as his father requested his presence at the first meal. "Sorry, let Lord Stark know that I can't leave my group during the first meal, it's our tradition." "Still, thank him for the invitation, he'll understand," Jon said. He was a bastard, he could refuse such offers, especially since he didn't want to leave his faithful group. Once the soldier left, and Jon, ignoring all eyes in the camp, turned toward them, began to join William, Duncan, and the giants to have his first meal. Jon, William, Duncan, and the giants formed an impromptu circle shortly afterward. The soft voices of Jon and his companions filled the space, blending with the crackling of wood in the nearby campfire. Each took their first meal with a serene expression, feeding not only on bread and meat but also on the camaraderie they shared. The coffee, served in rustic mugs, warmed hands and hearts. Upon completing the meal, Jon and his group did not remain idle. Bustle took over the camp as Jon dedicated himself to preparing and organizing the surroundings. He spent his time mainly executing his alchemical innovations. The morning progressed when a guard presented himself, interrupting Jon's activities. An unexpected invitation was extended to him, calling him to the main tent, where a war council meeting was underway among the top leaders. His own father, Lord Stark, had extended the invitation, a surprise that reverberated through Jon's attentive eyes. Faced with the invitation, the young Stark raised an eyebrow, expressing restrained surprise. He did not expect to be included in a war council, as his position, though courageous, did not seem to confer the usual status for such interactions. A shadow of doubt briefly hovered in his eyes, but the expression soon transformed into determination. The main tent, a stronghold of strategy and planning, loomed imposingly as Jon approached. The muffled sounds of strategic discussions and battle plans escaped through the edges, revealing a world of intrigue and decisions that would shape the fate of the camp and, consequently, the fate of the North. With resolute steps, Jon entered the main tent, aware that he was about to join a war council among the camp's top commanders, even as a child. "You're here, Jon," his father spoke, putting an end to the ongoing conversations. "You requested me, Lord Stark," he said politely. "Yes, we're discussing how to open the fortress gates. We can defeat them by keeping them trapped and running out of food, but they have hostages, and we can't stay much longer here. The men are eager to return to their homes and families," Lord Stark said. "I understand, but how could I be of help?" Jon asked. "We could use your giants, lad." One of the men spoke, and Jon immediately understood, they wanted to use his people? Jon felt anger suddenly. After Jon handed them fine steel, they still treated him like a child to be used for their benefit? He was quite angry, but held it for now, although it was hard, and some noticed. "We're here to ask for your opinion, Jon. We won't force you into anything," Lord Glover, the one with a significant debt to the boy, spoke and gave a dirty look to the noble who spoke earlier. Yes, Jon. I won't compel you to use your giants, but I want your opinion. His father spoke. Calming down a bit, Jon sighed and spoke. You want to open the gate, right? I have a solution, but prepare all the soldiers by mid-afternoon. You won't regret it. Jon said, and his father scrutinized his expression. How certain are you that you can open those gates? He asked. I'm sure of success, so you can prepare your men, leave the rest to me, Jon said and excused himself. He didn't want to stay there any longer. Thus, not long after, the soldiers' preparation began, and the camp soon entered a frenzy with a command to prepare for the total attack. Jon went to organize his side. After passing the information to Duncan, he didn't set aside his frustrations. It's not surprising that they want to use us, Jon, Duncan advised. Even so, they want to sacrifice the lives of the siege giants as if they're entitled to it. The boy growled. It's tough, I know, but the world works that way, Jon. William tried to calm the boy. People will always be naturally greedy. Okay, let's prepare our greatest long-range power and destroy that gate. Jon spoke. Jon prepared with the rest of the camp, donning his armor and readying his men while they had their midday meal. The camp was immersed in a stern and tense atmosphere. Bustle unfolded among the men, all aware that the approaching battle would not bring joy but rather brutal challenges. There was no room for trivialities on a medieval battlefield, and the expressions on the men's faces reflected that. Jon Snow, his armor reflecting the cold sunlight, moved among his men with Duncan, his serious gaze communicating the gravity of the moment. His words, stern and direct, allowed no space for unrealistic optimism. Okay, now we have our greatest long-range power, and we're going to destroy that gate, he announced, the seriousness in his voice echoing across the camp, as a wagon was brought out from his camp. The men in the camp, as they prepared, didn't exchange frivolous words. Instead, the metallic sound of weapons being adjusted and sharpened dominated the scene. The heavy scent of metal and sweat hung in the air, mixing with the distant smell of the midday meal, which, far from bringing joy, served as a brief pause before the imminent chaos. The meal, more a necessity than a moment of pleasure, was consumed quickly, the men feeding not only on meat and bread but also on the cold determination permeating the camp. There was no laughter, only tense murmurs and serious looks. The camaraderie among the soldiers was palpable, not in the form of jokes but in the form of shared glances and shoulder squeezes that conveyed mutual understanding. They knew what was at stake, and the weight of responsibility was reflected in every hard line of their faces. They were going to fight, and some of them might not return from this battle. Under the stern command of their superiors, the soldiers organized into military formation, lining up with precision as they adjusted their armor and sharpened their weapons. The metallic sound echoed through the field, permeating the tense silence that preceded the battle. The leaders, faces marked by the experience of past conflicts, conveyed concise orders, outlining strategies for the attack. The determined gaze of each warrior reflected the seriousness of the moment, as they absorbed the instructions and prepared to face the enemy siege. In a disciplined choreography, the soldiers raised shields, adjusted helmets, and tested the weight of their spears. The battlefield, now a sea of warriors, vibrated with a tense energy, driven by the imminence of the confrontation. The commander, amid the formation, uttered words of encouragement and final strategies. Tension reached its peak when, in unison, the warriors raised their weapons, ready for the command that would mark the beginning of the assault against the siege. The sun, now leaning westward, cast a golden light over the scene, painting it with warlike tones. Flags waved in the wind, reflecting the unbroken spirit of the soldiers as they awaited the signal to advance. The battlefield was immersed in silence, only interrupted by the muffled sound of the warriors' firm steps and the fluttering of flags. Battle preparation was complete, and anxiety hung in the air, poised to transform into brutal action the moment the final command was given. As Jon approached mounted on Shadow with his group, the soldiers began to make way for him to pass. It didn't take long for them to arrive with all their giants and dire wolves. Duncan was by his side, and William led his cart with special equipment. Jon. His father came to him and greeted him. He was mounted on Black Carrow, wearing the armor Jon had gifted him, standing out as a powerful leader. Lord Stark, this is Duncan, he will give the first command to the giants. They will open the gate, and you, with your men, attack afterward, okay? Jon spoke. Lord Stark nodded, and Duncan began giving orders to the giants. Jon created something extra in his isolated time, a highly flammable substance he had seen in some books from Winterfell, created in King's Landing by a city guild, a substance called wildfire. Jon managed to create it with his resources and prepared some barrels for an emergency. Before the decisive attack, the atmosphere in the military camp was saturated with tension and anticipation. Jon, with his inventive mind and knowledge of the old gods, had created giant bows especially for his loyal heavy friends. These weapons, tailor-made for the colossal strength of the giants, rose like improvised towers 150 meters from the enemy stronghold. Duncan, the experienced leader of the giants, gave precise orders for them to get ready. The enormous figures of skin and fur began to move toward their giant weapons. Each bow, a monument to Jon's ingenuity, was connected to a complex system of pulleys and ropes, allowing even the most imposing creatures to handle these formidable weapons. Meanwhile, a strategically positioned cart contained the special arrows created by Jon in recent months. These arrows were dipped in wildfire, an inflammable and explosive mixture that Jon had learned to produce during his studies in the Wolfwoods forest. The arrows emitted an ominous green light, reflecting the danger they carried. Everyone saw those giants carrying their bows, wondering what would happen. In the next moment, they realized that the cart William was carrying contained special arrows with green liquid. The giants began to pick up the arrows and load them into their weapons, each arrow carrying a vial with the liquid. The giants, each as tall as a tower, carefully took the arrows from the cart, their huge hands handling them with surprising precision. The tension in the air increased as the weapons were prepared, and the expectation of the imminent assault became almost palpable. "Ready bows!" Duncan commanded, and the giants, now equipped with the giant bows and holding the special arrows, were ready for the attack order. Jon, watching the spectacle he had orchestrated, felt confidence in his strategy as he prepared for the offensive that would change the course of the battle. Chapter 32, Adventures in the North 29. Chapter size, 2,200 words. Third-person POV. Northern Kingdom, last bastion against Essos slavers, 290 AC, at the same moment. "Look at the soldiers on the walls, raise your bows to 90 degrees. Duncan thundered, and the giants aimed their arrows at those angles. They did not use the full power of the bows because Jon did not want to attract more attention. A distance of 150 meters could be shot by giants at an almost right angle, but this would make more nobles covet his group, something Jon wanted to avoid. "Fire!" Duncan shouted, and 5 bows made a shrill sound throughout the small army. The arrows flew at an abnormal speed, lifting and beginning to fall with the weight of the liquid hanging from the arrows. This not only caught the northern army by surprise but also stunned the people in the fort with that sound. The shrill sound of the arrows cutting through the air reverberated across the battlefield, and the tension reached its peak when the 5 arrows fired by the giants hit the fort's gate. A distant crack was followed by a series of booms that echoed like thunder, reverberating off the walls and reaching the attentive ears of everyone. Crack! 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 The arrows, laden with the mysterious green liquid of wildfire, hit their target, and the result was immediate. The chemical liquid began to spread, forming intricate patterns on the walls of the fort. The bright green reflected in the astonished eyes of the soldiers who watched the spectacle, not fully understanding what was unfolding before them. "Jon, what is that?" His father, still incredulous, sought to understand his son's fanciful strategy. "Duncan, blow up that gate," Jon ordered, and his friend nodded. "Fire arrow. Prepare to shoot." Duncan thundered, and Wallach prepared a new arrow with oil, setting it on fire. "Fire!" Wallach launched the arrow as soon as Duncan gave the order. The arrow cut through the air until it hit the liquid at the entrance of the fort, and the fire began to spread rapidly until it finally exploded. Then, as if hell itself was unleashing, an explosion of unimaginable intensity tore through the air. A deafening roar of flames mixed with the rumble of the detonation echoed around, shaking even the solid foundations of the fort. The sudden and blinding flash lit up the daytime sky as if night had suddenly fallen. The gate, once imposing and impassable, was now just charred debris. The shockwave swept across the field, scattering the dust of the impact and revealing a post-explosion scenario, dancing flames, thick smoke, and the absence where the gate once stood. The sight was both majestic and terrifying. The wildfire had transformed what was a secure entrance into a chaotic opening. The green liquid continued to burn, voraciously consuming everything in its path. The heat radiated, making the echo of the chaos that Jon and his allies had unleashed on the enemy fort palpable. Jon, impassive, watched the scene with a determined expression. It was the result of months of preparation, research, and planning. The wildfire, a formidable weapon, had carved a breach in the heart of the fort, paving the way for the battle that would unfold next. The fate of the north now lay in the hands of the warriors who would march through the smoky opening, ready to face whatever they found on the other side. The explosion came with a flash, startling all the horses of the armies, while the men tried to calm their mounts. As the dust settled, it revealed a hole where the gate used to be. "Lord Stark, now you can launch the attack," Jon informed. His father, still incredulous, nodded carefully, launching the northern attack. Mounted on Black Carrow, he led the assault, while Jon, deciding to stay behind, pondered the possibility of joining the battle. However, his father would oppose this, and Jon was not in the mood, considering the potential greed of the nobles. "Do you want to participate, Duckin?" Jon asked the man. "No, I'm fine here with you," he stated as they watched the sight, locked in a battle within the fort. Jon, through the eyes of Caraxes in the sky, kept an eye on the fight inside the fort, which at this moment was a chaotic dance of steel, blood, and fire. The rumble of the gate's explosion still reverberated as the northerners faced the slavers in a desperate confrontation. The certainty of victory did not dissipate the tension in the air. The fate of the north was being decided with every blow struck, with every tactical move executed. Jon felt a tightening in his chest as he saw his father on the front line, facing enemies with a ferocity that reflected an unwavering commitment to justice and freedom. He was in all the glory of battle, wearing armor made by Jon and using ice to slay his enemies, while Black Carrow stayed by his side, killing anyone who tried to catch Lord Stark off guard. Even the imminent surrender of the slavers did not erase the gravity of the battle. The battlefield was now a testament to courage, strategy, and sacrifice. As his father led the northerners into the conquered fort, Jon felt a mix of relief and accomplishment. The battle had been won, and Jon observed the scene with a contemplative look. Victory had been achieved, but not without cost. Around him, northern soldiers hugged and cried, relieved with the end of the final battle, a complete victory with little loss thanks to the morale of the soldiers and enemies. Lord Stark, with his imposing posture, still maintained the firm and determined look of a leader. He gathered his men, and in his voice, there was a mix of pride and melancholy. "Today," he began, "we mark the end of a dark era in the north. We honor those who fell fighting for justice and freedom. They will never be forgotten." The crowd of soldiers listened in silence, many with tears in their eyes for the known. Jon, standing beside his father, felt a weight in his heart. He knew that the scars of war would take time to heal, but he also knew that a new chapter was beginning for the north. The night had fallen on the victorious camp, bringing with it an atmosphere of celebration and relief. The bonfires burned brightly, illuminating the faces of warriors sharing stories, laughter, and songs. Jon, though enveloped in the joy of his companions, stayed away from the main tent where the lords were feasting. The giants, with their thunderous laughter and grand gestures, drank and ate with an appetite that matched their colossal size. They celebrated among themselves, creating an atmosphere of camaraderie that transcended words. Jon watched them, a shy smile on his face, feeling more at home among them than he ever would in the tent of the lords. Refusing invitations from the nobles to join them, Jon couldn't forget the words and plans heard in the war planning tent. There was something there that discomforted him, a shadow looming over what should have been a pure celebration. The distribution of Elden metal weapons had brought a glint of pride to the eyes of many soldiers. Jon felt satisfied to see his men equipped with such material, a deserved recognition for their bravery and sacrifice. Exhausted, he retired early to rest, knowing that the next day would take him back to the north. At dawn, as the first rays of sun bathed the camp, his father, Lord Stark, approached him. Black Carrow, Jon's faithful mount, trotted to his owner's side, as if understanding the importance of the moment. "Jon, are you really going to the wall? You know we can fix things in Winterfell if you want to come back," his father said, his voice laden with concern and hope. Jon looked at his father, his eyes firm and determined. "Father, this is not just something I want, it's what I need to do. The old gods have given me this mission, and I plan to carry it out," Jon replied with a firmness that left no room for doubt. Lord Stark, with a mix of paternal concern and respect for his son's decision, made one last offer. "If that's the case, I won't try to persuade you further, but let me just send some soldiers to accompany you," he asked, his voice filled with concern. Jon looked around, at the giants and creatures that made up his entourage, and responded firmly. Father, look at the giants and animals that surround me, I don't need help, all right. His response made it clear that he felt more than capable of protecting himself. His father sighed, sadness and regret evident in his face. I know you're upset about what happened yesterday, I shouldn't have summoned you to that meeting. The words were a tacit acknowledgement of the tensions the meeting had caused. Jon, with a firm look, replied, if it wasn't now, at some point they would see that the giants or animals are just tools for their desires. His eyes met his father's, conveying the bitter understanding that even in the north, greed still found its way. All right, Jon. But write to me when you arrive at Castle Black, understood? Lord Stark spoke with a firm voice that hid a layer of emotion. Yes, I will send a raven, Jon agreed, already starting to prepare his camp to leave. Lord Stark nodded, a mix of admiration and sadness in his gaze. He knew that Jon's path was carved by the old gods. With a gesture of farewell, he left Jon to prepare for his journey, recognizing the strength and destiny that drove his son. As Jon prepared to depart, he took one last look at the camp, now calm and silent. A new day was beginning, and with it, a new chapter in his journey. With everything ready and Black Arrow by his side again, along with the others, he was ready to leave. After saying goodbye to his father and the lords who had joined them, Jon headed north. Initially accompanied by a few local lords, the journey was marked by daily stops for rest and reflection. As the days passed, the lords gradually left the group, each returning to their own fiefs and responsibilities. Finally, Jon found himself alone, heading north with only his giants and animals for company. Should we pass through Last Hearth? Duncan asked. Jon pondered for a moment, his eyes sweeping the cloudy horizon that stretched before them. I think it's better to avoid the great noble houses, he finally replied, his voice resonating with unwavering determination. We can't waste more time here in the north, let's head directly to the wall. The group continued north after adjusting their route, choosing less traveled paths and avoiding the more densely populated territories. The giants and animals that accompanied them moved with silent efficiency, adapting to the steady pace Jon had set. As they progressed, the landscape around them gradually changed. The fertile lands of the north gave way to more arid and cold terrain, a prelude to the harsh climate beyond the wall. The journey, though challenging, was made in respectful silence, each member of the group lost in their own thoughts about what the future might hold. It was after a week of continuous travel since leaving the military camp that Jon and his group entered the Gift. 5 days after this transition in the landscape, a sense of growing expectation permeated the group. As they advanced, the air became colder and the terrain more arid, signaling that they were approaching their destination. And then, finally, the wall appeared in the distance. The sight of the wall was awe-inspiring, even for those who had seen it before. Rising like a giant of ice, it dominated the landscape, an imposing barrier between the realm of men and the unknown lands beyond. Its massive contours glowed under the weak sunlight, reflecting the last rays of light that managed to penetrate the cloud cover. For Jon, the first glimpse of the wall was a moment of profound reflection. The magnitude of the structure represented not just an ancient engineering feat, but also symbolized what he would face in his mission. He felt a mix of admiration, respect, and a slight touch of fear before the grandeur of the wall. The giants, walking alongside Jon, looked at the structure with an air of curiosity. They, who rarely showed any sign of surprise, seemed equally impressed by the immensity of the wall, despite it not being their first time seeing it. Would a blacksmith build this? William asked laughing, but his tone was one of admiration. I don't know about a blacksmith, but my ancestor? Certainly, since he was the one who created all this. Jon had a tone of pride in his voice. The group took a momentary pause, allowing everyone to absorb the view before them. This was an important landmark in their journey, a reminder that they had arrived at the threshold of a different world, filled with unknown dangers and wonders. After a brief period of contemplation, Jon signaled for the group to continue. They resumed their march. The wall, once distant, now seemed to call them, and Jon knew that whatever awaited him beyond it, whatever the old gods wanted from him, he was ready to face it. Chapter 33, Adventures in the North 30. At Castle Black, Lord Commander George Mormont was poring over a pile of paperwork that seemed to never diminish. His office desk was covered with requests and reports, all demanding his immediate attention. With a deep sigh, he contemplated the documents, each representing an almost desperate plea for resources for the Night's Watch, pleas that were invariably denied by the realms. The Watch, once a pride of the North, now seemed to be nothing more than a refuge for bandits, murderers, and rapists, all struggling to keep their heads attached to their shoulders. Mormont had always harbored the desire to change the fate of the Night's Watch, to restore its former glory and honor. It was with this hope that he had joined the Ancient Order. However, over the past few years, he began to realize that such change might be an unattainable illusion. Reflecting on his own journey, Mormont recalled the day he left his house and title, leaving his son Yora to govern in his place. The decision, made with the hope of a better future for the Watch, now seemed laden with an additional weight of sadness and disappointment. In recent moons, news had reached him about the shameful path Yora had taken, influenced by a woman. The dishonor brought to House Mormont by his heir weighed on his heart, a constant reminder of the difficult choices and sacrifices made throughout his life. Seated in his austere office, with the dim light of Castle Black illuminating his documents, Jeor Mormont reflected on the many challenges ahead, both personal and for the Night's Watch. He knew that the path ahead would be tough, but he was determined to face it with the strength and resilience that had always characterized his leadership. The Night's Watch, once proud and powerful, now faced dark days. The numbers of its members were rapidly diminishing, and volunteers were becoming increasingly rare. Instead, Castle Black saw the arrival of bandits and outlaws, the only ones willing to join the ranks of the Watch. Jeor Mormont, the Lord Commander, was deeply concerned about this shift. The need for more recruits was more pressing than ever, especially in light of the unsettling movements of the wildlings beyond the wall. To further complicate matters, every now and then a lunatic escorted by guards would arrive to join the Night's Watch. Once, a few months ago, a bandit claimed that a demon child had killed all his companions. When Mormont inquired about his crime, he was astounded. He had heard rumors and songs about Little John of the North, but always thought them to be mere folk tales. On another occasion, a young man reported that a child had cut off his hand and cursed his family, leading to his father's beheading a few moons later. This young man did not last long at Castle Black. His arrogance led him to attempt to assassinate some fellow brothers, resulting in his execution by the Lord Commander himself. Mormont looked at the pile of papers on his desk and sighed, resigned to another day dedicated to writing reports. His thoughts were interrupted when he noticed a commotion outside the window. He stood up and walked over to it. Although he couldn't see the gate from his position, the hustle and bustle and shouts of the men indicated the arrival of a visitor. The kind of commotion observed suggested something extraordinary, such as the unexpected arrival of a king or a sudden attack on the castle from the south side of the wall. Quickly, Mormont donned his coat, preparing to go out and investigate. However, before he could open the door, it abruptly swung open. A breathless member of the Watch entered, bringing news that promised to change the course of the day. "My lord! A group of giants in armor has appeared at the gate!" exclaimed the Black Brother, clearly desperate. Jeor Mormont, with a skeptical look, left his office and headed to the gate. Upon arriving, he found a crowd of Black Brothers and recruits, all displaying fear and curiosity about what lay on the other side of the castle wall. Without hesitation, he made his way through them and climbed to the top of the wall. Looking over to the other side, Mormont could hardly believe his eyes. Before him stood giants, wolves, bears, and shadow cats, varying from 1.2 to 4 meters in height, all wearing imposing armor. In the center of this extraordinary group, a boy mounted on a black wolf appeared to be the leader, surrounded by a few men on horseback. After a few seconds of trying to process the scene, the boy stepped forward and spoke with a firm voice. "My name is Jon Snow, son of Eddard Stark, Protector of the North. I would like to speak with the Lord Commander and my uncle Benyon Stark." Jon Snow's words echoed in the ensuing silence, leaving Jeor Mormont stunned. This was Lord Stark's bastard who had vanished moons ago, disappeared during an escort. The Night's Watch had even sent men to search for him, including Benyon Stark, to assist his brother. 2 moons later, Lord Stark had sent a raven, informing that the bastard had been found. "I am the Lord Commander," Mormont finally responded, still trying to assimilate the situation. "You may meet with me, provided you leave these." He hesitated, not knowing how to describe Jon's unusual group. "Companions outside the castle wall," he concluded. Jon Snow nodded and, accompanied by 2 people, walked towards the gate. All of them wore unique armor, made of a greenish metal Mormont had never seen before. The armors were so impressive they would certainly evoke envy across the continent. However, when Jon Snow passed through the gate, one of the Black Brothers reacted unexpectedly, freaking out at the presence of the young man and his group. "It's him, the demon boy who killed all my companions," he's going to kill us all. The man shouted, casting a look of terror towards Jon Snow. His words caused an immediate uproar among the Black brothers and recruits of Castle Black. "Someone lock that madman in a room, please," ordered Jeor Mormont, with an unquestionable tone of authority. Quickly, the brothers of the Night's Watch grabbed the still trembling man and dragged him to the cells. Meanwhile, the curious and cautious gazes of the people of Castle Black turned towards Jon Snow. To them, he seemed to be anything but an ordinary boy. Accompanied by adults and imposing animals, as well as 4-meter-tall men, Jon was surrounded by figures that seemed straight out of ancient legends. Jeor Mormont, maintaining visible caution, led Jon Snow to his solar, accompanied by guards. Sitting before the young man, he got straight to the point. "So, Jon Snow, I remember your father asking to leave you here for a year with a raven and you disappeared shortly after. Are you here for that?" The Lord Commander wanted to conclude the meeting as quickly as possible. If necessary, he already planned to send a letter to Lord Stark, explaining that he could not keep Jon and his colossal group at the wall. "I am not here to stay for a year, my lord. I came to see my uncle and ask for passage to the other side of the wall," replied Jon, his calm contrasting with the tension in the room. Jeor Mormont raised an eyebrow, surprised. "You want me to send you to the other side of the wall? May I ask why?" The incredulity in his voice was evident. Even the guards present in the solar seemed uncomfortable with the young man's suggestion. Third-person POV. Castle Black, 290 AC, same moment. Jon Snow sighed, knowing that the truth was his only viable option. Any other excuse would only generate more questions and suspicions. "I am here at the request of the old gods, my lord. There are things I need to do, and first, I must go to the weirwood tree on the other side of the wall to know my next step after contacting them there," revealed Jon, his voice laden with seriousness. These words left Lord Commander Jeor Mormont speechless. The mention of the old gods and the weirwood tree brought a completely new dimension to the conversation. Mormont pondered the implications of this. On one hand, allowing Jon to cross the wall might be the most peaceful and direct option, avoiding potential conflicts within Castle Black with those monsters. On the other hand, Jon was the son of the Lord of the North, and sending a child beyond the wall was a decision full of risks and consequences, even if the boy was a bastard. "Do you want me to send a child beyond the wall? Does your father know about this?" Jeor asked, his expression revealing his internal conflict. "Yes, my lord, I was with my father a few weeks ago and told him about my plan. He would prefer that I didn't do such a thing," Jon replied, maintaining his firm determination. Jeor Mormont looked at Jon for a long moment, evaluating the situation. The decision wasn't simple, and he knew that any choice he made would have repercussions. However, there was something in Jon's determination and the mention of the old gods that made him hesitate to simply refuse the request. "With those giants by your side, I doubt you will die to anything beyond the wall. But I want you to write a statement to your father and leave a copy here, to absolve us of responsibility. We have few men and cannot afford to escort you at this time. As for your uncle, he left on a scouting mission and we don't know when he will return, but it certainly won't be within 2 weeks, Jeor Mormont explained, looking directly at Jon. Jon nodded, understanding the Lord Commander's instructions. With the meeting concluded, Mormont allowed Jon to spend a night at the castle. After instructing his group outside the walls to set up camp, the first thing Jon decided to do was look for the library, since the only thing he kept away from his group was his thirst for knowledge. He headed to the maester's quarters, knocking on the door while William and Duncan went to set up a camp for the rest of the group. The door was opened by a very old man, whom Jon quickly realized was blind. The man trembled slightly, but his voice was kind. "How may I assist you?" asked Maester Aemon. "The Lord Commander told me I would find the castle's library here, Maester," Jon replied, noticing Maester Aemon's eyebrows raise in surprise. "I do not know you, but considering the sound comes from a much lower height than mine and with such a youthful voice, I can only deduce that you are a child, right?" said Aemon, clearly surprised to find such a young new recruit. "Yes, Maester, I am 9 days old, but I'm not here to join the Night's Watch. I'm only staying 1 night at the castle and heading north tomorrow. The Lord Commander has granted me passage beyond the wall," Jon explained, his seriousness contrasting with his age. Aemon, hearing this, furrowed his brow, intrigued. "And why would the Lord Commander let you pass beyond the wall?" he asked, his curiosity evident. "Jon, with a childishly mischievous smile, replied, I could tell you, Maester, but you have to show me the library for that. And with a laugh, he expressed his youthful joy. Aemon couldn't help but smile at the energy of the child before him and invited him in. Jon was eager to explore the books in the library. 2 hours later, after a fascinating discussion, Aemon commented, Fascinating, you say the son of the Protector of the North found giants and terrible wolves that should only be legends. His voice had a dreamy tone. If this old man could see, he would certainly be very happy seeing such legendary creatures. Said the Maester, with a touch of melancholy in his voice. Maester, did you know I can feel life and connect with animals? Jon revealed and continued, and you know what's strange, Maester? I feel a small connection with you since the moment I saw you, and so far that's only happened with my father. Lord Stark. Jon spoke, thoughtful, his hand on his chin. Aemon remained silent, allowing the boy to finish. There was an air of reflection in the room, as the Maester pondered Jon's words, realizing there was something extraordinary about the young man before him. I don't know how to explain it, it hasn't happened with anyone else I've met, but not just with you. I also feel a dormant life in this room, Maester. It wants to wake up, but it needs external help. Jon spoke, conveying a mystery that seemed to transcend him. Aemon, hearing these words, seemed momentarily unbalanced, struck by an unexpected emotion. You told me you are Eddard Stark's bastard, brought here after the war, and are 9 years old, right? Can you tell me what you look like? Aemon stuttered, an evident unease in his words. Jon found this behavior and the words of the kind Maester strange, and replied, Yes, Maester. They say I am a spitting image of my father, black hair, grey eyes and a long face. Now, my eyes have green circles, but that only started over 8 moons ago. Little Jon, may I touch your face? Asked Maester Aemon, extending his trembling hand towards the boy's face. Jon allowed the action, watching curiously. Aemon gently ran his hand over Jon's face, and an expression of shock and emotion took over him, tears starting to stream down his face. Jon, confused by the Maester's reaction, asked cautiously, Maester, are you all right? What was that? I think it's just fate, child, just fate. Aemon replied cheerfully. And then, with a change in tone, he added, Please, call me Uncle Aemon from now on. I want to tell you a secret. Jon accepted the old lord's behavior. Aemon had always been kind to him, and as Jon was a child, he considered the change normal. Of course, Uncle Aemon. Jon said, with a cheerful smile. As a bastard, he had few opportunities to call someone father, uncle, or brother, and didn't want to miss this rare chance now. Go to the bed and drag it away. The floor underneath the bed is removable. You can open it as soon as you move the bed. Take the box inside and bring it here, instructed Aemon. Jon did exactly as he was told, removing the bed to reveal a small hidden compartment. He took the box and placed it in front of Aemon. Young Jon, do you know what this is? Asked Aemon, curious. I don't know, Uncle Aemon, but the life I felt earlier is in there, Jon replied, his face lit up with anticipation. He was excited, although he didn't know what kind of life could be inside the box. Ha ha ha. Maybe there is still hope, Aemon murmured, more to himself than to Jon. You know, young Jon, inside this box is the last memory of my family. It always made me sad to think about this box, as it reminded me that I am one of the last members of my lineage, and I am getting older and older. And today, a 9-year-old boy has given me hope. You have made me feel happier now than in the last decades. He he he. Aemon started to laugh softly, leaving Jon wondering about what he was talking about. What happened to your family, uncle? Jon asked innocently. Sad things, little Jon, sad things. But my name is Aemon Targaryen. The revelation left Jon in shock. A member of the legendary dragon family was there, in front of him. Then what was in the box could only be one thing, Jon thought. A dragon egg. Murmured Jon to himself, and Aemon smiled at the boy's conclusion. Yes, young Jon, a dragon egg. When I was your age, I dreamed of raising my own dragon. And when I received this egg from my family, I could never part with it. But now I am 90 years old, Jon. Soon this old man will die, but you, child, I believe you will hatch the egg. Aemon said, his voice filled with hope. But uncle, Isn't this too valuable to give to a child you met today? Jon questioned, hesitant to accept the egg. He was moved by the maester's words, but after all, he was just a bastard from the north, receiving a dragon egg that even the crown prince did not possess. I understand your doubts, Jon, but rest assured that I am not making a mistake. I want you to hatch the egg and bring dragons back to the world. And if I have the opportunity to see it, please bring it here to the castle on your next visit, Aemon spoke, as if he were in a happy dream. Jon opened the box and took out a white stone. Upon touching it, he felt the pulsating life inside it and the warmth emanating from the rock. It was a magical and surreal moment, a bastard from the north holding a Targaryen legacy, a dragon egg that promised to forever change his destiny. It's warm, uncle. I can feel it just by touching. Uncle, I will hatch this dragon, I will bring them back to the world. Jon exclaimed, his voice overflowing with joy and determination. Having giant wolves and other animals was one thing, but having a living dragon? Jon had long dreamed of one. Aemon, moved, let more tears fall again from his eyes. Of course it's warm, boy. And I am sure that you will bring dragons back, Aemon said, sharing the boy's happiness. Uncle, you are happy, but I can see that age is weighing on you. I don't think you will be able to hatch this egg anytime soon. That's why I want to give you something. You might not believe it, but I have some knowledge given by the gods and understand alchemy. Jon revealed. Alchemy. That is extraordinary for a child of 9 name days, Jon. Aemon expressed his genuine admiration. It's hard to believe, uncle, but if you can believe in a 9 name day old boy, I have a rejuvenation potion. I made it with medicinal herbs that I cultivated myself. I will leave this bottle here with you. As you are very old, the amount in the pot might be harmful, so put in 100 ml and mix it with 400 ml of water. Do this once a day, for a week. Jon explained that he would deliver the potion as soon as Duncan returned and would ask him to retrieve it from the wagon. Jon and Aemon spent more hours talking, and Jon took the opportunity to take several books about the north and the wall. He spent the entire night reading these books after taking an energy potion he had prepared himself, allowing him to stay awake all night, since his time at Castle Black would soon end the next day. The next day, Jon talked with Aemon, who seemed much more energetic, surprising everyone in the castle. The old maester was so cheerful that he almost seemed ready to jump, sing, and dance, leaving everyone around him astonished. It seemed that he had taken the first dose of the potion Jon had instructed him to take. Jon wanted to do more for the maester, especially for his blind eyes, but knew he did not yet have the power or knowledge for such. However, he harbored the hope that, when he returned, he might one day be able to restore sight to the old maester. Finally, Jon's group passed through the gates of Castle Black. All the men of the Night's Watch were armed, ready for any conflict, while the castle trembled slightly under the steps of the giants and animals. Jon noticed the hatred of some watchers, some for his father being the protector of the north, others simply for who he was. But the boy ignored everything and continued his stay peacefully under the protection of Jeor Mormont. As they crossed to the north of the wall, the armored giants had some difficulty passing through the tunnel due to their sizes. Once they stepped into the northernmost part of the continent, everyone who had never been there before was surprised by the change in the air. Jon looked at the snow-covered horizon and sighed, then began walking with the group. I hope my father does not get too angry when he finds out I crossed the wall alone, but it's necessary, and I have the most powerful escort on the continent, so I'll be fine. Jon thought, looking at the sky. My real adventure begins now. Chapter 34, Journey Beyond the Wall 1. Chapter size, 3000 words. Jon POV. A few meters beyond the wall, 290 AC, the same moment. Soon after crossing the wall, Jon dedicated himself to mapping the area with Caraxes and the others flying above the wall. He had command over more than 100 birds, and Caraxes, his feathered friend, even startled the men on guard at the top of the wall as he flew by, his size far surpassing conventional birds. Jon knew that Jeor Mormont would complain to him the next time they met, for leaving his men terrified, but Jon had the impression it would be a long time before he saw the Lord Commander again. Now familiar with the area, Jon headed directly to the heart tree a few kilometers ahead, for it was there that the gods would give him the next task and path to follow. The giants seemed happy to be in their homeland as they advanced towards the tree. A few days later, having encountered only a few animals along the way, they finally arrived at the site. Jon, without wasting time, approached the heart tree and felt his magic strengthen there. He thought that next time he settled somewhere, regardless of the weather, he would need to have a sacred heart tree as well. Unfortunately, he did not know how to create one, but perhaps he would find out in the future. Upon touching the tree, it emitted a glow, and all who witnessed could only admire the connection between the old gods and Jon at that moment. For Jon, in connection with the tree, it was as if his mind was being sucked in again. He received many images, even without uttering a word. He understood what the images meant. The gods were clear, he should not only fight against the darkness of that part of the wall but also develop the people forgotten by the realms of men on the other side. Jon removed his hand from the tree and immediately fainted, overwhelmed by the crushing pressure he felt. When he awoke, he was in a tent, surrounded by flasks of medicine that he himself had created and brought with him. Duncan was watching him attentively as he showed the first signs of awakening. Jon sat up calmly and sighed, regaining consciousness and realizing the magnitude of the journey that awaited him. "How long have I been out?" Jon asked Duncan. 2 days, Jon, are you okay?" "It scared us," Duncan replied. Jon looked at him, his eyes reflecting a complexity of emotions. "Duncan, I won't lie to you, everything I saw at that tree, it means I'm going to have to wage a war here," Jon said seriously. "Against the wildlings, boy?" Duncan inquired. "No, Duncan. Much worse things. White Walkers, Duncan. The stories are real, and they're killing everything in the north to add to their armies of the dead." Duncan grimaced at hearing this. But he believed Jon after witnessing so many unbelievable things. Jon continued, without giving Duncan a chance to respond. "Duncan, we are going to face great risk. I won't lie if I say we have a great chance of dying on this side of the wall. I'll understand if you and William want to leave. You're free, but I'm going to continue here with the task assigned to me," Jon said firmly. Duncan looked at him and sighed deeply. "Jon, if what you say is true, tell me, what can a wall do to hold them back after they kill everyone beyond the north? Wouldn't it be the end of the world if the stories from 8,000 years ago are real? I don't think the wall could hold back that army of the dead, am I wrong? Do you think I would let a boy put his life at risk to protect the south and turn my back like a coward?" Jon saw the determination in Duncan's words. "But there's another thing, Duncan," Jon said, a bit hesitant, wondering how Duncan would react. "I'm going to build a nation here." Now Duncan was surprised. "You're serious? You really intend to make the wildlings into a country?" He expressed more disbelief in this than in fighting the White Walkers. "Yes, Duncan. There are really wild people on this side of the wall, and we've rescued hostages from some of them, but there are still innocent people who need to survive, and this land brings many difficulties. I'm a bastard, Duncan, I would never have an opportunity in the north or south to command my own lands. I know I'll be hated for it, but I will ensure that no wildling ever attacks any citizen of the north without good reason. And if it goes as I'm imagining, it will be easier for people from the north to try to cross the wall to live in my lands than the other way around," Jon said, smiling at the end. Duncan paid attention to every word. Was Jon saying he would create a nation that would surpass the north? In this land dominated by the white of snow and almost without green or conditions for planting. Duncan looked at the boy for a moment before showing a determined look. He stood up, unsheathed his sword, and knelt before Jon, a gesture signifying loyalty and commitment to the young man's bold vision. "You have already proven a lot to me, even being a boy with no more than 10 name days, so I trust you, Jon," he said and continued. "I, Duncan, son of Jurius, beloved soldier of the north, give my sword and swear to protect you with my life, from this day to my last day, King Jon." Duncan made the oath solemnly. Jon smiled upon hearing this. He was a bastard and now, on the other side of the wall, he was already being called a king, which made sense, considering he had said he would build a country, but it was ironic. After a moment of surprise, Jon got out of bed and went over to the kneeling man. "Duncan, you will be my first member of my royal guard, but not with rules from the south. You will have your own family here and will have time for it too. But I am not a king yet, nor am I ready for it now. I will have to train to be ready someday, if everything goes as I plan." Jon explained his situation and continued, "And about our destiny, I am sending my birds now to map the area and create maps. We will stay one more day here to rest and continue our journey." "Yes, my king." Duncan responded, smiling at the last part, teasing Jon this time. Jon felt a mix of pride and responsibility. He was starting a journey that could change the course of history and have an impact on the entire world, and now he had by his side a loyal and dedicated companion. Although he did not see himself as a king yet, Duncan's words reinforced the gravity and importance of his mission. Unknown POV. Somewhere further north, 290 AC, a few days earlier. A lady was praying under a heart tree. Some called her a seer, forest witch, or apostle of the gods, others, mad. But she didn't care. She spoke what her gods showed her, and, in that religious session, she had another vision. Everything around her turned dark, and she wondered if she was still near the tree. Suddenly, she saw something beyond anything she could imagine, the future of her people in an unknown land, beyond the wall, but it did not seem to be a land beyond the wall. She saw a city with gigantic structures, so immense that her breath stopped as she looked up and saw how high they were. Around the city, the landscape was green, unaffected by snow. The city was inhabited by many different races and animals that roamed freely through the streets. She saw how her people dressed well, how they ate well, and how happy they were. The image changed, and she saw a young man, in one of the highest places of the city, observing it with his children by his side. He was their king, a king like no other beyond the wall. The vision changed again, and suddenly she saw the same king, a little younger, crossing the wall with giants in armor and animals of unimaginable sizes, also covered in metal. She knew that this image represented what was happening at that exact moment. The king, the true king, had entered the true north. When the vision ended, the old lady found herself again in front of the heart tree, before she had seen all those things. She got up and, as she began to walk out of the sacred place, tears started to fall from her face. She always had assistants nearby, faithful to the old gods. The people waiting for her did not understand why she was acting like this, but they followed her in silence, respecting her moment of profound revelation. She turned and began to leave the heart tree. Reaching outside the sacred area, she saw the camp with tens of thousands of the free folk. Mance Rayder was doing a great job gathering everyone to flee the darkness. However, she realized that someone had arrived in the north, not to flee the darkness, but to destroy it. Looking at the sky, she began to laugh, a laugh that grew louder and louder with tears on her face. This unusual behavior began to attract the attention of those around, who knew the religious woman well for her peculiarities. Now, she spoke loudly with tears running down her face. "The king is in the north, the king just passed the wall, ha 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 ha," she exclaimed, causing a mixture of curiosity and confusion among those present. Would it be the king of the south? Why would he come here? Was a war approaching? Everyone thought. Is it the king of the Kneelers, Mother Mole? An assistant asked, curious and with fear in her eyes. She feared a war with the southerners on one side and monsters on the other. No, not the king of the south, but our king. I saw the future. He has come here, and he is not here to flee from the evil that haunts us, but to destroy it. See all this snow, he will build a nation in the midst of all this ice, the free folk will completely change their way of life, and it will not be for the worse, there will be no more cold or hunger among us. She proclaimed, her voice full of fervor and conviction. These words caused a stir among the free folk. The idea of a different future, led by a king who promised such drastic changes, was something they had never imagined. Mother Mole's revelation opened the doors to a new and unexpected hope among them. The old lady's words caused a shock among the people in the camp. The idea of a king coming from the other side of the wall was unprecedented and hard to believe. Many of those nearby began to think the old woman had finally lost her mind. Disbelief was palpable among many, but amidst them, there were a handful of people whose eyes sparkled with hope upon hearing her words. Gather all the people of our tribe and those who want to leave with us. The king is still a child, but he is going to where will be the heart of our nation. We must meet him, the old gods have sent him to our people. She concluded her speech fervently. Many of those present remained motionless, reluctant to adhere to this apparent madness. They knew the dangers that lurked outside the great camp of Mance Rayder and were not willing to risk the security they had found there to pursue the visions of an old woman. However, not everyone shared this hesitation. A group of people, moved by faith in the lady's words and by the hope of a better future, began to organize and prepare their things, getting ready to leave Mance's camp and search for the young king prophesied by Mother Mole. POV Mance. Current camp of the Free Folk, 290 AC, 3 hours later. Mance Rayder, leader of the Free Folk, was engaged in strategizing for the future. He drew a map of what he knew about the true north and analyzed it along with some of his military leaders, former chiefs of the main tribes he had united. He was still far from reaching the number of tribes he wanted to gather. To cross the wall with the free folk and win, he needed more people in the coming years. The question was whether they would have enough time. Mance was in the company of his recent young wife and her sister, Val, a 12-year-old girl who, in a few years, would be the subject of disputes, but would not be easily conquered, as she was a great warrior. As more people gathered around, Mance thought of sending messages to the tribes throughout the north beyond the wall, trying to recruit them. Moreover, there were the fools who tried to attack the camp, forcing Mance to wield his sword when necessary. He was in the middle of the meeting when a man wearing a huge bear fur coat entered, interrupting the conversation. The sudden arrival of this man indicated that something important or urgent was about to be revealed, and Mance's and the leader's attention immediately turned to him. "Mance, we have a problem. Many members of Mother Mole's tribe and half of the Laskell tribe are leaving the camp," said the newly arrived man. "What? How many are we talking about?" Val interrupted with her adolescent voice. "I believe it's about 300, the man replied. Mance, surprised, turned his attention to the newcomer. "Do you know the reason? It's not very safe out there with those dead walking through the north," he added. The old woman had a vision, it seems. She said it's because a boy of not even 10 years old passed the wall at this moment, informed the man, somewhat awkwardly. The people in the tent were surprised by this. What would make a boy make such a decision to go beyond the wall when the south is safer? They thought. Val snorted, showing skepticism. Why would a boy come to the north, and why would the Night's Watch let this happen, if it's true? And why all the fuss about a boy? Mance wondered aloud, before adding, "There's more to this, right?" The messenger seemed hesitant and then said. "She said that the boy is the true king of the true north and comes to destroy the darkness and make this place a new kingdom," he finally revealed. The people in the tent did not know how to react to this. Mance looked at the messenger and smiled. "If this is true, I would like to meet him then." This statement left everyone speechless. "Now we have work to do besides thinking about visions or ramblings of an old woman. We won't force anyone to stay in the camp, let them leave," he roared, making everyone refocus on the meeting. Craster POV. Somewhere beyond the wall, 290 AC, 10 days later. Craster sighed, thinking about Mance Rayder's recent movements with his tribes to the north. The Night's Watch seemed not to give much importance to the signs that the free folk were gathering. He knew Mance didn't like his lifestyle, but at least Craster and his men were safe behind the walls of his stronghold, while Mance was hundreds of kilometers to the north. At that moment, he was eating with his family, or rather, his daughter-wives and future daughter-wives, when suddenly, during the meal, he felt a slight tremor. He quickly raised his head, trying to determine the source of the tremor that made his fortress shake. The women around were alarmed. The tremor, though light, did not stop, and Craster went out to see his men equally frightened. One of them approached hurriedly. "My lord, there are giants, wolves, bears, and shadow cats of many meters in armor. Just by them marching, they are causing this tremor," the man reported. Craster didn't understand what was happening and why they were coming in the opposite direction of the wall, but he ordered his men to prepare for battle. A few minutes later, the group arrived in front of the gate. His men prayed they were not enemies, and Craster couldn't blame them. They would be massacred by these monsters. Even he was scared. What caught his attention was the child riding a black wolf. The animal was 2.5 meters tall, larger than any wolf ever seen, who spoke representing the whole group. "We mean no harm, but we need information. We are looking for a giant heart tree. We wanted to buy a map of the north," the boy shouted. Craster thought, everyone knows about the ancient weirwood of legends here in the north, but no one knows where it is. "We don't know where the weirwood is, but we can provide a map. However, we don't accept coins here, in the true north, southern money is worthless," he challenged, curious to see what the boy would negotiate, since the boy was a southerner, even though he wondered how the south had giants in armor as he was seeing at that moment. The boy thought for a moment and then replied. "We'll give 5 swords of 15 kilos in steel for the map, what do you think?" proposed the boy, offering a price well above the value of the map. Craster saw an opportunity for profit with the boy, who seemed like a noble from the other side of the wall. 10 swords. Craster counter-offered. 6 swords. The boy retorted. 9 swords and we have a deal, Craster proposed. "Let's go duckin', we won't get anything here," said the boy, turning to leave. Internally, Craster exclaimed, "Damn, the boy is good. 6 swords." Craster quickly conceded, not wanting to lose the opportunity. The boy accepted. Craster asked for a map to be fetched and delivered outside the gate. After that, they finally departed, and Craster was relieved to be rid of them. He had gained high-quality swords, far superior to what they had locally, all in exchange for a poor-quality map. He doubted the boy, despite being visibly a powerful warg, would discover the trick immediately. For Craster, it was a great deal. Chapter 35, Journey Beyond the Wall 2. The journey continued northwards, and as he observed through Caraxes, Jon held a map in his hands. Damn that liar! He was frustrated. The old man who had given him the map had deceived him, providing inaccurate information about the region. Jon had not traded the precious Elden metal in exchange, only common steel, but still, he felt as if he had wasted 6 swords on this thing the old man called a map. Overcome with anger, he now found himself in a place not even marked on the map. The giants and wolves that accompanied him also did not know the area, as they had never ventured so close to the wall, which was frustrating for Jon. Jon's group spent hours crossing the forest, with Jon feeling increasingly annoyed at being lost. He constantly had to wait for the giants to clear a path for the carts to pass through the dense forest. After a few more hours of walking, Jon began to notice signs of intelligent life along the way, although they were much larger than usual. He sensed the presence of a group of different animals gathered further north. He didn't know exactly where they were due to the distance, but he had already wasted too much time in that unknown place. Now, at least, he saw the opportunity to start recruiting his own army by finding some tribe in the place. Using his enhanced powers, Jon intensely examined the area. Over time, his mental strength had increased significantly thanks to potions and training in addition to his natural maturation. Now, he could perform tasks that would previously risk his life much more easily. He began to establish a connection with hundreds of animals, accessing their memories at that moment. Part of the wildlife had never seen a human before. Most had only seen a human wandering around occasionally. But Jon found something particularly interesting. To the north, near the coast, there was a camp of giants established near a river that flows into the sea. He instructed Caraxes to fly over the area and check if the giants were still there. Confirming that the place was still inhabited, Jon led the group to the camp. "We're going there," Jon told his group. "Jon, are you sure? What if they are hostile? We are outnumbered by the number of giants you mentioned," William said with some apprehension. "I can handle it, and our giants will help me with this too," Jon maintained his decision and they moved forward. Upon arrival, Jon felt a sense of nostalgia. The place was a replica of the camp south of the wall, where he had found his first giants. Instead of abandoned houses, there was a cave in a large boulder. The giants seemed to lead a peaceful life, sometimes fighting among themselves and other times just warming up by the fire when they were not hunting, eating, or sleeping. Jon observed that there were at least about 70 giants and 12 mammoths. They were very well hidden, which explained why no one had found them so close to the wall. As Jon approached the camp, the tremors caused by his group attracted the attention of the nearest giants. The sight of the armored giants accompanying Jon frightened the tribe of giant men at first sight. There were 5 of them, plus 2 giant children also in armor, wielding weapons capable of taking down at least 10 opponents before being brought down with swords, spears, and shields. The giants wondered how they had dressed like that and who was the strange human child leading the group, as well as the giant armored animals that also appeared right behind. They stared at each other for a while, until a giant, larger than the rest of the tribe, stepped forward to face Jon. Jon pondered how to communicate with them and explain his purpose, knowing that giants are creatures of few words. Then, he began. "I am Jon Snow, I want to recruit for the Artican tribe, and fight against the evil that haunts the north," Jon said slowly, using the ancient tongue, the way he communicated with the giants. Jon thought that, since he needed to create a country there, he should first choose a name for it. It could be the Snow Kingdom, as Duncan suggested, but he wanted something more meaningful and chose a name that matched the icy north. "I am Luring, and why should we follow you?" The giant chief, Luring, replied in the ancient tongue in a deep voice. Jon understood the giant's doubt. He adopted the same strategy he had used with the last giants he convinced to follow him. He took a seed and walked to one side, while the giants gathered to watch what the strange metal group would do next. Jon removed the snow from the ground, dug a hole, and planted the seed, placing his hands on the soil. Suddenly, an apple tree sprouted from nowhere. The giants were startled, just as those south of the wall, and began to whisper inaudible words. Jon noticed their alarm. He picked some apples and threw them to the boys in his group, who thanked him. It had been some time since they had eaten the fruit. Happy, they bit into the apples, with Jon eating his in front of the tribe. Jon began to throw fruits to the giants, who caught them with their huge hands and saw how Jon and his giants were eating. They tasted them and immediately liked them. Jon made way for them to reach the tree, now surrounded by the tribe that had just discovered the new fruit. The giant leader let his tribe enjoy the small red balls but continued watching the human boy. Jon looked at the leader and pointed to one of the armored giants. He gave a command, and the giant approached a tree in the forest, cutting it in half easily with his sword. This intrigued the giants even more with the weapon. Jon then exclaimed, "Artican tribe does not starve and has powerful weapons. Together we can defeat the evil." The giant leader looked at him with complicated eyes. "I like Artican tribe, but me and tribe follow the strong. Defeat me and have my tribe," he exclaimed. Jon was surprised by the challenge but was ready to accept it. He was about to confirm when Duncan intervened. "Jon, don't do this. Ask some giant to fight for you, but you will only kill yourself if you accept this," Duncan said firmly, concerned for Jon's safety. "Duncan, I could do that, but as a leader, I have to fight up front. I have a plan, so don't worry. And if I leave these giants here, the darkness will kill them sooner or later," Jon said firmly. Duncan was still skeptical, but Jon left the spot and walked with the giant leader to an empty field, preparing for the confrontation. The giant came empty-handed, and Jon, realizing this, threw his swords away, surprising everyone. Did the human intend to fight empty-handed too? The giant already felt respect for Jon because of his courage. But before they began to fight, Jon took potions and began to drink them one after another, 5, 6, 7 potions. This worried everyone who accompanied the boy from south of the wall. Will he be okay? He won't be, will he? This won't kill him afterward, right? William asked questions in despair to Duncan. He did not like what he saw and was fearing the worst. Jon had never taken more than 3 potions, and he was debilitated for a whole day after taking them. Now, he was taking 7. His body won't explode, will it? William wondered, concerned. "Begin," said the giant opponent, and Jon wasted no time. He leaped towards the giant, but his movement was interrupted when a punch hit him squarely, making him fall 10 meters away. Jon rolled through the snow until he stopped, slowly getting up with a bleeding nose, obviously broken by the impact. He cursed himself for being so reckless. The potions had not yet started to take effect, and he wanted to have a head-on fight in the first seconds of the confrontation. Jon assessed his situation but still faced the giant, who maintained a neutral face. If he wanted to conquer the tribe, he would have to show power, while the former leader would use all his strength to face the boy. Breathing deeply a few times, Jon began to run to fight the giant again. With each second, his body manifested explosions of power due to the doses of potions he had taken. His strength and speed were gradually increasing. It didn't take long for him to gain a speed greater than that of an adult man. Jon leaped to attack the giant, but again, he received a strong punch, being thrown in the opposite direction. His nose, already broken, bled even more, but unlike the last time, the impact was not as painful. His body was getting stronger every second. Jon stood up again and faced the giant, waiting for a moment until his body was ready to attack. A minute passed without either side making a move, with the onlookers watching attentively. Some of Jon's companions were ready to intervene and not let him die there. This impasse lasted until Jon took his first step, running directly at the giant with a speed now so fast it resembled an animal. In the jump, he caught the giant by surprise with his new speed and delivered a strong punch to his face. The giant leader, taken aback, had no time to react and fell backwards, still looking at Jon, who had just landed from his leap. Everyone was stunned by what they saw. This human child had knocked down a giant with a punch. The giant began to get up, spat out a tooth and smiled, preparing for the hand-to-hand fight. They resumed the battle, and the giant leader became more cautious with his opponent. They began to exchange intense punches. Jon dodged as many punches as he could, but sometimes he was thrown back. Still, he kept getting up, even with his face marked and his left arm broken in the middle of the fight. He was not going to give up now. The pain in his battered body was intense, and he only remained conscious thanks to the effects of the potions, his regenerative magic, and the adrenaline of the battle. The battle between Jon and the giant was epic. All the giants watched excitedly, while Willian and Duckin watched open-mouthed. Caraxes, the enormous bird, was screaming, wanting to fight in Jon's place, but Jon was determined to fight his own battle. His opponent was also in a pitiful state, covered in blood, with more teeth lost and black eyes. The fight lasted 30 minutes, until Jon was finally knocked out. The moment Jon tried to deliver a kick, he was caught off guard by a knee strike from the giant. He felt some bones breaking and his vision darkened immediately. When Jon regained consciousness, he felt the true pain in his body. He wanted to scream but held back, focusing on his healing magic. Jon had developed the ability to self-regenerate and, therefore, was sure he had been unconscious for much less time than a normal person would endure, even considering all the side effects of the potions and the damages suffered. After treating some more of his internal wounds, although still far from ideal, more because of the side effects of the potions than the fight itself, Jon got up and left the tent where he was. He realized he was still in the giant's camp and was surprised, as he had lost the fight. "We should leave after this, right?" he thought, confused. Lost in thought, Jon felt the ground tremble and had a bad premonition. He saw Serena, without her armor, running towards him. Defenseless and injured, he thought in despair, "Damn it! Am I going to die like this?" But, to his surprise, Serena stopped and looked at him cautiously. "Is Jon okay?" she asked, concerned. "I need some time to heal, Serena. Tell me, how many days have I been out and why are we still here? Didn't I lose the fight?" Jon wanted to understand. "Jon has been sleeping for 3 days and lost the fight, but Jon was the winner," she said, looking happy. Jon looked at her, puzzled. It didn't make sense. How could he have lost the fight and still be considered the winner? "The giants decided to follow you, my king," said Duckin's voice, arriving next to Jon, and he continued, "You may not have won the fight, but everyone saw the potential of a child punching the tribe leader. They want to follow you and see you become the strongest." Jon understood and was immediately happy, knowing he could take these giants away from that place. "Great, get ready to leave in a few days. I will talk to them about my plan," Jon said. He watched the giants living, occasionally eating apples from the tree, and noticed that they seemed anxious as the apples were running out. Deciding to act, Jon walked to the tree, even limping. The giants, noticing his presence, greeted him, saying just one word, "Snow." Jon made new apples grow, making the giants happier, and continued on his way to speak with the former tribe leader. POV Bjorn Stark. 4 days after a long journey, Bjorn Stark was returning to Castle Black after a mission to track the movements of the wildlings gathering in the north. He needed to prove to the Lord Commander that the situation was worrisome. Bjorn had seen several wildling camps and discovered that their leader was a man named Mance, a former member of the Night's Watch who was now known as the King Beyond the Wall by the wildlings. Mance was gathering more wildlings than any other leader, except the Thens, and he would soon attack the wall with a large army. Bjorn knew that the Night's Watch would face dark times in the coming years. That night, he was camped with 9 companions. Looking into the fire, he thought of his family in Winterfell and how much he wished to see them as soon as he arrived at the wall. The journey had been dangerous and he had nearly died here. His thoughts turned to his brother, Eddard, and his nephews, but he was particularly worried about Jon, his nephew who should have been at the wall many moons with him, but had disappeared for 8 moons. Bjorn was desperate when he learned of Jon's disappearance and ran south to help in the search, but to no avail. After 2 months of searching, he received a letter from Ned, almost 6 months ago, informing him that Jon had reappeared and was fine. The boy, only 8 years old, was facing bandits and causing a stir in several towns, becoming a small hero in the north. Ned had mentioned that Jon would send a letter and stay in isolation for a while, but would then resume his journey to Castle Black. Bjorn, 4 months, waited for Jon, worried. He had high hopes that Jon would arrive at Castle Black when he returned from this expedition or that some raven would inform him that the boy was in Winterfell. "We are under attack." Bjorn was ripped from his thoughts when one of his companions shouted. He quickly got up, realizing that the wildlings were emerging from the forest. They were surrounded, at a disadvantage of 20 against 10. The wildlings had bones-piercing ears, noses, and lips, cannibals, Bjorn concluded. "Look what we have here. Crows that look juicy, Thew," one of the wildlings exclaimed. "Folks, we're going to have a feast tonight, fresh meat for the tribe." shouted the wildling, inciting roars from the others. Bijan's group was scared of the fearsome cannibals. Luckily, they had no archers. When the first wildling advanced, the others followed. Bijan, with his sword, confronted the first attacker, throwing him aside and thrusting his sword into his chest. After knocking him down, he turned to the second, who tried to attack him on the flank. Bijan managed to parry the wildling's weapon and initiated an offensive. Managing to breach the opponent's defense, he cut off the wildling's sword arm and, without wasting time, decapitated him. Advancing to the third opponent, suddenly, an enemy spear pierced his leg. He roared in pain and realized that only 3 of his companions were still alive. Bijan could only look at the wildlings with hatred, thinking that this would be his end. It seems we have a good fighter here, I want him alive. I'll make him scream to avenge my companions, growled the cannibal leader, but his expression changed as he was about to thrust another spear into Bijan's shoulder. A tremor and a disturbing noise began to form in the forest. The entire group became fearful, hearing the sound of trees falling. Whatever it was coming their way. Prepare to fight! Shouted the wildling, as the trees began to fall. From the forest emerged a black wolf in 3.5 meters tall armor, with a boy on top as a mount, shooting arrows. Beside him, more trees were toppled by giants in armor, wielding huge swords, starting to kill the cannibals' companions. More and more giants appeared, and the group of cannibals had no chance to react once the giants reached them. All were decimated. Bijan and the rest of his companions were stunned, having never seen such terrifying wolves or giants, especially dressed in armors with designs worthy of a king and green-toned steel, comparable to Valyrian steel. They wondered why this group was helping them. Bijan took a closer look at the boy with the bow. He had killed 4 men and was at the forefront. The boy looked at Bijan with concern, and Bijan lost his footing as he recognized who it was, his nephew. His nephew was fighting and killing men, despite being less than 10 years old. Bijan was speechless, unable to form a coherent thought in the face of this revelation. "Uncle Bijan!" shouted Jon, running towards Bijan as soon as he jumped off the wolf. The first thing he noticed was the wound on his uncle's leg, and his eyes showed a mix of emotions. "Duckin, go to William and get the healing herbs and potions in the cart." Jon issued an order, still with a childish tone. Bijan could only look at his nephew, unable to say anything, noticing the concern in the boy's eyes. "Thank the gods, I arrived in time!" exclaimed Jon, relieved to have arrived in time to help. Bijan, however, could no longer contain his confusion and concern, and, ignoring the pain in his leg, confronted his nephew. "Jon! What are you doing here?" He couldn't believe that his nephew was beyond the wall at that very moment. Jon sighed and replied. "It's a long story, uncle, and I will tell you, but for now let's take care of you." Shortly after, Duckin arrived, bringing the healing herbs and the necessary potions.
Thanks for listening.